of this structure, consumers are not really in touch with growers. And so, Big Food has clearly come up with a lot of stylish labels and a lot of cool foods. I remember when I was growing up, this TV dinner was sort of very, very novel. I was always looking forward to eating one of those things. And, but unfortunately, we have an explosion of chronic diseases which are linked not only to lack of movement, but are linked to our diet. And it's become more and more recognized thanks to a lot of experts, such as Mark Hyman in the United States and then others, nutritionists, bloggers, experts, that are drawing that link. And this is a multi-trillion-dollar global problem. This chronic diseases that are linked to health, such as diabetes, such as fatty liver, such as cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and others. And this is the big question now. And I think consumers are waking up to that issue, and that's for sure. I wouldn't say pharmaceutical companies are necessarily working on the solution to the root of the problem. One last video I promised from my film. This one's kind of amusing.
Sales, they've got to go up. Expenses, they've down. And I mean right now. And don't forget it.
There you have it. That's the thinking. In Davos, not just this year, but in previous years, we're broadening our thinking about what kind of goals companies should have. Clearly, it's been profit-driven, and that's part of the reason that we're in the situation we're in today. However, and because of all that, I think today the food revolution has a particular importance because it is also a reaction to this dirty legacy of the past. Not to demonize that legacy because it had its purpose. It allows us to increase our population, as I pointed out, but the expense of health and other issues. Also the expense of our environment, of course. But today the consumer is concerned about the health issue. He has access to this information. He can go to his mobile phone and through any number of applications, I can go shopping and I can scan my product and I can immediately have a report card. One application I really like is called Yuka, and that one works really well. And you get an immediate report card, and so that's just an example of how transparency is actually coming in through digitalization in the food sector. The other thing the consumer wants is they don't want such a huge environmental footprint. And so that's this clean label, green label concept that we often talk about. And so it's really pulled by the consumer, and it's also driven by a number of videos, videos like the Game Changers, where Arnold Schwarzenegger and other athletes are coming out and saying and debunking the myth that you need to eat meat to build muscle. And these films are having massive impact. I don't know if anyone's actually seen those movies, but massive impact on consumer trends. And so we have this big movement of flexitarianism and vegetarianism and veganism, et cetera, which is probably set to continue. And so, very shortly, this is kind of our investment sweet spot. I just want to highlight a couple of these sectors because I think they're quite telling of the dynamic that we're in. I'm going to talk, just show a slide on plant-based food, on aquaculture as a protein, as a meat protein alternative, a sustainable one in our view, and sustainable packaging. Starting with plant-based, we have this big movement today in plant-based food. We had Beyond Meat hit the market recently. Had a massive performance. It was the best performing stock on the market. But if you take a step back and try to, if you look at the trend, actually in the last 10 years, this in the dairy space, for example, the alternative milks, almond, soy milk, it's grown from practically nothing to like 12 to 15% of the market, depending on where you are today. So we can imagine that if the plant-based meat sector, which is like 1% of the market today, grows to 10% in the next 10 years, that's like $140 billion of value. So this is a, this is a really important move, and the industry is activating, and they're starting to make lots of acquisitions. Tyson Foods actually invested in Beyond Meat. They're one of the biggest meat incumbents. And time is short, but I won't talk about in vitro meat, but this is also a technological-driven sector that we're going to see come to its, come up and develop. And basically, the thing about the in vitro meat is the technology now, the precision fermentation actually is allowing us in the next 5 to 10 years to produce protein which is much more healthy, has no environmental impact than the animal farm protein, and at a cheaper cost. And it seems like wacky science, but this is starting to happen. It's a question of time. We don't know, industry incumbents are gonna obviously react. They're not gonna stand still on that. But that's something to watch, and that could significantly disrupt and intermediate the animal farming industry in the next 10 to 20 years. Fish farming has a dirty legacy because of the antibiotics, because of the overcrowd of the fjords and things like that. I just want to make 2 points about fish farming. It has become much more mature. It's the only scalable, salmon is, in our view, the most scalable of the fish farming sectors. And actually, fish protein is high in omega-3. It's got a much lower environmental impact if you look at the water usage as compared to beef. It actually now, especially as they're using vaccinations for the fish, it's become incredibly environmentally friendly. And that's why the salmon farmers have been doing extremely well, growing at high single rate growth. So the third subject is the plastics, is the packaging. I said plastics, but plastics is packaging, and packaging is really plastics. We're producing 300 million tons of plastics every year, and this is a big problem because we're not able to capture that. The systems we have in place only capture and recycle something like 15 to 20% of all plastics produced, and about 20% or so end up in the environment, and a lot of that ends up in the ocean. Breaks down into microplastics. There's chemicals associated with those plastics, and this goes back to the discussion about the health issue, because there's all kinds of endocrinial problems now that are also linked to this type of consumption of chemicals. And so there are solutions, fortunately, that I, as an investor, in driving our investments in that direction, I believe that we have solutions. Some are companies like Tarlo, who actually produce reverse vending machines. You basically take your trash or your bottle, you put it back, you get a credit. Or Huhtamaki, who's producing basically the paper or cell-based packaging. So I think we're going to see more and more replacement of the traditional plastic packaging. That's very, very important because the industry is planning on investing another $180 billion to produce more and more plastic, to even double or triple the production of plastic in the next 20 or 30 years. Those are the projections. That's scary because we already have so much in the environment today, and the problems that I mentioned are serious problems. So why don't we go and do like the Indians do and these Debawalas, there are some companies actually coming up with these types of solutions, these canisters to transport not only rice and chapati, but other nice foods for lunch. Just to say that, turning 1 minute before I conclude, to the industry, who are the winners and the losers in this industry? And it's very clear to me that the incumbent companies, the big food groups, in this dynamic, in this environment, have a significant headwind. And here you have it. I'm looking at the organic growth of Nestle over the last 10 years or so, and you can see that it's actually been declining. But at the same time, the valuation of the company has gone to historical highs. It trades at like 6 times book value and very high multiples. So investors have been fleeing to this type of food companies just kind of as a proxy. But I think more and more, it's really the smaller and mid-sized companies who are innovative, who are moving fast, who are challenging these incumbents with all sorts of technologies, some of the ones I mentioned. And this is really the dynamic we're in. So it's really the small fish, the fast fish, I think, who are going to be the winners in the next 5 to 10 years in this food sector. So I think that'll be the end of my formal comments, and I'm happy to have any discussion. It's a small group, so please, if you have any questions or comments, don't hesitate. And I would also point out, I started my professional career, in the Russian equity markets in 1990s, and later on, about 8 or 10 years later, I got very attracted to the opportunity in agriculture in Russia, because we talked about harvest yields. Russia and Ukraine, despite this incredible endowment of land, rich chornozem, land, also Kazakhstan has incredible farmland opportunities. They're producing at very low rates because of lack of investment. And so there is that restructuring opportunity in that region. I'd like to mention that because of where we're standing here today. So, пожалуйста, если есть вопросы или комментарии, можно. And if not, once again, I'd like to thank you and also point out that my film, Last Supper from Malthus, you can look at it on YouTube. Just type in Last Supper from Malthus. It's in 3 parts. And I think that there's another panel starting now, so I'll leave that to my colleagues. Thank you so much.
sia di notte che di giorno, io ti vedo in ogni volto della gente, vita mia, d'improvviso, mi ritrovo a sorridere a chiunque, e mi vedo in ogni cosa più indulgente, ho stampato l'allegria dentro me, vita mia, la follia mi accompagna di ventura, ma ti sono grato infinitamente, se all'amore credo ancora è per te, per te.
And maybe I'll start with Andrew. You represent, for sure, Switzerland's most prominent cybersecurity companies. Probably one of the best, from what I've known over my decades that I've known the company in the world. And I'd like you to give us an angle on the security perspective, which is probably not only good news, and seen what
fortunate to participate in over 100 engagements with big financial institutions, all the way down to startups, 2 people in a back office somewhere in a garage, thinking about these problems. And I'm the security guy. We're paid to manage the downside risk for our clients. And this is a problem that the use of DLTs for anti-money laundering is something that a lot of our clients are thinking about, and a lot of the technology that you'll hear about today is focused on. So I'll start with the positive. If I think about DLTs and I think about blockchain, this is the problem that technology is built for. This is what it is ideal for. It can provide transparency. It can provide an ability to remove the information disadvantage between parties. It can also enable huge process optimizations across the process of looking at financial transactions. And that is really why I think the future is bright. I think farther down years in the future, I think to myself, this is technology that can make a big difference on this problem. It's built for it. I think where we are today, the reality is there's reason to have pessimism at the same time. I think the technology is evolving, but what we see in the market, particularly with our clients, is that while the technology at a theoretical level makes a lot of sense, actual implementation, actual reality is not the same. Most of these technologies that are being deployed for these types of problems and similar problems across the blockchain space, they typically are vulnerable and typically have challenges. The basic premises make sense, but the implementation is poor. I'll also say the regulatory environment makes this incredibly difficult. As country to country, region to region, even state to state, in some countries, the implementation requirements around compliance make it difficult to implement good solutions. This is one space where we are out-regulating. The regulation is moving faster than the technology. That's not true across many other spaces that I can think of. In fact, I've been on 3 panels this week where I gave the exact opposite speech on different topics. This is one space where that's different. So overall, I'm optimistic about the future, but I would say I'm pessimistic about the now, just based on the realities we've seen on the ground, but I think we're heading in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and I think it's a very good lead for Pratibha to give us a perspective from India. India being one of the very few countries that is looking into banning crypto. So there is regulation at its strongest and at its hardest. Can you give us an overview of the implications and how you see this can be resolved in the future and how it will impact India?
Sure, thanks, Hans. To introduce myself properly, I'm a banking and finance lawyer. I used to work at Goldman Sachs before I came back into private practice. We're a global law firm with offices headquartered in India, but we're in the US, in New York, San Francisco, in Munich, and focused on the technology space and working with the Indian government in terms of streamlining the regulations with respect to new technologies, including fintech. So we work very closely with the Indian government to find or to help them navigate this very complex issue of how do you regulate technologies that are growing on a daily basis. And fintech is very close to our heart because if you think about fintech, like people think crypto, but fintech is very broad. You're talking about digital banking, digital lending, digital insurance, payment systems. These can be significant tools in a country like India where you can use financial technologies for financial inclusion. We still have about 200 million people who are unbanked in India, have no access to banks. Since 2014, we've seen 59% growth in access to banking. A significant aspect of that has been, fintech solutions that have come up. In that aspect, if you think about anti-money laundering and counterterrorism financing regulations, you think firstly about national security issues. And again, in a country like India, it becomes a very sensitive topic because it's not only important for national security, but for economic growth. Because we have a cashless economy, a parallel economy, which is sometimes people say nobody knows exactly because it's a parallel economy, but they think it's as big as our real economy, our financial economy. So the regulations, the issue becomes very, very sensitive. However, you need to balance it against the need for ensuring fintech can be used for financial inclusion, like I just mentioned, ensuring that the poor, the underprivileged get access to banking, access to finance, access to insurance. Second, globalization. For developing countries, I think, again, we need to be part of the globalization movement. We need to ensure that you have migrants going from India who are sending money back into the country. And very strict AML, CFT regulations can really hamper the movement of money from one country to the other, especially when the amounts are lesser. Both when I talk about financial inclusion and cross-country transactions, for example, for migrant workers, the amounts we are talking about are not significant. But the regulations don't differentiate between the big transactions and the smaller amounts. And so it makes it very difficult to have growth in these areas. Similarly, banning cryptos. Again, if crypto can provide us a solution for a more stable role for India in the global market, if you completely ban it in the name of national security or terrorism financing, then you've inhibited India's growth right there. And I would say, lastly and very importantly, it can be misused. We've seen, few cases lately in India where the anti-money laundering laws have been used for political prosecutions, and that's possible because the laws were made very, very stringent as a reaction to some of the cases that happened in India, where we saw some big business houses being accused of money laundering and leaving the country. As a reaction to that, we made it very, very difficult for any prosecution, for any defense to be put up. So you could be, no bail could be issued unless the prosecution can prove a very, is convinced that there is no wrongdoing. Similarly, a property can be attached even before you file an FIR. I mean, the normal safeguards in a democracy that are available in such a scenario are not available today in the case of anti-money laundering laws, which makes it, again, the people who are misusing or committing the offenses find a way around, but then the law gets misused either for corporates who are following the law, or like I said, for political prosecution. So it's actually today, if a client of mine gets an anti-money laundering law notice, then we can charge any fees because they're so scared that it's a criminal action. So that kind of a fear in the business community can really hamper growth and innovation. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. And again, I think a perfect lead for Magdalena. You're the head of compliance of Crypto Broker. And I think you wanted to share with us some of the myths and the wrong perceptions in this industry. And I think it would be very interesting for the group to hear from you what you have to say.
Thank you, Hans. Yes. So I work in compliance with cryptocurrencies. So some people might think, oh my God, what a nightmare. But in fact, it's not. Previously, I was working in compliance for a Swiss bank, Credit Suisse. And when it comes to compliance and digital assets, there are so many wrong perceptions and myths. And today, I will give you some insights into what the practice and reality looks like. So working at Credit Suisse, when I was doing KYC and AML, I was only able to see the information from the client one hop back. So let's say the client has an account with another Swiss bank, the money came from there. So this is how far you can go in traditional compliance. You can just see one step back. When it comes to cryptocurrencies and the blockchain, the technology is amazing because every transaction is recorded on the blockchain. So with the right analytical tools, you can go back to the first transaction which was recorded on the blockchain. So you have so many layers, you can go back and you can really deep dive and do proper AML checks and transaction reviews. This is very helpful in order to combat illicit activities and money laundering, and everyone is somehow scared. I attended a few sessions during the last 2 days, and even if the topic of the presentation was not AML KYC regulation, everyone is talking about it. So this is like the omnipresent topic for the financial industry. And in fact, there is a very interesting report which found out from Chainalysis, which is one of the analytical tools providers where you can do these analytical checks on the blockchain. And they found out that in 2019, only 1.1% of the transaction volume on the blockchain was criminal activity. And with the help of these tools, it was able to further investigate that. So I think that the wrong perception comes from, I see many institutional investors which are afraid of that. I do crypto compliance trainings for banks, and it's each time the aha experience after the workshop and compared to before. And I think that people don't sometimes too well understand the blockchain technology. I think it's very complex, and this is why they're also afraid. So one key to getting rid of these wrong perceptions and myth is education. So there needs to be education on what it really looks like, anti-money laundering, counterterrorism financing, when it comes to digital assets. And we're on the right way. I think it takes time. And another challenge I see is also on the regulatory landscape, because back in 2017, when Bitcoin was hitting its all-time high, there was almost nothing on a national level when it comes to regulation of the fintech industry and digital assets. Nowadays, the biggest challenge for businesses out there is the dynamics, the regulatory dynamics. There are so many laws and regulations entering into force, and it's very difficult to follow all the developments, to be compliant in all the jurisdictions you are having your business with. And when it comes to cross-border business activities, it's also very costly, because in Switzerland, one law applies. In Singapore, it might be different. In India, they are thinking about banning cryptos. So these are the challenges and the wrong perceptions when it comes to digital assets, anti-money laundering in the modern fintech industry.
Very much, Magdalena. Want to move on to Igor. You're the Chief Digital Officer of a commodities trading company in Geneva, a rather big one.
Not only commodity trading.
and other activities, logistics also, and others. So you're certainly aware of anti-money laundering risks. And you, better than anyone else, because we have had discussions in the past, you know that in order to eradicate this risk, we need to train the data models that are required for artificial intelligence, maybe to better tackle and identify these risks. I know you have put a lot of thought into this area. Can you share some of your ideas and concepts with the group?
Yeah, sure. We spent about a year of research trying to mine these lots of data, this ocean of data that we have in blockchain, because blockchain is transparent, but in the same time, it's totally hidden transactions, because they put much of effort to hide who's paying to who. And we spent a year trying to understand who's paying to who using these data. But in the same time, I have to agree with all previous speakers that today we lack of understanding of regulations. We lack of similar regulations in different countries. Yeah, so we can take this data from blockchain, we can take this data out of blockchain and train our models, but only regulators decide what is good and what is bad. And still, even in Switzerland, so crypto-friendly country, banks are very afraid of crypto, like they're afraid of fire. So we cannot stop progress. We cannot say like, hey, fintech, just wait a bit, okay? It happens. So if you wait, another country will do that. So you have no choice. You have to accept it, and you have to regulate it. But today, it's not so good with regulations.
Thank you, Igor. And maybe, Andrew, on the same question, on artificial intelligence and how we can help tackle anti-money laundering risks, data integrity and security is absolute key. As a security company, how do you see the solutions so that artificial intelligence, where you're also involved, I believe, can play a critical role in the future?
It's a good question. I think, to your point, I agree with you that our experience is that the data is incredibly transparent and incredibly hidden at the same time. Kind of looking at what technology you're looking at and what point of the process you're looking at and what tricks have been played throughout the process. So I think the capability for transparency is there, work to do to fully realize that. On the artificial intelligence topic, this is a space we work in heavily, primarily around not training models. That's really for the experts on the technology to go do. I mean, where we play and where we see opportunity for mischievous activities is the data that's put into those models and then how the models are validated. The intellectual property around these models is really the data, not the models themselves. That's our experience. But there's a lot of opportunity for either the model to be created improperly or for the data to be manipulated in such a way that the results of the model are somewhat irrelevant. I think we're in the kind of beginning stages of that space. I think most of the community is in awe of what's available from a machine learning, artificial intelligence space. But the reality is that there's some work to do to figure out what the risks are. Producing great results, yes, but at what downside risk and what negative possibilities exist.
Thank you very much. You wanted to react to that?
I just want to add, it's so interesting to hear from, the experts where, if data is transparent, but it is also There's a lot of hidden stuff there that we are still trying to understand. And imagine now for a regulator to regulate that. The experts themselves are still seeing the technology evolve, and it's evolving on a daily basis. And that's why we tell the regulators to take a principle-based approach rather than a rule-based approach. So you follow the basic principles that law provide you, why we had legal contracts in the first place, whether it's principle of harm, or principle of private property. Like, just go back to the basic principles rather than saying, thou shall not, and specify the exact technology and say, these are the rules that you will follow with respect to these technologies. But that trend doesn't seem to be taking on globally. I think US is probably the only jurisdiction that we see where principle-based approach to lawmaking is still being used. In Europe, for example, for GDPR, the privacy rules, it's extremely rule-based, extremely pedantic in its approach. And we have now a bill in India which follows GDPR, so it's extremely restrictive. And then we have the bill that is pending for banning cryptos. Again, on the basis that we don't understand the technology and hence ban it. And then, once it grows, we'll see. In the meantime, you've lost the technological advancement that other countries are doing.
Thank you. I want to give some time also to Dr.
I just wanted to add to that. I think law is never as fast as the technological development. So law is always lacking behind. Technology just advances, and then the regulator has to somehow run behind, and they observe, they see what is happening, they learn from that, and then the law comes. So it's always like a look, not in the future when it comes to law and technology, but always a look back. And I think this is also one of the reasons why it's so difficult on the regulatory side.
Maybe one of the biggest challenges also of the fourth industrial revolution with regulation, it's either too slow or too fast, but never right. And let me just go to Dr. Ford. I think your presentation is up now. You wanted to share with us your views on blockchain privacy and what current blockchains can and cannot do, and what future blockchains actually might be able to do.
Yeah,
so thank you very much.
Yeah. So thanks. I'm here representing the academic blockchain research space. I'm a professor at EPFL, leading a lab that specializes in this distributed and decentralized systems, among other topics. Is there a slide clicker? Yes, please. Oh. Okay. So the grand challenge problem that my lab addresses is what we call the weakest link security problem. The problem that most So one of the ongoing topics of research in academia, including my lab and others, trying to build a three-legged tripod, add the third leg by creating that can provide strong protection for the privacy side as well as the integrity and availability side. Next. We've shown in proof of concepts that, that this kind of architecture can work with various applications, such as e-voting, an e-voting system we've been using at EPFL for several years now. Next. Medical data sharing applications we've been developing and are in deployment now. Next. And many other thank you, that's much easier. And many other partnerships and deployment opportunities we've been exploring. Much of this is actually done in the context of a center at EPFL that we built called the Center for Digital Trust, which may be of interest for those looking to collaborate with academia. Now let's come back to cryptocurrency, today's cryptocurrencies. I've been talking about tomorrow's blockchains. What do today's cryptocurrencies do? Well, they have different approaches to privacy, but kind of an either-or approach. There's the weak privacy systems like Bitcoin or Ethereum, where pretty much everything on the blockchain is traceable, and there's sophisticated analysis tools. There's a lot of analysis you can do for anti-money laundering and things like that. Then there's blockchains that try to go as far as possible on the privacy side, hide everything possible, like Zcash and Monero. And of course, these one might say, try to go too far in the other direction, where they reduce the trust and make it worrisome to a lot of governments and people in general, that these are just going to be havens for criminals. But my main point is the technical reality is not an either-or, black and white thing. Only privacy or only accountability. We have all the technological pieces to get privacy with accountability. And there's a big design space. There's a lot of ways we can do this potentially. For example, we could create cryptocurrencies like Zcash or Monero that provide extremely strong privacy, say for low value wallets, the kind of things that you want privacy when you're buying a pizza or visiting a doctor, but much stronger traceability and accountability for large transactions. We could totally do that, right? Other things we could do is have identities actually on the chain. This is using the technology, the emerging technology I just mentioned, identities on the chain which are usually private but can be revealed under the appropriate regulatory or law enforcement environment. We could do that. Finally, we could and ultimately need just stronger cryptocurrency governance, ways for cryptocurrency communities to govern and police themselves and avoid or revoke funds that there's evidence that they're being misused for criminal purposes. So these are all things we have the technical tools to do, but we need the will, the policy frame and legal frameworks and the investments to make that happen. Finally, one more brief point, especially related to that last point about governance. We need better governance. And here we run into a really critical current problem that, I believe is solvable, but it requires a lot of will and investment. Namely, who governs cryptocurrencies? Currently, there's two answers. Permissioned currencies and blockchains are basically private clubs, whereas permissionless systems are nominally open to everyone, but in practice really open to a few miners, developers, and big investors. They're not really broad-based governance systems. So to make cryptocurrencies truly governable and resistant to misuse, we need them we need to find ways to make them give them broad-based accountability to real people. And the problem with this is our whole technology infrastructure, cryptocurrencies included, doesn't know how to distinguish a real person from a fake person, a real person from a fake account. And unfortunately, the standard legal checkbox approach of contracting with a startup that does ID checks over a video conference call or something like that, that's a dead end, unfortunately. So yeah, it'll work for now to tick that legal compliance checkbox, but but reality will eventually catch up. So real IDs are already really easy and cheap for real criminals to fake, and this will only get worse. AI will not help. AI will keep making this worse because AI keeps producing better fakes, and it will keep producing better fakes until AI is better at producing fakes than real people are, right? Just like we've seen in other areas. So ultimately, my point is to solve this critical governance problem, we're going to have to bring the accountability of blockchains and cryptocurrencies back to the real world, back to the physical world and physical communities of real people. And this is the last main, I think, really critical long-term challenge that academia, academic research, and others are trying to address. And I think we'll get there eventually, but there's still a lot of missing pieces. So in conclusion, design space, we can solve these problems eventually. Many of the pieces are there for stronger AML, CTF, and just better governance of blockchains and cryptocurrencies with both privacy and accountability. But we need to fit these pieces together and connect them to real people and real communities. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ford. Maybe there are questions from the other panelists, Dr. Ford, on the presentation, but quickly back to Igor. I cut you off before, and you wanted to make a comment, so.
Yeah, the small comment that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency are not property, actually. So it's not money because governments don't want to be this money. And it's not movable property, it's not immovable property, not intellectual property, so you don't own anything, actually. So I want just to demonstrate how regulations are delayed.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the other panelists on the presentation? Dr. Ford, yeah.
So I think an interplay between self-regulation and what we were discussing earlier, which is a principle-based regulation, where there is an accountability put on the miners and the developers on with respect to them taking the responsibility of ensuring that the basic principles of harm, of privacy are not breached. And then beyond that, ensuring like basic AMLs, CTF regulations being applicable to them. And then the detailing of it, if you leave it to the industry knowing very well that you have the basic principles that are of law applicable to you. Do you see that interplay working? Because from your presentation, what I see is what the governments really need to do is be talking to the academics rather than just the industry, because industry always will have a self-interest in mind, and we as lawyers can provide them the basic, infrastructure, but the know-how has to probably come from academia.
Yeah, I entirely agree. So I think this interplay between regulation and the industry development can work. Unfortunately, as you suggested, I don't think it is working real well now, in part because the pressure is coming from both sides, but the regulatory pressure in the absence of sufficient technical understanding or advice is turning into a blunt hammer that does things like, in India, just banning everything outright, which, as you rightly suggest, is a terrible idea, terrible self-defeating approach. On the other hand, blunt regulation saying, thou shalt, eliminate privacy or, outlaw Zcash type approaches, that's not going to work either. Because other currencies, other countries will do things differently, and people will have access to those cryptocurrencies, right? And so yes, and of course, industry is critical, but self-interested, and often fairly short-sighted in the approaches. What can we get out the door tomorrow, right? Using the existing tools, and so truly solving this requires, again, another tripod, the regulation, the industry, and longer-term research, including academia, the longer-term perspective of what's possible and how to get there architecturally.
Thank you. Any from the group? maybe a question to everybody is, regulation usually comes at a high cost to overcome. How do you see can startups, so you just mentioned innovation, getting something done tomorrow. These are usually not the large corporations that can achieve that. Given that, how do you see the role of startups or the chance of startups, particularly in India, of actually getting an active role and seeing innovation coming from these young innovators and startups that can make a difference today? Do they have any chance today?
Okay. You know what, before the central bank, even though there's not a complete ban on crypto yet, the central bank has already said that the banks cannot, or the financial institutions cannot deal with anybody dealing in or trading in cryptocurrencies, which basically is an actual ban. And what we had told all our clients who are crypto exchanges in India was to first start with self-regulation. You know, come up with the industry standard, ensure that you're doing KYC. So whatever the laws are applicable today, even though there are not laws available yet for crypto trading, you ensure that you voluntarily comply with all the regulations so that nobody can point a finger. Unfortunately, not everybody did that. Secondly, I think there's a lot of technology development itself, you know, similar to what he outlined, where you're finding technology solutions for ensuring transparency in providing. So we are only discussing crypto right now, but you know, fintech technology, you know, is much broader, like I said, and you know, showing the positive aspects and working with the government in a country like India. You know, we are not the United States, it's still a socialist structure like Europe. So a lot of these startups are working with the government to promote financial inclusion. And that helps the government understand the technology and, you know, not limit the use of it because they're seeing its advancement.
Yeah, so yeah, that's great. And to address it from the perspective of Switzerland, here we're actually blessed with a very, I would say, cautious but positive approach to regulation, you know, in the crypto and blockchain space. Switzerland, I think, was the first with a really solid, officially supported framework for startups wanting to innovate in the crypto space, and partly as a result of that, we have an extremely healthy, burgeoning, you know, blockchain and crypto sector. And you know, to answer your question, startups can and do play a major role in pushing, you know, pushing new ideas and new technologies, bringing them from, you know, say academic research to the real world. And we need to keep building those pipelines and, you know, throughout the rest of the world as well.
Thank you. Andrew, I think Kudelski also quite active in this area, and you also very often host or embed new startups into your ecosystem. Is that maybe a mean to give the necessary backbone to these innovators?
I think the design space comment from Dr. Ford is right on point. I mean, we look at tens of blockchain implementations a year, and they are all tweaking this CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, availability. We did the validation of record on a lot of the cryptocurrencies that were just mentioned, and all of them are playing with this design space to solve some problem, whether that's for cannabis sales or medical sales, or worked with someone that was working on terraforming and trying to use cryptocurrency for a terraforming problem. They're all tweaking the triad to solve their problem. The reality is that that's what we want them doing. We want them innovating in the design space to optimize the problem, to drive innovation. Switzerland has an environment that allows that to happen. That said, they're all struggling with KYC, know your customer. Every single one of them struggles with that challenge, how to do identity, how to track and trace transactions. And my feeling generally is that the startup community is not good at that. I mean, that's not where they're going to play well. The startup community should be innovating. There are opportunities for large institutions like us and others as well as dedicated startups on this KYC problem to allow startups to go innovate where they can, and then for some of the regulatory requirements, hand that off to a third party. And I think that's what's likely to happen. You'll see a lot more KYC, identity-based organizations that are designed to plug into these startups working in the design space. I will also just say one more thing about the design space. I think that's what's driving the regulatory problem. Yes, everyone has different regulation, country by country. Part of that is because there are thousands of currencies out there, all with their own little tweaks. And it's difficult for the regulators and, frankly, the technologists to keep up. They're trying to do the integrations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. Magdalena, and then I'll give the last word to our host, Igor.
Well, I totally see startups as the driver and sometimes also as the initiator for the regulator for legal developments. And Switzerland, as already mentioned, I think is a perfect example because we have a crypto valley established itself in Switzerland, and then a bit slowly but on time, the regulator followed by. So startups are definitely there not only to innovate, but also to drive and inspire or motivate further developments on the regulatory side.
Thank you. One last word, and then we'll take, maybe we have time for one question, or, okay.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Yep. So I agree with Brian Ford that maybe community may regulate itself, because maybe Magdalena will confirm every crypto organization, exchange, or any other, they try not to mix their clean money with someone else's dirty money. So every exchange has its own AML solution anyway, even if no regulations at all. They tried not to do that. So, but the only thing left is to understand who is bad guy, who is good guy, because today, thanks to Kudelski and maybe me, we can understand who is doing what already, but we still don't know who is the bad guy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are allowed to have a few questions. I'll start with the gentleman back there. So we have 4 in total. I'm not sure we can take all of them. We'll keep going until our host asks us to stop. So please.
Thank you, everyone. The point and question is, who has been in a bank in the client onboarding department? I know I was at Credit Suisse. And if you've gone and seen that, none of what you're talking here exists there. They are in a completely different world. It's a big heap of papers, even Swiss banks. That's point number 1. And I want to know, have you seen this really changing with the projects that they are implementing with a hard deadline? That's first question. Second and related question, the crypto companies are more or less not entertained by any of the Swiss banks. If you have a company which says we are dealing with cryptocurrency or even blockchain without any tokens, and you want to say to a Swiss bank, Swiss-based bank, saying I want to have my business account, no. Crypto Valley has been working on this since probably 2 years, and nothing has changed dramatically. Are there any progress and with definitive timelines on this? Thank you.
I'll ask you to keep your answers short, since
Yes, sure.
I see we have several. And
So I would like to comment on your question. So I used to work for Credit Suisse in compliance, and the risk appetite for cryptos is 0, also for blockchain companies. So this is a big difficulties because Switzerland is promoting itself as crypto-friendly, but you want to start a business, you cannot have a business bank account. Nowadays, that has changed. I can see from my practice that more and more banks are looking into offering this. They don't make big a deal out of that, but everyone is looking into it. So it is changing for the big players like UBS and Credit Suisse. They are looking behind the curtains into it, and it will take some time, but there is definitely a change going on. And I think with the 2 Swiss banks, now Seba and Signum, they have a full bank license. It's also easier for companies with a background on blockchain, cryptos to have a bank account. So this is definitely changing.
thank you. Any reactions from anybody else, or we move to the next question? I think the gentleman, we have 1, 2, 3
I'll just
here.
quickly
Yep.
mention, in India, the problem is 7 times worse because you need like 7 photocopies in physical form for a KYC to be completed. But again, with Aadhaar, which is our, identity, That's really, and the access provided to banks, that's again changing that tremendously.
Talk to your neighbor on KYC. They're experts on that. The gentleman? Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this fascinating panel. I'm a lawyer, but not at all an expert in any of the things that you're discussing. My first question is that, Brian, one of the big challenges that Switzerland to aspiring to become a leader in crypto is, I must confess, the historical baggage surrounding the banking sector, that a large number of developing countries have had a very pejorative impressions about the banking system in Switzerland, primarily because of its historic baggage of having, let's say, corrupt money of dictators and people from around the world, which should not have been in the first place. That has changed a lot, particularly after 9/11, but also a lot of efforts through EU regulations and others. So my question is, how do you address the reputation deficit that Switzerland and Swiss imagination is facing when it comes to providing leadership on crypto? And second, to you, I was fascinated by your presentation. I wanted to ask you, do you have an opportunity to talk to regulators in forums where how you can, in some ways, engage with them and tell some of the concerns that you raised so that it can become much more easier for the future when it comes to preparing what kind of products and services that you can offer?
So, okay, so your first question about Switzerland's banking reputation deficit. Now, I'm an academic, not a banking insider or expert. Maybe Magda actually has a better perspective on this. But my understanding is, yes, the Swiss banks have been for quite a while struggling to reinvent themselves. And I think the crypto valley, the whole embracing of blockchain in kind of the regulatory and the entrepreneurial space is one of these areas in which Switzerland has been attempting to reinvent itself a little bit at a time. It's been very separate. The blockchain innovation space has been very separate from the mainstream banking space. But as Magda said, they're coming together. They're figuring out gradually how to reinvent themselves. And I think that can and is happening, and that is gradually overcoming the reputation deficit as people around the world realize, hey, a reasonable, cautiously positive approach to this actually can have big positive advantages for a lot of people. On the other hand, a lot of caution is definitely needed, and I think it's good that the big Swiss banks have been approaching this cautiously. So again, my perspective, but maybe there are others. So.
Andrew, you had and then I'd like to go to the gentleman.
So it's a good question, and the question was, do we work with regulators to inform them about potential risks? So I'll say this, most of the crypto-related, blockchain-related solutions I've seen are 3% very difficult math that gentlemen like Dr. Ford will work in that design space to solve some problem. Someone like us will come in and do a validation. Other smart people in the community will do a validation and give us some confidence in the 3% math part of the problem. Absolutely, problems happen there. The reality that I see is that most of the problems occur in the other 97%, which is IT systems, web apps, identity management. Reality is I could have the most secure cryptocurrency in the world with the ultimate confidentiality, integrity, availability, but if my exchange is a piece of junk, it doesn't really matter. So that's where we fit in, and we often are working to publicize information about how to think about these problems. So do we work directly with regulators? Only on behalf of our clients, but we view our role as to validate and to publicize realities and help inform the community.
Thank you very much. The gentleman first, and then you, and then I think we need to wrap up.
My name is Ruggero Husler. I'm a management consultant based in Switzerland. My question is addressed specifically to
work?
Oh, it's the distance. Okay. My question is addressed specifically to Mrs. Jain about something she said before, that large swaths of the population in India are underbanked or not banked at all. And we know that part of the innovation in the sector comes through telephone banking, mobile banking. Now the question is, how does the regulator in India ensure that the regulation is effective, cheap enough not to block the development of the banking sector?
Sure. I think actually right now, if you talk about the banking sector sector has an advantage because they're allowed to use our e-identities for onboarding clients. So the central bank and the government is bending backwards to ensure that any technology that can be, that is used by the banks themselves because they're highly regulated, is provided, as India is highly regulated. So when I say, easy regulations, it's comparative to, like, if you say US, it's still highly regulated, but comparatively, the banks have it easier. The problem is with the fintech industry, because the fintech industry has not been given as much rope in terms of easing of the regulations or use of the e-identity, the Aadhaar, because they're not regulated by the central bank. And so the government gets very suspicious of it, and which, in my view, really inhibits innovation to come into these sectors. I think a way that the Indian fintech industry is finding around it is what I mentioned before. A lot of these startups are working with the government. So if you come up with an innovative solution, you take it to the government and say, this is what I'm proposing to do, let's say with the farming community. So there is, I'm forgetting the name of the startup that works in crop insurance. So they actually went to the government and said, I'm working in this sector and I need you to help me. So they integrate them with the Indian startup program. But everything is slowed down significantly. And it's all done in the name of national security, terrorism financing. So I think we definitely need to find a way to reduce the noise around AML, CTF regulations in India, because their effectiveness, like if you do a study in India, I'm sure it'll prove the effectiveness is not as high as the cost that it is to the economy and specifically to financial inclusion. It's
a killer because they don't have enough time to cope with government developing regulations.
Absolutely, and then you put a criminal liability attached to it, and it's applicable to the directors. So if there is a PMLA violation and you were an independent director on the board in an Indian company, by default you will get named in an FIR. So the startups are not even able to, and then it's mandatory if you get to a certain size for you to get independent directors. So we are definitely, stuck right now in this myriad of regulations. And then every time, like for example, when EU came up with GDPR, India just followed it. So we try and take like the most stringent regulations from the world, and that's really inhibiting growth.
Thank you. Maybe the gentleman here, and then you also wanted? Oh. She's the boss, so she will decide if we can keep moving.
I have a technical question about integrating blockchain in international banking. As I understood, the chief obstacle into this integration is that the banks consider the blockchain and cryptocurrencies to be non-transparent and have the difficulties integrating KYC and AML policies and processes there. But paradoxically, blockchain is absolutely transparent. Every transaction is visible and accessible to everyone. inside the current banking system, the AML is based on their internal monitoring, and it's relatively easy to monitor a few hundred of thousand banks participating in the SWIFT system. In cryptocurrencies, you have to track hundreds of millions of transactions, and maybe it's more technically difficult, but the process is still visible. So my question is, perhaps they consider that the main difficulty of integrating blockchains in international banking clients just in software, so you just need to write better software to understand these enormous blockchain networks, or it's something else?
Sure. Yeah. So I think, kind of following up on what Andrew said earlier, a lot of these cryptocurrencies that are out there are very tiny tweaks with respect to others, and so a lot of companies and startups are developing very sophisticated analysis tools that work across many cryptocurrencies, and so this tooling is, I think it's very quickly capturing, making it possible and reasonably straightforward to capture, 90-some% of the transactions happening on all the major cryptocurrencies. Now, there are, of course, other kind of oddball currencies, like especially the privacy-preserving ones, that present significantly more difficulties, technical and and others, for that kind of analysis, for good reason. And in the longer term, the designers and developers of these cryptocurrencies need to work in healthy ways with the regulators and the broader community to figure out how to improve that interface, how to have a relatively standard analysis, compliance type interface without restricting what the cryptocurrencies can do or what the privacy they can provide too much. And I think we can get there, but again, it will require that healthy collaboration between regulation, industry, and long-term research, technical vision and research.
Thank you.
I want just to add that, yes, while somebody creates the collaborations standards or something like this, at the same time, the other guys creates the other standards to hide something, so it will be like forever. Yes, the regulators, they lack tools, and because they just don't understand what happens, and they are just restricted, as always. So if we create some tools just to make it really transparent, yes, they will be happy and they will allow it. But in the same time, it will be forever. This is a fight like darkness and light. So while one creates a tool to make something transparent, the other one creates a tool to hide something. So this will be forever, and this is life.
Thank you, Igor. So the last question of today, the lady, please.
Okay, just in the interest of time, I know we're running out. So I'm head of the AML task force at the Crypto Valley Association. So this is something I deal with almost every day. My question is for Brian and Andrew. The FATF, so the Financial Action Task Force, has recently come out with guidance on digital ID, right? And in this guidance, it's established that only government agencies or only the public sector can validate IDs or identifications of parties. And that's a bit of an issue if we want to move towards some kinds of alternative attestations, right? Having the private sector attest to the identity of crypto companies. So is this on your radar? Is there any way that you can, especially with APFL, play a role in putting together your thoughts on that and escalating it either to the Crypto Valley or in other mediums to sort of support the community and raising awareness with the FATF that this is probably not the right approach for the community?
Yeah, so this is a really good question, and I'm actually not an expert on the developing of the e-identity regulation. I've been following it from a distance, but I'm definitely not as much of an expert as you are, I'm sure. But from my perspective, I have been following it, and on the one hand, I agree with you that we need, in some sense, a freer. We need to allow not just government entities to play a major role in the identification and validation processes. But I also see, I've also been, looking closely at some of the other e-governance, like e-voting processes in Switzerland and elsewhere. I also see the really critical need for, in some respects, for government to have a natural monopoly role on some aspects of it. Now, I am not, so you brought up Aadhaar. So India, rolled out this extremely impressive and ambitious, kind of central identity program, which in some respects has been very successful. In others, a complete security and privacy disaster, if you don't mind my saying. Which reflects a kind of a different, almost diametrically opposite approach, each of which has major risks and problems. And so I think, so to get back to your question, I think we can find the right ways to get private entities more involved, centrally on this and make things more fluid and lightweight. But extreme caution is needed because there are really severe risks for society, for Switzerland, for other users of these things if we get the architecture wrong. So we really have to get it right before, before we just allow, kind of a willy-nilly approach to, commercial e-identity and things like that.
Andrew, last comment?
No, I think these panels aren't interesting if we just all agree with each other. But I think this identity attestation problem is a core problem that we could have a whole panel on because it impacts so many issues. This blockchain, cryptocurrency, KYC problem is certainly one of those, but I think to Dr. Ford's point, e-voting is a very interesting topic that has exactly the same problem. So I don't have the right answer at this point other than to say it's going to be a blend, because if you pull the government completely out, you're going to have abuse. If you make it all in the government's role, then it will never work. So there's some careful blend. We just haven't figured out what it is yet.
Thank you very much. For those that still have an urge for reactions, I suggest you move into bilateral conversations from now on. I'd like to thank again our host here today. I'd like to very much thank the panelists for the time that you took and the audience also for being so engaged. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Dear delegates, please come inside the room. Please don't stay here. Okay, good. We're starting now. Listen the microphone.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Kane. I'll just allow us to do a quick introduction so you know who's who, because we have a mix of government, private sector. So I think it's a nice idea just to get an understanding of, what we're representing. Just to give you a little bit about my background, I have a mix of finance and media background. I've been a journalist for BBC, RT, Russia Today. I was 2 years in Moscow, and also a finance background, so I'm currently with Pictet. So Zina unfortunately cannot join us today because she does have a sore throat and is losing her voice. So please do approach her. She's sitting at the back of the room. Maybe give us a wave, Zina. We can chat to you one-to-one after. So let me introduce the panel. I'll just go along the line.
Well, a very warm good morning to you all here in sunny Alpine Davos. My name is Vincent Subilia. I'm the Director General of the Geneva Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a member of the Geneva Parliament, so I guess I'll be speaking with a double hat, enforcing that PPP that we shall be discussing on this panel. Good to be here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Irakli Mezurnishvili. I'm a member of Parliament of Georgia. I'm the first deputy chairperson of the Sector Economy and Economic Policy Committee. It is great pleasure to be here and to discuss a very important issue. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Alexander Krivosheyev. I work for Japan Tobacco. And why we're here today? We're here today for two reasons. One is that the Caspian area is very important for the company. The countries which are around the Caspian Sea are the core of the activities of the company, Eastern Europe region. And the second point is we are quite interested by the issue of better regulation and proper regulation. With 45,000 employees and 120 countries where we operate, the issue of regulatory clarity is absolutely paramount for us. That's why we're here today, and that's why I'm going to talk to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Filippo Lombardi. I've been an entrepreneur myself, creating a multimedia group with radio, television, web, working with newspapers. That was my first job. Then I entered politics. I was 20 years member of the Swiss Senate. I've been president of the Senate, president of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Now I'm still having a function as a vice president of the Silk Road Support Group of the OSCE. And on the other hand, I'm back to business, being president of Communication Switzerland, which is the umbrella organization of all communication, being media and commercial communication.
Very good. Thank you very much. So our topic today is regulation. I'm going to ignore innovation to the extent that we had a pre-discussion, and innovation by default is part of advancing regulation and what governments and the private sector do, but of course it will be part of our discussion. But regulation as a topic, it's quite interesting that 3 out of the 4 have told me that regulation is a very, very effective, positive thing. The gentleman on the end, Filippo, has mentioned there is a mismatch in society in terms of attitude over regulation. So I think we'll start with that statement to open our discussion. Filippo.
Thank you. There is, first of all, a contradiction between regulation and innovation. Because innovation in every field is trying to bring something new, and regulation is trying to consolidate something existing. So this is a philosophical clash you always have. No? On the one hand, you want to regulate. On the other hand, those who are inventing, being in science, in artist fields, in economic, in other business, they want liberty, freedom to for entrepreneurship. Less regulation is better. In a liberal view, more regulation is better in a socialist view, if you want to say. Okay, we have to control the society. Sometimes when you think about health regulation or a number of things which happen in our societies, you hear in the back a little voice saying, we want to make people happy whether they like it or not. We will make them happy. We know how to regulate their life so that they are really happy. So this is a bit the contradiction we are living in. I think you know something about this in tobacco branch, but there are other branches where good, in German we say, gut gemeint ist das Gegenteil von gut. So if we think something good, it's the opposite of being good. You try to achieve something because you think you have to influence this society. It's not possible to accept that society develops so wild, and you have to regulate this. Okay, it's nowadays a bit caricatural, but in fact it is so. There is a tendency, and having been a politician myself, if I look 20 years long, of course we have been regulating a number of things. So the first contradiction comes in the economy, in the business community itself. Why? Because as long as things are going well, the entrepreneur will say, we don't need regulation. When they are under threat from something, then, oh, please state, help me, protect me a little bit from something or something else. This is the first contradiction in the business community herself. And then you have the state. Well, the state is politicians, government, parliamentarians, and administration, civil servants. Well, politicians are for a short term there, usually. Administration is there for a long term, but both of them have finally the same idea. We have to achieve something. If I've been X years in parliament and they ask me, what have you done in these years? I have to find out some regulation have been introducing, because this is what you can do when you decide about new laws or you change the laws. Oh, I was able to regulate these. So at the end of the year, every politician is willing to say, oh, okay, I've been contributing to some new laws, not to taking away some laws. Yeah. That's a contradiction of the politicians and the administration also.
Maybe I can come back to you a little bit later on this, the regulation and the advancements and the achievements, what's worked and what hasn't. But before we go there, Sasha and Irakli, I was discussing with you a bit earlier that regulation and the layering and advancement of regulation is by way of innovation for you. Maybe one of you would like to comment on Filippo's point that they're contradictory, whereas I think you found in your experience within Georgia that actually you've managed to integrate innovation in regulation.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. It's a great pleasure once again to be here. I think that the issue we are discussing is extremely important, especially for the emerging markets, because I think, and this is my opinion, that regulation is not bad. Regulation must only be responsive, not only be responsive to a changing environment around us, but also proactively shape this environment. Without having a proper system in place to update all the regulations and to predict some challenges in the future, I think the government could not be able to keep pace with the rapid change. And we have the real examples. I can give you the real examples of the positive impact of better regulations. For example, with the implementation of blockchain system in the private sector, the government of Georgia became the first country in the world with such a revolutionary change. And it is very important, and it makes sense that better regulation is extremely important for emerging countries.
Irakli, could you just explain the blockchain within how you're using blockchain in Georgia?
You know, blockchain is an innovation and a new system, and now we are secure that all documents are becoming in the public sector is really under secure, and this is a really revolutionary thing. And several years ago, it was absolutely unbelievable, behind belief that such a revolutionary step could make Georgia, but now this is a reality, and this is one of the part of innovations. And also, there are fundamental issue of democracy that individual freedom should be taken into account, but it doesn't mean that we should forget of consumer rights, because also we have one negative example in Georgia. A decade ago, previous government of Georgia decided to give the opportunity to the citizens to take loans without any regulations, only due to the ID. And they could take any loans from the banks, from the microfinance organizations, and after the years we have absolutely collapsed the system, because we had the 600,000 of people in the blacklist. And can you imagine, we should take in account that the whole population of Georgia is 3.7 million, and 600,000 people were out of the economic life. They could not able to take new loans, and they were in the blacklist. And if not the ex-prime minister Evgeniy and the fund named Tarlo, who solved this huge problem of Georgia, these people would stay in the blacklist, and it means that they couldn't be able to receive their salaries, even the salaries officially on their bank accounts, and they was asking for the black market to take some loans. So I think that if RIA, the regulation impact assessment, could be decade ago, and if we could analyze the possibilities of predict the possible negative impact, so we didn't get this problem. So this is a real example.
You mentioned that regulation for emerging economies especially is very important. Of course, for different industries, regulation brings different things. We spoke about trust as well. So on the one hand, it's about bringing society back into the financial system, but is it also about increasing trust by adding more regulation and better regulation?
Most important thing is that we should share the information. All players must unite and to have the real one system. The government, business, and consumers, because this is very important. If government are going to change some regulations, we have to have dialogue, the direct dialogue with the business, and to give sometimes some transition period, because this is extremely important. We are all together creating the economic development of our country, and it's not only Georgia, it's in other countries. So I think that the most important is to have a dialogue and to share the information in this sphere.
And Sasha, you come from an entirely different industry. How do you view regulation from your point of view?
In essence, we are not for more or less regulation, we are for the quality of regulation. And the quality is defined in a few parameters. Obviously, we can follow the principles which are defined by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. But most importantly for us to accentuate two things is clarity of rules, so you know how they applied equally across all the players in the game. And secondly is engagement of those parties that will be affected by the regulation, and those who have interest in this regulation in the dialogue in developing this. So there's particularly echoes what Irakli has just said, but also is particularly important for the new types of regulation that may appear. For example, you regulate Uber, you may need to ask taxi drivers, you may need to ask the operators, you may need to ask passengers' opinions. In our case, in the case of the tobacco industry, for example, you're talking about the new product which is now coming up into the market, the vape product. You may need to ask consumers, you may need to ask health community, and you may need to ask manufacturers what it means. So that's engagement. Clarity of rules applied equally across all the parties, and engagement of all all the affected parties into the conversation. So if you look at the process of regulation, how this is applied, it should be applied at every stage, where you monitor the regulation, when you develop the proposals, when you actually implement the proposals, and when you have the follow-up. And that is the most rare thing, how you follow up the working of the regulation. The sunsetting clause is probably the weakest part of the most advanced economies. How you end the regulation which is working and not working. There's a handful of countries like Mexico, New Zealand, Australia, which actually implement properly the sunsetting clause of the regulation in this case. But in our case, for example, I can give you the vicious circle of regulation when the poor analysis led to more regulation and the fiasco in the market. The example could be coming from Russia when the government was increasing taxes 20% on the cigarettes, 20% year on year for a number of years, in the view that this will control the market. What it led to is the emergence of illicit market, which within 3 years grew from 0 to 15%. And in the size of Russia, 15% of the market is a good European country. So government is not getting to the degree of $1.5 billion annually, and contraband criminalizes the country. So what is the solution now is to create more regulation, because now we need to look also at the environment within the Eurasian Economic Union, and that needs to be regulated in the sense how you prevent illicit trade traveling in from, say, Belarus, Kyrgyzstan, or Kazakhstan to the territory of Russia. So that's the vicious circle where the analysis was wrong because the industry was not fully engaged in the debate, not only industry but also other affected parties. And then the solution, unfortunately, is more regulation, again, instead of measures that could have been done on time and properly.
Good point you make in terms of standardizing regulation across countries, across the globe. It varies, of course it does. Vincent, maybe you can share with us some of your experiences, because I know that you represent somehow both the government and the private sector.
Well, it was a great pleasure again. It's an honor to be here. And if I may step back a little bit and so pay tribute to Caspian Week, and I've seen its chairman here say a big thank you for having us all here during the week. Precisely, thank you, Murat. Again, the Geneva Chamber of Commerce has been advocating the voice of the Geneva business community for over 155 years now, to the benefit of our 2,500 corporate members, and I see a few across the board here, so good to have you in the room. And regulation has always been at the DNA of what we achieve, and it should obey. This has been stated to the 3S rule, as I call it, whereby regulation, when adopted, enacted, and then implemented, should be both sound, smart, and sharp. And what we witness in today's disruptive environment is that there is a clear divide between the political rhythm and the market momentum. And I believe that what we should humbly try and achieve, and this is what Switzerland is pursuing, is to reconcile and align both that political momentum with the business requirement. And this is where, you know, the famous say, alone you'd go fast, together you'd go far. I'm a fierce believer in the necessities, and this was alluded to by the previous speakers, to the necessity to join forces in order to combine both the necessity to regulate from an incentive perspective, but also the stick needs to be obeyed together with the carrot, as we say. So to move forward hand in hand. You know, Switzerland is often ranked as #1 in terms of innovation, and this is something we shall be discussing, and competition. When it comes to regulation, I think there's margin of maneuver. Some of you in the room may be aware with what we call the Swiss finish, which is a tendency that we have in our country, and this is possibly what makes the magics of it, to go beyond what is possibly needed, and you know, a bit like the fine-tuning in the watchmaking industry, where you want to make absolutely sure, and I could measure it this morning coming 2 hours away, taking a bus and then a train, that everything was running very smoothly. So this is where regulation plays a key role. But on the other hand, you want to make sure that regulation leaves some space for innovation and, of course, for the force of the business. And this is where, by conciliing, by having that dialogue, and coming back to what you just mentioned, ensuring that you have a multi-stakeholder approach and that a consensus-driven method be implemented to ensure that regulation does not hamper our business activities, but that it frames it in a balanced way. So this is what the Chamber, being the nexus, if you wish, as a private institution between the corporate world and the political space, this is what we try to achieve on a daily basis. Let me, if I may, quote two recent examples of what has been achieved precisely here in Switzerland. As you're all aware, Switzerland has adopted a major tax reform which allows our country, I believe, from January 1st this year to be even more attractive to FDI. And this was the result of a 10-year dialogue, precisely, and Mr. Lombardi has been actively involved in this, the Chamber in Geneva also, whereby in a system such as Switzerland, which is a democracy and the people have the last word, we needed to convince. We needed to convince, which means that we need to do business literacy. Pedagogy is at the center stage of what we achieve in Switzerland. We need to ensure that the dialogue does not remain between corporate stakeholders, but that the dialogue be spread. And this is also one of the benefits and the leverage of the World Economic Forum that gathers us here. So we managed to achieve it. It took time, but eventually, now we deliver predictability. Because for you all, business people here in the room, what you want to know is have, if not a long-term, at least a medium-term investment horizon. And this is what Switzerland, with a very attractive tax environment, can offer to you now. Second example, and then I'll be done, from an innovation perspective. You know, Switzerland is a renowned financial center, and Geneva viewed as the birthplace of private banking and also trade finance. Now, there's been a massive change of paradigm, as you all appreciate. And to position ourselves, we needed to make sure that the regulator would not always come with the stick, but would also come with the carrot. And therefore, Switzerland has implemented what we call license light, positioning ourselves as a key actor in fintech and allowing all actors to, again, free that energy that we have on the market while allowing that we can respect and protect the consumers. So this is that balance that we need to achieve. Not an easy task, but this is what the Chamber is striving on a daily basis together with other partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Something we discuss a lot in the financial sector is regulatory risk is more important to us than reputational risk. And you mentioned sort of the idea of, you know, regulation, if you're not careful, can stunt innovation and advancement. I don't know, Vincent, if maybe you can give us a couple of examples or an example whereby you've perhaps seen regulation going too far, that it stunts growth and opportunity, and perhaps there has to be a way of backtracking a little.
Well, indeed, there are numerous examples whereby, as Mr. Lombardi mentioned, we need to ensure that regulation does not hamper the business rhythm, and there needs to be a very close monitoring and a follow-up of how regulation is being implemented. Because if we're in a prevention mood, then again, times evolve, and therefore you need to ensure through some techniques. And being a qualified lawyer myself, I appreciate this very, very sharply, the fact that, for instance, sunset clauses, and you mentioned this, Sasha, needs to be properly implemented to make sure that, again, you can keep that alignment between regulation, which is not a bad thing. I'm a liberal myself as a member of the Geneva Parliament, but humanitarian one, which I believe that regulation is key, because at the end of the day, these are the rules of the games that allow us to work as a community. But at the end of the day, you also want to make sure that they do not backfire and have that adverse effect. And this has been witnessed. But I guess in Switzerland, we have that level of pragmatism whereby, with a consensus forward-driven process and a very clear methodology whereby all stakeholders are being convened from day one to hear their voice prior to taking the regulatory or legislative decision, we avoid these types of measures. You know, the European Union, which is our dearest and closest partner with trade flows of over $1 billion on a daily basis, is sometimes viewed as having gone the extra mile in terms of regulation. And it's always claimed that the curve of the cucumber was decided up in Brussels. So if you want to give examples, I think this is where possibly we've gone too fast. And there is a natural tendency in that respect. Why? Because at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we want to know where we put our feet. And therefore, it is much more comfortable to have that strict line. But this can be, again, a trade-off in terms of innovation, because that spirit of creativity, which has been at the very heart of the DNA of Switzerland, needs to be encouraged. So again, a very subtle balance to be found and crafted through that common dialogue that we're having today.
In Switzerland, I know that we give the opportunity for self-regulation to some organizations. And Filippo, maybe you can explain what's working, what's worked in terms of self-regulation, and where perhaps the lessons are.
Yes, we've heard that there are also positive aspects in the regulation, not only negatives. I wanted to point out a bit more. Of course, the real world is balance always. That's true. You have to have a balanced regulation. And we have to know that the point of departure is not the same in every country. We have countries which are already really highly regulated, and others maybe coming out of a revolution, of changes, of change of social and political system, who need still to regulate a number of things. So the point of departure is not the same for every country and for everybody. But let's say if I try to distinguish between the positive and the negative impact of regulation. Positive impact is, of course, when rule of law is established, is sure, is not established under the pressure of the one or the other actor, but trying to take care of the whole economy on the different present interests, is predictable, because there is nothing worse than unpredictable regulation. Suddenly this is, by the way, a danger in Switzerland. Of course, we managed to keep the danger very low, but you know the system of popular initiatives in Switzerland. You raise 100,000 signatures and you ask to change an article of the Constitution. We have the most unstable regime all over the world. We change president every year, we change president of the parliament every year, and we change constitution every year. Well, one article or two, so it's not so dramatic. But the constitution is the way where you can put new inputs. And of course, there are some risks. For instance, a couple of years ago, we rejected clearly a popular initiative which was asking to change the system on the how would you say it? Succession, say it? Huh? Inheritance taxation. A very big introduction of very important inheritance taxation with retroactivity. So the day people voted, the effect would have been at least 2 years retroactive of course, it was rejected. Swiss people are quite reasonable, often, not always, and they rejected it. But after this discussion, we tried in Parliament to introduce a rule to say that these initiatives could not be accepted, not even submitted to a vote, if they are retroactive. And we were not able to bring it through the Parliament, because we should change the Constitution to create this new principle that new initiatives cannot be retroactive. So finally, we didn't manage anything, and we hope Swiss people will be reasonable enough also in the future to reject similar proposals. So predictability and security are fundamental for a good rule of law, providing equal level playing field for everybody. And the negative effect of regulation, which is over-regulating, going too much in the details, leading to protectionism, because sometimes you protect some industries, some players, or your country with regulatory norms, which is not corresponding to the spirit of a positive regulation, or you are distorting, diverting competitiveness, probably to the last of the country. So, finally, good regulation, in my opinion, shall be the consequence of a deep and honest analysis of the context, the national and the international context where this regulation has to be implemented, should happen after an open debate with all interested circles. And we make it in Switzerland with this well-known consultation procedure. The government, before coming with a new proposal, has to make a consultation in all interested business community, trade unions, political parties, and so on. And on the basis of this consultation, it makes a report and say, we find the middle way, or we go to the one or the other extreme, but we have to motivate this. And Parliament, when discussing the law, will have hearings of the interested sectors, and will have knowledge of what the report of the government on this consultation has been. So it takes a bit longer maybe than in other countries, but the result is that it is what comes out is generally quite balanced and acceptable. And the last system, and of course in these procedures, you always have lobbying taking place in Switzerland like in other countries. What we try to do is that lobbying is always transparent. It must be transparent, and you must know, you want to regulate something, and not all the branch has the same interest. The big companies may have some interest, and the smaller business other interest. Or the export-oriented companies have a kind of interest, which maybe the locally active companies have a different. So you must take this balance. And finally, coming to the point you raised, of course, we try, and we don't always manage, to support self-regulation. Self-regulation being in a branch the way of preventing, regulating yourself something before someone else is regulating it for you. So if the branch is keen enough, is smart enough to understand that the self-regulation can prevent intervention of state, then let's do it. I take one example I've been working on. Couple of years, small credit. People can, in particular, not very rich people, get a lot of debts because of this small credit to buy anything. And then they have very high interest rate, and they have a problem. So there was a parliamentary initiative from a socialist colleague who said, we have to forbid every advertisement for small credits. And this was too much, of course. If you forbid every advertisement for small credit, you should also prohibit, for instance, car leasing advertisement, because the leasing is a small credit, and so on, a lot of things. So what we did with our organization, Communication Switzerland, we made consultations ourselves in the branch, in the banking branch, and in the small credit activities, and we came to the parliament with proposal of a self-regulation. This was accepted, mentioned in the law. The branch has to regulate this, so something are forbidden and something not, according to the code of conduct, and the state will intervene only if this code of conduct is not respected.
Irakli, I have a couple of questions for you. Maybe you can just draw some comparisons. A couple of key points were raised. I think the speed of regulation in Switzerland, it takes time. In Georgia, perhaps you need to move quicker, so you can't afford that time sometimes. And maybe you can just draw some parallels, and also if self-regulation and how you come to conclusions for policies and regulation, how that works for you, and if you can sort of take something away from Switzerland with you.
Thank you for your question. As a member of parliament, I can say that we are actively in communication with the Minister of Justice, with the Minister of Economy. Actually, we are Georgia's making the first steps to adopt the RIA regulation impact assessment, and I think this is a very important process. And when I was talking, of course, I agree with Mr. Filippo that there are huge differences between the developed countries and emerging markets, and that's why this is extremely important, especially for the emerging markets, to have the right regulations. Because when I was talking about the example of collapse of the banking regulation system in Georgia, there was a result of these 600,000 people in blacklist. There was no regulations, and some of the contracts I saw by myself, there was the annual 1,200% interest rate annual of loans. And people were signing these contracts because of lack of financial education. That's why we need to regulate also the banking system, the financial system, and we have to protect our citizens. All regulations, in my opinion, must have the one goal to share and have the interests of our people, of our society. And that's why it's critically important, and I think that the next years we will have a better picture in Georgia. We have quite good economic growth. Next 5 years, according to the World Bank and the IMF, the economic growth in Georgia will be approximately 5%, and we are leaders in our region. And also, it's extremely important to have good regulations for the investors, because one of the most important thing is to increase the foreign direct investments in Georgia. So that's why I think that I found that we have to share the information and to be in the direct dialogue with the business, I mean government. And I think that better regulations is the key to reach the economic growth and to increase the foreign direct investments, especially in the emerging markets.
I think, Vincent, do you have something to add to that? I think you were nodding at some point.
Indeed, echoing what has just been mentioned, I think it's important to, again, listen to the corporate world. And according to a survey published in 2019, the Global CEO survey, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, over-regulation came as #1 concern of all business stakeholders. So I believe it tells a lot in terms of margin of maneuver that we have. You know, there's a famous essay, I guess, by Leonardo da Vinci that says that simplicity is the key of sophistication. Sometimes we need to less is more, and small, as we say in Switzerland, is beautiful. So it's important that the trust, and this is the economy of trust that you alluded to, be at the center stage of what we achieve from a regulatory perspective. And Mr. Lombardi rightly mentioned auto-regulation, which has been at the DNA of the very consensus forward-driven Swiss methodology of adopting laws and regulation. Of course, this evolved throughout the 700+ years of the creation of our country, which in itself is a bit of a miracle in terms of the mosaic of communities, linguistic, and that. So consensus, again, was very much anchored in the roots of Switzerland. So that allowed us to have that long-standing history of listening to the business in a trustworthy manner. But again, one clear example was used actually by a French minister a couple of years ago. I'm not going to go into any French bashing, especially since in Geneva we had 100 kilometers of border with our fierce neighbor. But he stood on a panel in front of primetime TV in France, and he heralded on the one hand the labor code of France, which is about that thick. And potentially there could be a link with the disruptive actions that we're witnessing on the social front in France. And on the other hand, in his other hand, he had the Swiss labor law code, which is about that thin. And I believe a picture says a lot of words, and this really is a testimonial. Again, each country has its way to operate for very good reasons. It's not in my perspective to utter any criticism, but this truly reflect what Switzerland is about. We want smart, sharp, and sound regulation. Of course, there are some dangers, because direct democracy per se is antagonist to predictability and clarity. We change president every year. We can change the constitution every weekend because we go and cast our votes every week. No, I'm exaggerating, but every 3 months. But this is because up front, we have that dialogue that we can ensure that once the legislation is adopted, it truly reflects the needs of the business and the concerns of the people, and this is what we need to reconcile.
Thank you, Vincent. We've been speaking for about 40 minutes, and we haven't mentioned the environment, sustainability, a theme that I've picked up on in the last few days. Any company that doesn't adhere and is not responsible when it comes to sustainability will cease to exist in a couple of years, a few years. Maybe Sasha, you would like to pick up this question. You know, where do you see regulation in terms of ensuring or enforcing that companies are, you know, responsible for protecting and improving the environment?
I think sustainability can come into understandings, or two ways to understand. One, is your business sustainable? Can it live tomorrow? And the second point, how your business contributes to the sustainable development of humanity. So from that standpoint, at this day and age, I guess the signal is out there, and of course, our company has a very clear direction and contribution to sustainable development goals on many terms. At the same time, it is quite important to understand that today it's impossible to live and operate as a major business without know your customer policy, which is self-imposed, without know your supplier policy, without code of conduct, without proper environmental program. Because in that case, you will not just be able to operate tomorrow. So partly it's your initiative. You have to respond to it proactively. On the other hand, regulation, yes, of course, it can spur some development of the sustainable policy within the company. Again, you have to give it time, because just taking decision from today to tomorrow would actually ruin the capability of the organization to act properly and to react. There's important debate on plastics. It has been taken in quite a rapid fashion in the European Union, and now we're into the implementation phase. What is important in this case is not to fall into the same trap as, for example, was done with the regulation on so-called track and trace technology, which is one of the measures innovative measures to combat illicit trade, which is electronic markets on products. It can be watches, it can be cigarettes. In the case of tobacco, this regulation was adopted in a quite forceful manner by the European Union. The implementation time was super short, and at the time of implementation, some of the countries did not even introduce the laws how to implement it yet. So that cost us, on an annual implementation phase, was as a minimum 100 million a year, and then at the ongoing phase is 50 or so million per company. So it's incredible money. So I think for such initiatives, you need to give a bit of time to understand what it is. And that's the way, for example, the countries in the Caspian area are treating very wisely, because they provide pilot, they provide an opportunity to test it, they provide an opportunity to come back to you. So in that sense, sustainability, sustainable development of business and contribution to sustainable development goals is something which is reasonably innovative, so you have to give time to hatch for this.
Lovely, thank you. I'm going to open to questions in just a moment, but just one last question from me for the moment. Irakli, maybe you can give us some examples where in Georgia you are addressing the issue of climate change and introducing regulation. Perhaps there's something you're doing that we're not doing in Switzerland, or perhaps you've been able to leapfrog and advance in certain areas that maybe other countries haven't. And maybe there's some sort of odd regulations that we're not aware of, but could be quite useful. I know in Switzerland, for example, you know, certain products aren't available because they have chemicals in that might then sort of contaminate the water system, for example, which is something coming from England I didn't have, so it's quite interesting for me.
So, I think this is a quite serious problem also in our country. I can say that we have some innovation, decision and solution of these problems, but I think that you should share the experience than we, because we are so-called young democracy. Yeah, we have not so big experience as the young country. After we have huge story, Georgia has huge story, but as an independent country, we are only 19 years after collapse of the Soviet Union. So we are developing, and unfortunately I can't say that we have any good examples of solving this problem, but anyway, it will be very interesting to share the information and experience in this sphere.
An area that I understand is very upcoming in Georgia is the service industry, the tourism industry. Maybe you can just give us a word about how you are regulating so tourists from abroad benefit and enjoy their experience in Georgia.
Actually, Georgia is one of the best tourist destinations where we've got lots of tourists, and I'll give you the figures and you will be shocked, because the whole population of Georgia is 3.7 million, and last year we got approximately 8 million tourists in 1 year. We have lots of resorts, ski resort as well, Kutauri, one of the best places for ski, and we had lots of tourists from Europe, from United States. We have lots of historical places, and I think that in tourism we have good experience, and lots of countries asking to share this experience with them, because in tourism we have really huge success. One of the most important things, I think, is the stable situation. As you know, Georgia is located in a very tough region, but anyway, due to the last rankings, we can say that Georgia is one of the safe countries in the region, in the whole region, Europe. We have 6th position in the some security countries. So, and also other historical destinations, it helps to increase our tourism. And I think that this is a huge success.
Great, thank you. I was one of the 8 million and I was impressed by service. So, Filippo, I think you had something to add to that.
Not just to that, but to your initial question on sustainability and regulation. I think we are all aware there are 3 different levels in intervening. I've been also 16 years member of the Energy and Environment Committee of the Swiss Senate, so I had time to learn a bit about this. The first level is the preferable level for a liberal like me, but I agree it's not always sufficient. And the first level is information, communication, persuasion, convince people to buy more sustainable products, to drive less, to use public transportation, to fly less, to reduce heating. Here it's too hot, for instance. A couple of degrees less would be perfect in this room. But okay, this is persuasion if we want. But it's not always enough. Then you go to a second level, it's incentives, okay? You buy an electric car, you get a subvention. Or you buy a bad car with a lot of emission, you get your penalty. You have to pay more taxes for this. So with the incentives. And then comes the third level, the last one, which as a liberal I don't like, but I admit sometimes is also necessary. And it's the prohibition level, obligation and prohibition. So you are forced to buy this, and it is forbidden to sell something else, for instance, at a certain level. Let's take an example on cars. You remember all the discussion 25 years ago, 30 years ago, introducing catalyst in the motors. If it would not have been imposed, it would have taken 20 years before, and nobody would have bought them because they were more expensive than the other cars. And the same is maybe now for electric and hybrid mobility. Maybe some incentive is okay. At a certain moment, you will come to say, this kind of diesel 0, diesel 1 will not be allowed anymore at all. So the 3 levels have always to be used with a certain Fingerspitzengefühl, with some ability to evaluate what is the best level, less invasive but still effective, or sometimes more invasive because the other measures were not enough.
Very good. No, it's a very important point you make. I'm going to ask if there's questions. Yes, sir. Do we have a microphone? Coming.
Yes. I just want to go back to one point that was touched briefly before by Mr. Subilia, sunset clauses. A lot of regulation tends to outlive its usefulness. And the question is, what can parliaments do in order to have more regulations that is subjected to these sunset clauses? Because if not, the world is getting more complex. More complexity means more regulation. As a small business, it's a killer. So what can parliaments do, what can big businesses do in order to have more regulation? I mean, less is more, we all know that, but what could be done?
I'll leave it to the national level to Mr. Lombardi, but within the parliamentary life, at the end of the day, the people have the very last word. And again, this is not only rhetorics, this is exactly what happens in reality. I guess in reply to your question, parliamentarians need to be rigorous and disciplined in the way they monitor the relevance of the laws. And from a Geneva perspective, this is something that we do. So on a very regular basis, we go through the legislative or the regulatory corpus, as we call it, and we assess the relevance. Because you rightly mentioned, again, the natural tendency, and it's quite human, is whenever you're outside your comfort zone and in a complex, in the VUCA environment, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous environment that we're confronted with, the natural tendency would be to increase the legislative environment because you'd feel more secure. And because the state would intervene as état-providence, as we stated in French, with a willingness to, or a perception that we would protect you. So again, I think, and certain countries have implemented this, it was alluded to Georgia before, we need to, again, be in a position to, on a regular basis, go through the legislation and regulation and take some bold measures by deciding that this has become obsolete and that this not meet requirements. So this is something which is being done, I think, very personally, and this is what my political party is also defending and promoting. We should do it possibly more fiercely. If I may just go back very briefly to sustainability, because this also applies in that very key area. I think we all admit here, and this has been heatedly debated here in Davos, that this is a no-brainer. Tomorrow, companies need to have a sustainable agenda. But let's bear in mind that sustainability is always obeying to a triangle. Of course, there's the climate component to it, which is on top of our priority list, and Greta Thunberg is not in the room, but she would certainly made us fiercely aware of this. But it also goes with the economy that needs to be one of the key drivers and is not a problem, but a part of the solution. So we need to listen to business. And also the third angle is the social one. We almost only male on that panel, with your exception, I know. But gender equality, for instance, is also part of all these pressing issues that we need and that business needs to be in a position to reply. And this is where, again, looking at the broad picture, And without adding any layer of regulation, we can build on existing principles. If you look at the SDGs and number 17, whereby you leverage the force of the business for good, I think we can move forward without adding additional regulation, but just by making sure that good sense on existing principle prevails. And I think at the end of the day, reason is what should matters, and again, find the right balance between the carrot and the stick.
Thank you. My father was not a politician, but he used to say you should accept a new law only when you cancel an old law at the same time. And you know that in Switzerland we have every year 2,000 pages of new laws and regulations at the federal level, not speak about the cantons and the municipalities. 2,000 pages a year, additional laws and regulations, Verordnungen. We have tried in the parliament to stop a bit this situation, and there have been some colleagues proposing sunset clause that you have to write already when you accept a law until when it is valid, and then it would automatically fall out if there is not a decision to continue or to adapt this law. Unfortunately, these attempts have so far been unsuccessful. But exactly for the reason I was saying in my initial speech, politicians are there to do something. They need, and they have to say to the people, look, we have achieved a new regulation. Now, it is a natural tendency. And the administration, even worse, because the justification of a number of civil servants is that they are there to control that the rules are respected. And so they don't want to reduce their own job, they want to increase it. So that's a natural tendency. So the attempts have been there, but so far, no. I was able once in my parliamentary life to create a new law. This is the law on Swiss abroad, Swiss people and institutions abroad. And with this new law, we were able to cancel about 7 laws and regulations and which were existing before. We have been canceling these 7 and introducing one single law with one ordonnance. It was my personal success, but this is an absolute exception.
Add to this point. Standpoint of business. Okay, first from the standpoint, I guess, of government. There's plenty of techniques, guillotine, one in, one out. This has been confirmed as one of the priorities for the Russian government, the newly appointed Russian government, so this should continue, obviously, quite important methodology to reduce the number of legislation. The role of business here is quite important because if you small business or large business is affected, there's nobody else for you to do this job. There's a striking statistics. There was a survey done by a company called FTI. It's one of the partners here in Davos. They discovered, reviewing the G20 countries in business, amongst the top business leaders of this country, that 44% of business leaders are willing to engage on regulatory matters. Good number, but it's a striking number because 56 are not willing to engage in regulation. So we can yell and shout and say that we are over-regulated, but unless we take this initiative and come and talk to the government, nobody will do this. So there's, again, plenty. There's one-to-ones. There's very strong business associations, like the one we have in Geneva. In that case, there's a very strong business association in Kazakhstan, Atamakan, which is having the voice and having the ear of the government. And this example can go on. So this also allows small business to participate in the discussion. So my points are, this has to be institutionalized. This rules of sunsetting or revision of legislation shouldn't lead to more legislation, one in, one out, but there's an absolute responsibility of the business, in addition to complaining, but to be engaged there.
I'll keep it very quick, thank you. The role of artificial intelligence, machine learning with regulators for designing, developing, simulating regulations, and then during the implementation so that the self-regulation that you mentioned can be easily imposed. Is there a roadmap for that? Thank you.
Well, first, it's a very difficult word what artificial intelligence is. It was an interesting point made by then Vice President of the European Commission, Timmermans, saying that artificial intelligence is something that we are not regulating yet. And you guys from business better come to us, because if you don't come and don't talk to us, we'll regulate, and this will not be good. So there's a need to regulate this part of activity. Second, impact assessments. Again, very important thing how we can communicate back our estimates of what is going to happen to a particular industry or general development of society back to the government. And it's all based on analysis, proper analysis of things. And here's the big question: does the industry, private business, have a right and opportunity to talk to the government and provide evidence? Is it credible evidence? Again, based on the methodologies that can be developed through artificial intelligence and new approved techniques of calculation, yes, it should be. And definitely the business, again, must provide this knowledge to the government, because the government doesn't know it all. And maybe artificial intelligence or just the using abacus, but you need to provide your calculations back to the government on the impact of regulation.
Very briefly on this, I think you raised a very interesting question, because again, disruptive technologies is not if, it's when, and it's also when within the political space. And there'll certainly be a time whereby, but I don't think we're yet mature for this, whereby we could resort to AI, for instance, in terms of legislative techniques to ensure that precisely we can have that thin line whereby we adopt only balanced and mindful legislation. That said, it's potentially one example whereby regulation would be needed. And you know that Geneva is at the center stage of an initiative which is called the New Geneva Convention, which was called upon by Brad Smith, CEO of Microsoft, to ensure that the corporate world, and here we're talking about auto regulation precisely, could be listened to foster creatively and with pragmatism rules that would frame the technological activities, in particular with respect to cybersecurity, where we would all admit here that it's a bit of a jungle. So this is one area whereby I guess a set of rules coming from the industry but negotiated with the sovereign governments are needed, and I believe that Geneva could play a role in this respect. Coming back very briefly to regulation, and it's true, and thank you, Sasha, for mentioning and in partnering proudly with JTI, which is a very large player in Geneva. Thank you for your trust. The mindset should change on top of all types of technologies, and this is what very humbly at the Chamber we're advocating. The question should not be, why don't we regulate? The question should be, why should we regulate? So I think when we achieve that mindset change, and it's a change of paradigm for the reasons that were mentioned, that civil servants and the politicians, they need to deliver upon the promises. But what, as a politician, a promise to the people could be, I will ensure that we have less regulation, but that the regulation we have will meet your requirements and suit your needs on a daily basis. I think that should be our collective goal.
Great, we're just coming to the end now. I just want a yes or no answer, Filippo, as an end. I'm picking on you, sorry. We just touched on it briefly, and it opens up a can of worms, of course. That's why I just keep it simple, yes or no. We lag in Switzerland when it comes to gender equality. That was mentioned just briefly. Will we get to a point, like you mentioned with the auto industry, that we have to enforce a rule, a regulation, where you have to have 50% women and men in a workplace? Will we reach that?
Without a regulation, we won't. But the question is, and now we see this, we tried to introduce now in the law, for instance, for Börsen quotiert, how do you say, companies which are in the stock exchange, that they have a minimum of women in the cadre position and so on. So this now, it's a recommendation. And then we have introduced also that for every big company with more than 100 employees, they must make a check on whether gender equality is secure, at least at the level of salaries, or if there are unjustified inequalities due to gender position. They have to produce a report and with the assistance of external auditors every 4 years. But this is still starting. At the end, if you really want to reach an absolute parity, you have to impose it by law, which I'm not certain it is a good thing.
And Irakli, maybe just to close, how are you doing in that area in Georgia? Do you feel that you are having gender equality across the board?
I can say that in last elections showed, the parliament elections, this is exact that there are more women in the politics. We have more women in Parliament of Georgia. And I think that there was some idea to regulate this thing, that to have more women in politics, but I think that in Georgia we doesn't have any such kind of problems. So I think it will be so. Without any regulations, it can naturally increase the women role in politics, and of course it's very nice.
Well, this happened in Switzerland last October, November. We have now the parliament in the Swiss history is the highest women's percentage without having imposed it by law. And I almost freely gave up my place for a woman.
I can say that also in Georgia. Actually, I can say that in Georgia, when our country was for 3 years independent in 1918, we got the first woman in the member. She was the member of Parliament of Georgia, and this is very important. And also, we got the woman king in the in our history, so it means that in Georgia we doesn't have any such kind of problems. Thank you.
And if I may, very briefly, but maybe for our foreign guests they won't be aware of it, but Switzerland has a female president. This is something worth noting among the 7 ministers that rotate on a yearly basis, and it's currently a female president. And the first citizen of the country heading the parliament is also a lady, so I think in terms of gender equality, there's certainly a margin of maneuver, but we are heading in the right direction.
And also in Georgia, we have got vice prime minister is women, and also the president of Georgia is women. Ms. Salome
It was the
Zurabishu.
battle of female
Battle.
presidents. Yes, it's coming, maybe. Thank you very much. We are having a coffee break now, so if you would like to approach and ask questions.
And I would like to start with introducing myself. My name is Marina Krynzhina. I'm based in Moscow and I'm taking part in scientific research on science diplomacy and science communication in Moscow State Institute of International Relations. So I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I'll start by welcoming our panelists. Welcome to you all. Thank you for being here today and for accepting the invitation. I'll start by Mr. Sam Saddigh, CEO&Brand Strategist, Knightbridge Branding. Welcome to you, Mr. Sam Saddigh. Then I would like to present you Mr. Evgeniy Tarlo, President, Foundation Rule of Law, Moscow Russian Federation. Then I would like to present you Mr. Yuri Zubov, Deputy Head of the Federal Service for Intellectual Property in Moscow Russian Federation. And last but not least, Mrs. Margarita Vasilyeva, First Vice President of the Russian Investment Agency, also Moscow Russian Federation. Sorry, Sam, Mr. Saddigh, I would like to ask you what country, what city do you present, because we don't have this information just too precise.
Absolutely, we're in London and also Los Angeles, California is our headquarters.
Perfect, so we have an international panel discussion actually. The key subject of our panel discussion today is that the protection of intellectual property is becoming one of the most important factors which determine the country's position in the world. A reliable level of this protection stimulates scientific research, the development of culture, literature, art, the practical use of science and technology, as well as international exchange. So the field of intellectual property represents a great potential, being the engine of innovation and progress. The countries of the Caspian region are actively integrating into international policy in order to develop an accessible international system by stimulating creativity, activity, innovation, and contributing to economic progress. So we gathered here today to discuss the main challenges that faces the Institute of Intellectual Property and to find the tools which stimulate the international cooperation in this area. I'm going to proceed with my questions, but before I should notice that the panel agreed that if someone has got a question, when the speaker finishes, we will not wait till the end. So you can raise your hand and ask your question to make something clear, if it's not. But my first question is to Mr. Tarlo. A few days ago, I must begin with this. A few days ago, the first stage of the trade agreement between the USA and China took place. We can say that two superpowers managed to reach an agreement. And both countries are interested in increased trade. Nevertheless, in the context of our discussion, China's loud promise of significantly strengthening measures to protect intellectual property is of most interest. It's worth noting that many of China's new political measures announced in the agreement are already in peace. So, for example, in November 2019, this year, China issued a guide to strengthening the protection of intellectual property rights, which separately noted that by 2022, China will try to reduce the number of violations in the field of protection of intellectual property rights and significantly overcome the problems associated with high cost, low compensation, and difficulties in providing evidence to ensure intellectual property rights. So, at the same time, the president of the Institute of Innovative Ideas, Lin Yang, said that the competition in the field of new technologies is not ending, it just intensifies. So the US continues to maintain, I cite this, a leading position in research, but China is more aggressive in introducing them into production, which will make the competition even more fierce. So my question to you, Mr. Tarlo, is how do you think these promises to protect intellectual property are realistic, and in general, what impact will have this agreement between China and USA for the development of the economies of other countries, especially of the countries of the Caspian region?
Я отвечу на русском. Я думаю, что сам факт того, что между Соединенными Штатами и Китаем возникла война именно в сфере интеллектуальной собственности.
I think that the war between USA and China started in the field of the intellectual property.
Это говорит о том, что мы с вами и страны Каспийского региона, включая Россию и все остальные, недооцениваем значение интеллектуальной собственности в экономике.
So it proves that we are in the Caspian region countries undermine the importance of the protection of the intellectual property rights.
Мы с вами свидетели того, как за 30 лет, примерно за 30 лет, Китай из отсталой страны превратился в передовую мировую державу.
We evidenced in the last 30 years as China, from the less developed country, turned to the most developed country, and especially in the field of the intellectual property.
И то, что невозможно было представить 30 лет назад, сейчас Китай конкурирует с Соединенными Штатами в области самых передовых технологий.
So what was not possible 30 years ago for China, nowadays this country competes in the most advanced, innovative, high technologies.
Любые войны – это плохо.
Any wars are not good for anybody.
И торговые войны тоже наносят вред экономике и социальному развитию.
And trade wars obviously damage not only economy, but social development as well.
Но то, что Китай и Соединенные Штаты смогли на каких-то условиях на какое-то время договориться, не исключает их будущей конкуренции.
So the fact that USA and China came to the common grounds and sort of sorted out certain play rules, it doesn't mean that the competition is abolished.
Но из этого можно несколько выводов сделать, что те страны, которые захотят конкурировать с Америкой или с Китаем, им предстоит серьезная борьба за интеллектуальную собственность.
So the conclusion we draw from this situation is that those countries beyond America and China have to compete in the field or step up to the competition in that field.
И это означает, что права на изобретения, на научные инновации должны быть надежно защищены и должны существовать международные четкие правила, которые будут регулировать конфликты, которые будут возникать в этой области.
So that means that there is a need for establishing the international regulations that would sort out the issues of the intellectual property rights protection in the field of high technologies.
Thank you for your answer. If you have any questions, please don't bother and ask them. So you mentioned new technologies create fundamentally new opportunities for establishing authorship priority, tracking license agreements, and transferring rights to an intellectual property from one copyright holder to another. I would like to ask Mr. Zubov, what impact will the digitalization of the economy have on the protection of intellectual property rights, especially because just a few days ago, U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin has denied fears that a trade war between the U.S. and China will lead to the creation of digital Berlin Wall. This is his quote.
Марина, спасибо за вопрос.
Marina, thank you very much for the question.
Я рад приветствовать всех, кто сегодня собрался на этой сессии.
I'm very happy to welcome everybody who came to this session.
Хочу сказать, что цифровизация, цифровая экономика и интеллектуальная собственность – это две неразрывные вещи, они помогают друг другу.
Digitalization of the economy and intellectual property rights subjects go hand by hand together.
Цифровые технологии помогут защищать права изобретателей, стартапов еще эффективнее и еще быстрее.
So the cyber technologies will help actually to protect the rights of the innovators even more.
Я бы хотел также сказать пару слов, что современные технологии меняют технологический ландшафт.
I also would like to mention that the latest technologies are changing the landscape.
Все меньше времени требуется от создания технологии до ее внедрения.
So the less and less time is required from the time of the creation of the technology to the stage of the implementation of the technology.
Поэтому это вызов для института интеллектуальной собственности, для системы регистрации объектов интеллектуальной собственности. И этот вызов в мировом масштабе сфера интеллектуальной собственности должна обязательно поддержать и подготовить необходимый ответ.
Okay, so in that field, obviously this is a big challenge for the institutions that are dealing with the registration of intellectual property, with the licensing of the intellectual property, with the protection of the intellectual properties for all countries involved in this field.
Поэтому основным инструментом сегодня, естественно, для защиты прав изобретателей является создание цифровых сервисов, цифровых платформ.
So the main tool for the protection of the intellectual property rights are the creation of the cyber platforms and tools that can enable protection.
Сегодня мы видим, что подобные решения создаются во всех развитых странах, а также в головной организации WIPO.
So such protection solutions are enabled in all countries and especially in WIPO.
В России также существует целая программа по созданию подобных технологий. Ну, я готов о ней рассказать, наверное, чуть позже.
In Russia, we have also a system of creating such technologies. And if you are interested, we can talk about it later on.
So thank you for your answer. And as far as we are talking about the protection of intellectual property, we have a specialist who can comment on monetizing intellectual property and about making a brand. So Mr. Saddigh, what can you comment on this topic?
Of course. So essentially, we're more on the tactical level. Once this intellectual property is rolled out, how do you capture, compel, and close the target market in the sense of ensuring that the strategy and all the aspirations for the intellectual property was properly packaged and rolled out so there's user adoption? A lot of times in an intellectual property rollout, especially if it's a disruption, there's a lot of big assumptions made on the capability of the innovation, but when they actually go to implement it, there's pretty large gaps. So right now I'm here to meet, we just met with the Azerbaijani government. They have one of the most innovative innovation centers, and it's all about how do you work with different contexts and cultures to roll out and monetize the intellectual property, or else it's just not fully, how can I say, protected, because the protection also is differentiation. If there's consumer confidence issues, if there's consumer confusion of what these technologies can do, you're missing out a large market opportunity. So we're usually working with interesting family offices and government entities and entrepreneurs to monetize their intellectual property and protect it against the competition.
So thank you very much. You know, this year we try to expand the topic and not only speak about intellectual property, but to speak about intellectual economy. And actually, our panel discussion is about economics of intelligence. So that's why I would like to ask you, Mrs. Vasilyeva, tell us about the international experience in attracting investments for innovative startups, because we all know that any startup starts with the scientific research. So can you tell us something about your experience and maybe give us some advice how we can use this experience and share it with our partners from Caspian region?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you, Marina, for your questions. You see that last 10-15 years, all of the world, and not only well-developed countries, are on the right way to consider the digitalization of economy and intellectual property as a basis and maybe as a foundation of their country economy strategy. I have many partners, state level, who is developing it now, and they have a good results. Even in our event room, we have people who is trying their best to develop this area. And you know, to answer in your question about the examples in investing to startups in this sphere, before to make an investment, you should study the project. We call this it's everything project. And to make the project attractive for investor, our country and our partners' country are on the right way to create a special mechanism to protect the results of intellectual properties, to make it clear not for the only internal uses, but also worldwide. For investors, of course, it's a good point to invest. And now we are supporting not only with money, but also even in our portfolio, private portfolio, as an investment company, we are focusing now to high scientist projects. In Russia, we will make several pilot projects, but our target to share it with the world, and first it will be CIS countries and maybe our Caspian partners. Also, I would like to note that one example, just to share with you. You know, while we Europeans, Russians, US, is looking for the TV show about our life, love, and so on, it's very popular and a lot of followers. At the same time, Arabian countries, for example, Qatar, has created a very special TV show, Stars of Scientists. It's very popular, not only in Qatar region, but also in other Arabian countries, a lot of followers. And this show about how the scientists from different countries is going to compete in order to receive the grants. And the first winner of the first season was the guy from the Kuwait. So I would like to advise you maybe to start with this small but very smart step. And if we will change our mind from this small issue, maybe we will reach the targets globally. So thank you.
Thank you for your answer. I would like to notice that implementing and developing new technologies, maybe it's all about branding. Mr. Saddigh, can you tell us what's the problem with promoting new startups, and how can we use brand for attracting new investors in our projects so that we could implement new technologies in our business?
Great question. Absolutely, yeah. You know, I think it's an issue when I see the startup clients that we've had. There's a lot of assumptions that are made because they come in much more from a technology perspective, and they sometimes lose sight what the consumer will want, whether it's a B2B application or a B2C. So the brand, a lot of people look at it, oh, it's just a logo, it's just a website. that is a highly underutilized approach to branding. It could be your ultimate sales tool. So we're equipping the sales team and that go-to-market with tools to win. What does that mean? The pitch deck, the website, the video, our core message in a way that emotionally impacts the audience. And what is a brand? Everyone uses the word brand, brand, brand. It's the external perception and emotional connection to a product or a service. So the emotions are important. And then as far as investors, you know, what would you like me to say about that? Just because there's so much to talk about.
Of course, please.
Yeah, so I guess the most important takeaway, I don't know if anyone's working on a startup or they're an investor, but it's communicating your unique value propositions in a way that sounds highly differentiated compared to other investments the person is looking to inject funds into. And the more sophisticated they are, they're going to try to retain as much of that brand equity for themselves because the work wasn't done to package the project correctly. So it's essential that we're very mindful that both on the business level, on the economics, and the go-to-market strategy, there's a cohesive through line, both in terms of the technology development and the adoption to the end target market. And that's critical, or else there's a lag and there's anxiety and all the other pain that comes with a bad launch.
Thank you very much for your answer. As far as we are talking about emotions and branding, and but we are now sitting on the platform of Caspian Week, and Caspian Week is not Caspian Week. Caspian region is traditionally perceived by Western countries as a region of promising raw material opportunities. So, Mr. Tarlo, I would like to ask you, the topic of our discussion is knowledge economy, intellectual economy, innovative economy. Do you think the countries of the Caspian region can get out of dependence on raw materials in the eyes of Western countries and international community, and how maybe can you give us advice or just think about it? How can our countries jointly contribute to the development of an intellectual economy?
Спасибо, Марина, вы поставили ключевой вопрос.
Thank you, Marina. You actually raised a key question.
До тех пор, пока страны Каспийского региона, а это и Россия, хотя она раскинулась гораздо больше, но и Россия, это и Иран на юге, это и Узбекистан, и Туркмения, и Азербайджан, и весь этот регион, до тех пор, пока весь мир будет рассматривать их как источник сырья.
So, if you talk about the Caspian region, we're talking about also inclusive Russia, and not only Caucasus, but also Central Asia, for instance, Uzbekistan, Iran in the landscape. So, until the point that these countries are perceived as a raw material countries, we would not go too far.
Сырье, которое добывают в этом регионе и отправляют либо на запад, раньше только на запад, сейчас и на юг нужно, значит, в Китай.
So the raw materials which are being mined in this region, they either go to the Western countries or now also South countries.
До тех пор в наших странах будут сохраняться бедность и недостаточное уважение к самим себе.
So until this happening and the key for the raw material supply, the countries will remain poor in terms of development and will not go far.
Нужно, чтобы на каждой новой Каспийской неделе в форуме Давосе или в других странах
we need in every Caspian Week forum, be it in Davos or elsewhere,
дискуссии по интеллектуальной собственности, по цифровой экономике, по инновациям собирали больше людей, чем дискуссии по поводу добычи нефти и газа.
So the discussions about intellectual economy, about new technologies and digitalization. So unless we speak about these subjects. So this will create bigger audience to raise an attention of that audience to those subjects rather than to raw materials.
Я думаю, что это цель наших стран.
This is our
Чтобы мы
target of our countries.
прекратили быть сырьевым придатком
So that they
Запада
would not be the,
или нашего великого южного соседа Китая,
so that they would
который
stop.
смог преодолеть свою отсталость.
So we would stop to be raw material attachment to the more developed economies and look at the China. From the raw material, they became a solid, well-stand economy.
Thank you for your answer. As far as you mentioned that we should talk about intellectual property, so I would like to proceed with my question to Mr. Zubov. You know, 2019 has become a landmark for the intellectual property market in Russia. On the one hand, digital services and a decentralized infrastructure for intellectual property management are rapidly developing. And on the other hand, the concept of digital rights has appeared in the legislation. So many specialists say that we have a breakthrough in the field of intellectual property in Russia. Can you agree with this statement, and how can we develop this institution in the countries of the Caspian region?
На самом деле очень важный аспект.
This is a very important subject.
Это рост во всем мире интереса к интеллектуальной собственности, рост технических инноваций.
So the interest growing towards intellectual property and innovations.
Их внедрение в производство,
Implementation of technologies into the production.
Этот рост наблюдается во всем мире, также и в России.
This growth of interest can be observed in the whole world, and including in Russia.
Я не могу сказать, что это прям прорыв, но это очень серьезный рост в количестве подаваемых заявок на регистрацию своих инноваций.
So I cannot say that it's breakthrough, but I can tell you definitely that the number of the applications for registering innovations is extremely growing.
Хотел бы отметить, что в части, например, товарных знаков, trademarks, мы ежегодно наблюдаем увеличение количества заявок на 15%.
So the applications for the trademarks, for instance, every year grow 15%.
Это цифры сравнения 2019 года и 2018 года.
So this is the number of the comparison of the 19th versus 18th.
Также хотел бы отметить, что очень серьезно тоже на 15% выросло количество заявок на промышленные образцы, это промышленный результат работы промышленных дизайнеров.
So, and also worth to mention that the number of applications for registering innovations increased also in the industrial sector. Specifically, the designers have lots of applications.
Схожее количество, такой же рост мы наблюдаем в регистрации программ для ЭВМ. То есть все чаще регистрируются объекты интеллектуальной собственности, создаваемые в сфере компьютерных разработок.
So we also observe the growth in the number of registrations for the innovations technologies registration.
Это действительно закономерно, правильно, потому что развиваются технологии, во многих странах создаются условия для развития.
This is a trend. This is a well-proved trend because in many countries the technologies are being developed rapidly.
В России в прошлом году была принята национальная стратегия развития искусственного интеллекта.
So the last year, for instance, in Russia was adopted the national program of the artificial intelligence development.
И мы уверены, что такой государственный шаг, подход позволит в значительной мере также увеличить количество разработок в сфере искусственного интеллекта.
So we hope with this program being in place from adopted by the government, the number of the developments and innovations will increase in the area of artificial intelligence.
Эти разработки будут внедряться повсеместно во всех областях экономики.
These solutions will be implemented in many sectors of the economy.
И, безусловно, также искусственный интеллект может помочь очень эффективно охранять эту интеллектуальную собственность.
And worth mentioning that artificial intelligence will help also defend and secure intellectual property.
Я несколько минут назад сказал о серьезном увеличении количества заявок.
A few minutes ago, I was mentioning about serious growth of the number of the applications.
Но мы сейчас не видим очень серьезной активности от заявителей из стран Каспийского региона.
So, but we are not, unfortunately, observing the proactivity in the Caspian region countries.
Вместе с тем, эти страны являются очень серьезными потенциальными игроками на технологическом рынке мировом.
So, nevertheless, these countries of the Caspian region remain to be important players in the field of the intellectual property and technologies.
Поэтому я призываю всех работать в России, регистрировать объекты, охранять свою интеллектуальную собственность, потому что в России сегодня с этим вопросом работают очень серьезно, уделяют им огромное время и.
So therefore, my call would be for everybody to register their intellectual property in Russia, because in Russia, all the framework conditions were enabled for those companies who would like to register their innovations.
Сегодня в России Роспатент создает уникальные технологии, которые позволят получить эффективную охрану для всех изобретателей.
So the Rospatent, the agency which gives the confirmation of the registration, they actually provide a necessary support to actually register your property rights.
В России уже создаются реестры трехмерных моделей и системы их сопоставления.
So in Russia, three-dimensional solutions are being implemented, and also compatibility of those solutions are enabled.
Мы активно работаем, и в этом году уже покажем платформу весной. Платформу, созданную на биг-дате патентной информации мировой.
So we are creating by this spring the platform in which you would see the
Платформа патентной информации.
Patent information which will be loaded in this platform gathered from all over the world.
То есть нам удалось в одном месте, на одной платформе объединить более 150 миллионов единиц информации о патентах.
150 million data information will be stored in this website in one place about patents.
Плюс также в мае заработает платформа по передаче прав на объекты интеллектуальной собственности.
So,
в мае.
In May this year, there will be a platform in which you will see information about transmission of the intellectual property rights.
Эта платформа будет работать на технологии распределенных реестров или блокчейн и позволит сократить колоссальное время от создания объекта до его внедрения в промышленность.
So this platform actually will be based on the blockchain technology, and it will reduce significantly time from the creation of the product till its implementation.
В этом году в России также будет создан инструмент, который позволит создавать товарные знаки, trademarks, с использованием систем искусственного интеллекта.
So also will be enabled system which would create
Системы создания товарных знаков.
System of the trademark creation.
И многие другие сервисы, которые будут работать абсолютно в открытом режиме для всех изобретателей.
So and all other services which will be open-ended platform for all those people who make innovations.
Коллеги, они будут работать уже в этом году, они значительно облегчат жизнь вам и позволят вам эффективно охранять свои права.
So all these platforms which will be launched this year will enable very easy conditions for you to protect intellectual property rights.
Работайте в Российской Федерации. Спасибо.
Please work in the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Zubov. As far as you have mentioned the achievements of artificial intelligence and how WIPO implements these achievements, I would like to proceed with my question to Mr. Tarlo. How do you think how do you think the artificial intelligence will change the institution of intellectual property? And especially, I would like to ask, how will the legislation change? Because, you know, nowadays we face the problem that artificial intelligence become itself a creator of art, literature, music. For example, just also several days ago, the Iceland composer Björk has created a new song which was created actually by the algorithm based on sounds of birds and animals. So how do you think this will change the legislation, the using of artificial intelligence?
Эта проблема уже реально существует.
This problem already exists.
Но я пока хотел бы говорить не о каких-то фантастических вещах.
I would like to talk not about some fantastic stuff.
Типа войны машин.
For instance, war of machines.
О конкретных проблемах, которые возникли уже сегодня.
So I will talk about the concrete problems that exist today already.
Один мой друг, который когда-то давно занимался торговым бизнесом.
One of my friends who long ago was dealing with trade business.
У него теперь бизнес стал очень большой, торговый тоже.
His business developed in the big size in the trade field.
И он для того, чтобы улучшить интернет-продажи,
and to actually improve the internet trade,
нанял программистов, которые создали такую систему, которая позволяет вам дистанционно, послав ролик со своим изображением, голосом, движением, сделать точную вашу копию и
So he actually recruited programists that were actually based on the distance upload of the video with your mimics, with your gestures, with your voice, with your image, could create a similar copy in virtual environment.
Это создавалось просто для того, чтобы вы могли увидеть на себе обувь, костюм, галстук.
So that was the idea, was just to show you how you can try on the tie or the shoes or the dress, how it would look like.
Но результат получился поразительный. Сейчас вы можете увидеть себя в интернете, человек, который вашим голосом, в вашей манере, в вашей одежде будет говорить то, что вы никогда не говорили и не думали, делать то, чего вы никогда не говорили и не думали.
So, and the result was astonishing and shocking, provoking, because someone in the virtual seat, a copy of you, speaks like you, moves like you, and suddenly speaks about things which you haven't talked about and you never proclaimed about, and then this copy is talking things which you haven't thought about.
Кто будет отвечать за это? Никто не знает.
Who will be responsible for all of that?
И второй вопрос. Искусственный интеллект сейчас может сочинять музыку, особенно электронную, например, какую-нибудь, или популярную музыку, я думаю, лучше многих композиторов.
So another subject is the fact that artificial intelligence started to create music, obviously electronic music, but which is much more better than actually a human being is composing such a music.
Вопрос, кому будут принадлежать авторские права, исключительные права, права на роялти и так далее.
And the question is,
право на имя.
Yeah, and the question is, who will be the custodian of the intellectual property rights, rights for the name, rights for the composed product,
право на имя.
And rights for the name, as I said.
Создатель, тот, кто творческим трудом создал произведение, ему уже в силу создания по всему законодательству всех стран, по международным конвенциям, принадлежит неотъемлемое право на имя. Искусственный интеллект создал песню. Кому принадлежит право на имя и какое будет имя?
So if artificial intelligence creates a certain product and a music or song, and who is the owner of the name of the product? According to the framework of legislation international in all countries, the owner would be the artificial intelligence.
Кому будет принадлежать собственность на эту песню, или на этот дизайн, или на товарный знак?
So who will be the owner of the trademark, of this song, of the name of the song?
Создал искусственный интеллект.
Created artificial intelligence.
Искусственный интеллект создали программисты.
But the programmers have created artificial intelligence.
Какая-то компания. Кому принадлежит? Этот вопрос никак не решен.
And behind the programmers is a company, and it's not clear who is actually the owner of the intellectual property.
Так что пока мы только ставим вопросы.
So far we're just raising questions.
Thank you very much for your answer. Mr. Saddigh, how do you think the brand of artificial intelligence, how will it influence the market, the innovative economy?
No, it's a big hot topic because a lot of people are having a lot of reservation as far as how is AI going to be rolled out? Is it going to take my job? Is it how would society look like? Where's the humanity? AI being used to support humanity or take away what we know to be normal? And although there's been disruptions all along the last, especially 10 years, this specific change, there needs to be soft rollouts, meaning that, again, AI people are so excited about the technology capabilities, but in branding, we're going to make sure that we're packaging it in a way that could be adopted in a natural way so they can scale. Because whenever there's a big gap between what the market's ready for, it doesn't do too well. So it's really important to calibrate it correctly.
Thank you very much. I saw that we are running out of time, so maybe I would like to ask my last question. Just to discuss, Mr. Tarlo, you know Greta Thunberg, a very emotional and very well-known person. She just demanded that banks stop all investments in fossil energy, that governments stop subsidizing the industry, and the companies operating in it cease their activities immediately. So, you know, at the same time, the head of the Caspian Week Organizing Committee stated that transport corridors through Azerbaijan are the most important in the region. And one of the main topics of our platform this year is the launch on the Trans-Caspian gas pipeline. So could you please comment on this topic, how this emotional brand, the hype topic of ecology and our purpose in development industry can collaborate with the development of intellectual economy, knowledge economy, and especially in the Caspian region?
Мне очень нравится Грета Тунберг.
I like Greta Thunberg very much.
она ставит очень интересные вопросы,
She raises very interesting questions,
но кто-то должен все это оплатить.
but someone should pay for all of that.
Кто-то должен дать яхту, с которой стоит десятки миллионов долларов, чтобы пересечь Атлантический океан.
Someone have to pay for the very expensive yacht which would cross the Atlantic Sea.
Кто-то должен оплатить взнос для участия в Давосском форуме.
Someone should pay the access fee to be in the Davos forum.
Кто-то должен пригласить на ее пресс-конференцию журналистов.
Someone had to invite her to the press conference with journalists.
Поэтому вообще правильно было бы говорить с теми, кто это все оплачивает.
Better would be to say with those who pay for all of that.
Я бы очень хотел, чтобы нефти добывалось гораздо меньше.
I would love to that we would diminish the mining of the oil.
Однако наибольший урон экологии наносят не те страны, которые добывают, а те страны, которые потребляют.
But the most impact on ecology is done not by the countries that have a mining of oil, but those countries that consume products from oil.
Поэтому нужно смотреть в реальность и, может быть, не снижая резко добычу, что просто невозможно, потому что остановится транспорт, не будет света, не будет многих благ.
And maybe we should talk not about a reduction of the oil mining, because in this case you would not have enough light, your transport would not go.
И нужно постепенно увеличивать инвестиции в науку и в передовые технологии.
Gradually we have to turn our investments into the technologies, to the latest science and discoveries,
которые позволят создавать материальные блага, обеспечивать удобство жизни людей.
So which would enable comfortable conditions of living for people and will increase their materialistic quality of life.
При гораздо меньшем потреблении энергии.
And in parallel with that, with a less consumption of the energy.
А пока что это просто кому-то выгодно.
So far, someone has a benefit from what's going on.
Thank you very much for your answer. So we are really running out of time. I would like to thank our panelists for such a vivid discussion. This topic is really fascinating. We still have much to discuss. Thank you for coming and thank you for taking part in this conversation. Thank you all.
for the oil industry in Caspians, and maybe I'm very biased to him, maybe in the world. And I'm honored to be here in Davos. And hopefully for next years, we'll come more and more. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Now official part. Because it's very important for us that Caspian Week, it's not only a platform for global ideas, but also possibility to start new businesses and new cooperation. And we are very happy. We met in St. Petersburg Forum last year, and now we're only 6 months ago, practically, yes. And now we're already moving for strategic partnership. Thank you. And just follow this track also. If you have any ideas who would like to start cooperation between the delegates, we'll be happy to arrange the officially signing MOU signing ceremony. Thank you.
So here we want to show you our winery. Our winery is in Russia, in the region of Krasnodar, in the name of Novorossiysk. И мы сегодня проводим небольшую дегустацию, приглашаем вас различные наши вина.
Today we make a small wine tasting and we invite you to taste them.
Наше предприятие мы организовали 20 лет назад, в 2001 году.
We founded our winery in 2001.
И основал предприятие мой муж, он является потомственным швейцарским виноделом. Его семья много веков занимается виноградарством и виноделием в Швейцарии.
And husband, he comes from a Swiss winemaking family.
Сегодня мы вам представляем наши вина, и хочу подчеркнуть, что самое важное для нашего проекта – это качество винограда.
So today we want to present you our wine, and the most important thing for us is the quality of our grapes.
Мы не используем гербициды, не используем синтетические пестициды. У нас экологически чистое органическое производство.
So we don't use synthetic fungicides or no chemical fertilizers. We produce only organic grapes.
Наши виноградники находятся в предгорьях Кавказа, как раз регион, который идет до Каспийского моря.
Our winery is located near Caucasus Mountains and also on the Russian Black Sea.
Здесь есть небольшая информация про вино, которое можно сегодня попробовать, и про наш проект. Пожалуйста, подходите, пробуйте наши вина, и если кому-то интересно, информация на столах.
So now you can come and taste our wine. If you want some more additional information, you can ask us.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Next to Hans. Welcome, Sergey, just where you feel comfortable. We have Boris Kontsevoy, founder and president of Intetics. That's you, right, Sergey? That's you. Please take a seat. Please take a seat, Sergey. We have Daniel Martin, founder and CSO of Gibiomed from Spain. Is he here, Daniel Martin? One last call before takeoff. Check in? No? Okay. Then we have Andrew Howard, CEO of Kudelski Security. Is he in the house? Andrew? Missing the flight as well. Okay, well, we are going to fasten our seat belts. And we have no time to waste because it's a really important topic. So, first of all, let me ask you one provocative question. I mean, it's about illicit trade. So why should we actually regulate it? Because apparently it's a very lucrative business, right? Let me start with you, Hans. If I could ask for a little bit of silence in the back. Psst.
Thank you very much, and pleasure to be here again. I think lucrative would be an understatement. We're talking about a $4.2 trillion business, according to the ICC. According to the OECD, it is more in the $500 billion. And that's maybe already one of the reasons why we should regulate it. If we have a gap in definition of a global problem at that dimension, and we can't narrow it down in less than 3.1 trillion, which is more or less double than all defense budgets of the world combined, I think we have a serious problem there. And I think legislation, to a certain extent, and maybe I can talk about that a little bit later, plays an absolute crucial role in the fight against counterfeiting and illicit trade. But as I said, to a certain extent. We'll come back to that.
Very
hopefully.
interesting. Sergey, what do you think? Why should we actually fight illicit trade when it's such a, booming business?
Hi, nice to meet you. So first of all, I think we as business, we're doing business, we should protect ourselves because illicit trade steal from us. Business needs to have some protection, and they also ruin our authority because they sell our goods, but they are not real. They have fake goods, fake food with bad things. So it's a really big thing that we should protect.
You run a company that is called Intetics. So could you please tell a little bit more about the business that you're running?
So we are doing software development, and actually in our company we help our clients. They come to us with ideas, with prototypes, with any plans. We help them to implement these plans. We help them to achieve their goals. Finally, they have products, and sometimes these products is combination of physical goods plus software. So software helps to protect, and we do a lot of solutions to fight with illicit trade, to help to protect somehow.
And tell our audience what type of illicit trade you're fighting.
We fight with, first of all, digital illicit trade, like licensing, people steal media content, people steal software. We also fight with illicit trade. For example, we have a client whose name is under NDA, but we help them to build assembly line that protects, that creates set of different levels of protections for their goods. That's medical goods. They need to be 100% protected. So traders and clients, they come to, they receive their pills and medicines. They can check and make sure that they have goods that are legal, because illegal goods in medical market, it's a huge market. So we help them to protect. It's very dangerous. Yeah, by software solutions.
Absolutely. So if I keep playing devil's advocate, right, why should business actually care and fight illicit trade?
Hello, everybody. Boris Kontsevoy, Intetics, president of Intetics. As Serge told, we actually fighting with let's say, violation of intellectual property, first of all. And it's like probably big part of illicit trade. In our case, actually, let's say that in any case, like of illicit trade, it's actually a very good gain, 4.3 trillion, but it's very short term. Let's say that you cannot build a sustainable business, you cannot build a sustainable life based on something illegal, and actually you are stealing. It's like you build your own house and then like share with a stranger from the street just because like he wants it. So again, so it's like it's probably lucrative, but again, so like it does not work long term.
So we have just our last panelist joining us as well, and he's Andrew Howard, CEO of Kudelski Security. I know Kudelski a little bit. I've interviewed your CEO, your boss, at the last year's WEF, and of course you're very involved in software and IT security. And the question to the panelists is why business should actually care about illicit trade. So from your point of view, what is your take?
Sure, thanks for having me. Obviously, I'm Andrew Howard, CEO of Kudelski Security. We work primarily with firms that are trying to protect their software or hardware, or predominantly their consumables, from being manufactured or traded illicitly. And they should care because it's often meaning lost profit. Whenever those consumables are made by someone else or traded illegally, that tends to be lost profit for our clients. So when we work with them, this is very much focused on business case protection, business platform protection, keep their business legitimate and keep their business alive. Many times on products, particularly in mass-produced hardware, the margins are very thin. So you bring in those products that are illegally developed, illegally consumed, illegally traded, those margins can often shrink to zero once litigation gets involved or just flat out from the pricing. So it's an important market for us, and it's an important capability for our clients.
Great. Now, I've done a little bit of research, right? And data from UNCTAD, I'm sure, Hans, you know that, shows that the economic leakages from illicit trade create an annual drain on the global economy of $2.2 trillion more or less, right? That's nearly 3% of the global economy. Now, that would be in economic terms, an economy greater than Brazil, Italy, and Canada. So is it actually, too optimistic to think that we could actually fight this problem, Hans?
I think we can, but I think we need a global reset on the issue. You have three gentlemen here that develop technologies that help brands fight counterfeiting and illicit trade. Yet, I think we all have to admit that we're failing miserably, and that the market of secure traceability is nowhere near where it is supposed to be. And I would bet that there aren't more than 1% of the products distributed globally which are actually traceable. So a reset means that we as consumers, we need to rethink the situation. Brands need to adopt the idea of secure traceability in a completely different dimensions, and governments need to play a role in imposing the necessary legislation, measured legislation to encourage adoption of secure traceability.
So we have to really, really enforce regulation on different levels, from the consumer up to organizations, governments, multilateral institutions, and so on. But where is now the biggest need to act? What do you think?
For me, first of all, let's say that 3% sounds probably like a big number, but my expectation would be like it's bigger. So it's like 3% is actually good news. But let's say that in illicit trade, you probably have situations. Okay, let's say that 3% is like average temperature of patients in the hospital. Yeah, so it's like it does not tell you anything. But probably there are industries, there are situations when actually illicit trade like makes them like dead. It's probably strange in like example, but for example, in very young cannabis industry in the United States, very controversial, but it's still like legal trade already like suffers from illegal trade. So and then you have all the consequences that actually is like bad quality, it's danger for your health, blah blah blah, a lot of different like bad and ugly situations. I do believe that it should be like a combination of government action, and without government actually nothing is going to happen, and technology. So technology in all cases can help enforce something. But legal environment, legal like background should be like created, of course, by governments.
Sergey, you are the CTO of Intetics. Now, in a daily and practical approach, right? Which are some of the biggest problems that you are fighting?
Actually,
too
many to mention.
That
was
we
a deep
fight in
breath.
many dimensions, and what I wanted to mention in addition is that technologies help to fight illicit trade, and they help a lot it to grow, because with newest technologies, people can do as much more illicit trade as they could do before.
So you're fighting Goliath. I mean, it's just like a cycle. It never stops.
Kind of, yeah. Good guys against bad guys. It was from antique. Yeah.
So how to break this vicious cycle then?
I think good guys smarter. They will find.
Or maybe use more robots.
Of course, newest technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, 5G, Internet of Things.
If I may, so it's like, let's say that very, very like famous buzzword in last year, Davos, blockchain. Thanks God it's already like not that like much in this year, but blockchain is actually very, very good technology for illicit trade.
So,
but you can fight it with blockchain as well. So it's like, it's both. It's like double-sided weapon. And let's say that bad guys, they should be simply regulated. Just because, again, so it's like technology by itself won't solve the problem. It's a tool.
Right. Let me ask Andrew then, as the head of Kudelski Security, could actually blockchain save, some of the business and maybe help, in this disease to fight it?
I agree that blockchain is the word of choice over the last few years. I've been in meetings where people have claimed that it'll cure cancer.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll do that. I do think theoretically, from an academic perspective, it's the right technology to solve this problem. It's designed to solve these supply chain problems and provide transparency throughout a trade. This morning I was on a panel about money laundering and how to prevent it. Blockchain makes a lot of sense there for the same reason it makes a lot of sense here. That said, the technology is just not there yet. I mean, the concepts make sense, but the applicable solutions are not mature. So yes, but it's going to be a while. And to your point, it's also enabling the illicit trade through cryptocurrency. The answer here is faster technology development, lower cost pricing, and more regulation. So.
Now, the title of our panel is How to Mobilize Businesses and Fight Effectively. Hans, would you like to answer that question, like how to use business? Let me just remind people to be a little bit quiet in the room, please. If we could be a bit quieter. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Just one comment of what Andrew just said. I agree with blockchain also that it is something that in the future can help a lot. But sometimes I feel like we're children that want to bypass the main meal and go directly to dessert because we found a new nice thing that we want to play with, when we have not addressed the most fundamental issues in counterfeiting and illicit trade that can be addressed today. And to come back to your question, there is absolutely no reason today why medicines that are traceable and already have traceability solutions do not allow a caretaker or a patient, for example, a patient in sub-Saharan Africa, to verify the authenticity of a product before the product is administered. The technology is already there. You're not talking even about the last mile. You're talking about the last 5 centimeters between opening the pack and giving it to a patient. And you're talking, in the case of deaths from malaria in sub-Saharan Africa alone, 120,000 a year. And given that this is a WHO-approved number, I would say that you can probably double or triple it easily. Interpol once assessed that there are 1 million deaths from counterfeit medicines every year. There is no reason for that to exist. There is also no reason for blockchain to solve that problem. It's a simple problem of adoption and of creating the necessary platform that allows you to verify what is already there. And then you have a problem of adoption in general. As I said, the industry of secure traceability is nowhere near where it is supposed to be. We need to create incentives to stimulate adoption of secure traceability solutions, and then, here I'm pitching a little bit what we do, create the interoperability among these solutions so that customs officers, law enforcement agents, and consumers can verify the authenticity of a product through, regardless of the technology that has been adopted. But that is available today. We just haven't found the mechanisms to actually go, as I said, that last few centimeters and bring it to the consumer.
I think that's just because it's early. I mean, you're right, the technology exists today, but there's been no consolidation in the market whatsoever. There are hundreds of technologies available that could theoretically solve a track and trace problem with drugs in sub-Saharan Africa, as an example. Plus, there's no infrastructure for those. There's no consolidated infrastructure for those solutions to run on. And then finally, there's not a lot of incentive, to your point, for the different parties to work together. So we're in the early stages. The good news is I think we all see the light and the solution, just how can we accelerate the technology development and the acceptance.
And why is there no incentive, maybe? Or what would you like to say, Hans?
No, I'm just trying to say, I don't think there is ever going to be a single solution that resolves all of the issues. I think we're always going to deal, as we're dealing today, with dozens, if not hundreds, of viable solutions that also address problems in completely different economic viability points. So what we focus on and what we believe is important, and which is certainly not rocket science, is to create the interoperability among these solutions. They're completely in line with what you said. We're not going to solve the problem now, but the problem of creating the interoperability, that can be solved immediately.
Do we not need a lot of investment for that, for this interoperability? What do you think from Intetics? Is there enough money around and will to invest?
From my perspective, integration between solutions, again, as a technical person, I can say it's not complicated. It's just we need to have a goodwill indeed of all players, and I think that events like this, places like this, is something that we also need to highlight the issues we have here, and to motivate people to participate more in illicit trade fighting, because those who are affected, they for sure are fighting and look for solutions and implement solutions, etc. But only maybe some small % of companies affected with it, and all others, they don't care. But finally, it ruins budgets of countries where they operate, etc. So we need to have common effort to fight. And as one more time,
have you noticed? Yes, have you noticed a huge investment gap? Like, you know, what would actually be needed, and what governments, for example, they want to pay for?
Again, it's hard to answer for me as engineer. I think governments need at least to create conditions for us to operate in this area, because usually sometimes corruption and laws, they don't allow to implement illicit trade solutions in countries.
Boris, what's your view?
Yeah, so let's say that pure businesses is as usual supply and demand. In let's say that interoperability of like illicit fighting systems, the customer is going to be only government. Then actually, so it's like you have the only like a source of financing, it's like public funds. And here we have, unfortunately, especially in the third world, we have like a huge problem of corruption. Actually, there is no right now in the like, in all the situations, for example, with all these like contrafeit drugs in Africa, you all the time have humans that actually corrupt. And unfortunately, so it's like without solution of this problem, again, technology is not going to help. So.
Now, we have, of course, like a lot of different illicit trade and trafficking problems. We have smuggling, we have counterfeiting, we have tax evasion, we have weapon smuggling. We have so much different types of illicit trafficking human beings and so on. So how could, in that case, all of that impact the SDGs? Because we've been talking a lot on this panel during the Caspian Week on the Sustainable Development Goals, with you as well, Hans, I believe. So is this really a big risk for the SDGs to be achieved?
I think the risk is that we continue to do what we do now, which is very little. I think there is a huge benefit to the Sustainable Development Goals in bringing back, regardless which assessment is correct, but we're talking about trillions of dollars. If we bring these resources back into the legitimate economy, number one, but we all know that illicit trade and counterfeiting is very closely intertwined with all the other human atrocities that we have today, from modern day slavery to child labor to illegal prostitution and everything else. So we can only gain from that, and it's somehow mind-boggling that a multi-trillion-dollar issue is not even addressed in the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is where we stand today. We're really ground zero, I would say, in the fight against counterfeiting and illicit trade.
Mm-hmm. When we talk about the actors, right, you touched on that, who are the culprits? Like, who are the main actors? Who are the people and the networks, the mafias responsible for all that? Is it one network or is it individual actors? Criminal investigation.
It's a lot of different groups, and it depends on what it is. But no, it's not one group. It's lots of different groups, and it tends to be in unregulated environments. We work a lot in the anti-counterfeiting of consumables. So if I make some device that needs consumables in the US, there are other markets that you can make those consumables a lot cheaper.
So who are your partners? Is it Interpol? Is it, the Secret Services?
All the above.
All of them.
So we help what we see is consumables made in other markets where there's less regulation, potentially made less sustainably, certainly made a lot cheaper. Impacts not only the sustainability goals of everyone involved, also impacts the bottom line of the company selling the product, ultimately affects the consumer because they're getting a lower grade product. So there's in that particular market, in that particular area, the incentives are all aligned. That's not necessarily the case for some of these other challenges we're talking about.
Now, because you have so many different clients, how do you think should we mobilize those clients and make them aware of all the risks a bit more and mobilize those businesses?
Events like this help. I think
Do we need like a real negative, incident, for example, like a hacking incident when we talk about, cybersecurity, something that is really opening the eyes of those companies?
I would argue it's already happening because of the 3% number we're debating. What's missing is solutions that are mainstream. There are good ideas in development, but we're missing a standard, a framework, and a core solution to go execute it against. We're also missing all the regulation that needs to be put in place to enable those technology solutions to work.
And in terms of regulation, is it the national governments plus the United Nations plus other organizations? Who would be those responsible to come up and draft these regulations?
Seems like obvious. So again, it's national governments first of all, and then international treaties. So it's like without international treaties, probably you still will have like a lot of violations. Again, the role of technology in all this like equation. So the government is the first. It only help with law enforcement. So it's again probably it's like even illegal for technology companies to enforce something in illicit trade by their own. So again, it's a government business.
Hans, you would like to add something?
Yes, I think, as I said at the very beginning, I think we need a fundamental shift in the thinking. I believe that the international organizations need to be part of the exercise, but I also believe we need to learn from, and it's not a criticism, but it's a reality. If you look, for example, at the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which among others was simply supposed to regulate tobacco and to adopt traceability on tobacco products. It started 17 years ago. So in the meantime, technologies evolved. Apps didn't even exist when they started the discussions, and you end up with some sort of hybrid at the end, and this is not what we need. And we certainly don't need to waste another 17 years or 15 years of conversation and spend millions and millions of dollars in dialogue. I do believe that local regulators play a very important role. Governments play a very important role, and if you allow me just an alternative, today the standard is that companies, and it's certainly not to accuse anybody there, but there are a number of companies, they will simply go into a government and they will lobby the government until the government changes its legislations and adopts secure traceability on one industry sector. Somehow you could argue that you're trying to resolve an illicit issue with illicit practices when you do that. I think it would be much easier if governments would have a change of mind and say, we simply need products across the board to be traceable. And you as a brand, you can choose the traceability that you want, and that is economically viable and practical for you, for as long as it addresses certain minimum viable security standards, and you have 1 year to do so, and we as the government will work on the interoperability of these solutions. If one country does that, the industry that you three gentlemen are in will be multiplied already by 3. And you can imagine what happens if all the 200 and something countries do that.
That's a spillover effect. What do you think about this proposal, Andrew?
I think it's a good idea. I'll say it's tough. I mean, average product life cycles are 12 to 36 months. One of the biggest challenges I see with implementing these solutions, particularly in the technology sector, is velocity. We're just moving too fast. We're trying to keep up with innovation. Makes sense that we should move that fast. Without a framework or technical specifications, it's very difficult to put these track and trace or supply chain solutions in at the end. You really need to make decisions on the front end of the product development cycle. And it's just going to take time. I think we'll get there, but it's going to take time because of these product life cycles.
It's very often the problem that technology is faster than regulation, isn't it? Boris, you wanted to add something.
Let's say that if Tobacco Association would order traceability of every cigarette pack, it's doable. It's doable right now. So like it's nothing on technology side. It's simply like a piece of work. So like, let's do it. So if somebody pays.
Let's do it.
I think these problems are. Go ahead.
No, just one comment on tobacco. Tobacco already has. I mean, I think we have somebody from tobacco here in the room from JTI or not.
Please join us afterwards in the discussion.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm correct that at least the majority or every pack of cigarette in the world already has secure traceability. Yet, nobody is capable of verifying the authenticity of a pack of cigarette. If anybody can ask, well, we'd understand why because of political reasons, but a logical reason why this is the case, it is simply an absurd. And it is the case also with medical products and others. I agree on the life cycle, but how about just starting with what already exists and is already there? That is already an important. And if tobacco, which sells how many trillion of products a year? 3, I think, packs of cigarettes a year, more or less. If they can adopt secure traceability on their products, so can anybody else if they really want to.
Absolutely. Boris.
So again, so it's like it's the issue of goodwill of governments and law enforcement, and again, all the regulators on this planet, but not technology. So again, so it's like there is goodwill, there is good answer.
Good. If no one from the panel would like to add something on that point, I would like to open the Q&A session. Please just identify yourself with your name, who you work for, who you would like to ask the question to, and keep your question short. That's all I would like to ask for.
Belarushakov, High Screen. Well, apparently, speaking of consumer products traceability, there are 2 industries which probably are ahead of others, tobacco and pharma. So, in your view, what would it take for others to actually kind of follow in their footsteps, and what other categories of products you think are the next in line? who would actually go into investing into tracing their products?
I think an obvious target is high cost goods, wines, jewelry, high-end foods. I mean, these are places where significant investment's already underway. I've met with startups here that are doing amazing work in that space, but that's the most obvious next target for traceability.
Just, the next targets from a government point of view are usually, I mean, if you look, it starts with tobacco, it continues with alcohol, and then it goes into caffeinated, carbonated drinks, sugary drinks, waters. That's usually what the governments do. To add on what Andrew just said, I mean, cosmetics is a huge problem. Counterfeit spare parts is a huge problem. So there is just a combination of brands stopping to wait, because I wouldn't say rightly so, but it's also understandable if they wait to adopt a traceability solution, knowing that tomorrow somebody might impose a traceability solution on them. So we're kind of, through the current practices, we're killing the traceability adoption rate. I think there is that shift that needs to happen. But I think that there are many industry sectors, baby food and others. I mean, there are examples in China of deaths of children from fake baby food. I mean, we all know, might know the stories where in 1 week hundreds of toddlers, babies die because of fake milk formula. So we have, I mean, you mentioned it before, I mean, does something need to happen? Wow, we do have 1 million deaths every single year, so it's happening every day. We did have all of the stories. We're just not ready to move yet.
Boris?
Like 2 notes. Back in the 90s, at the time of collapse of the Soviet Union in my native Belarus, I knew a guy who actually produced and sold any kind of labels. You need Armani? No problem. So that's going to be Armani in 5 minutes.
I want a Gucci bag, please.
So, but the second note is probably more important. Very good subject is actually sanctions enforcement. You have a lot of, for example, illegal trade with oil. Let's trace it.
What I wanted to add is of course, people here mentioned that illicit trade that pushes people to die. And that's, of course, first of all, things that need to be solved. But again, because I'm a software developer, etc., I want also to mention media content and digital content that also is a huge area that we need to protect, and we're protecting. We have markets like Apple Store, etc. Now we are more protected, but still there, media content owners, they lose, I don't know, huge amount of money. And we also need to protect them somehow.
Is there any estimate in terms of loss, profit loss of a company, of a business on average if they don't do anything? Is there some kind of an estimate? On a global scale, probably not. It's very difficult to come up with an estimate. Okay, but still better to protect than not to do anything. Huh? It's like in the cybersecurity world as well. Hans, you would like to add something?
Yeah, just the estimates, you can, I don't have the number in my head, but you can calculate it. But the problem is, what is our level of acceptance for collateral damage? And I believe we're at that edge right now, because if you take the highest estimate of 4.2 trillion, the GDP of Germany, as I mentioned earlier, and if you take the number of deaths and the impact that counterfeiting is having on our social and economic lives, that should not be considered collateral damage anymore. It's like wiping out Germany as an economy and saying that this is a collateral damage of globalization. That is not
Angela
something we
Merkel
can accept.
today would not be happy. She would leave Davos today, which she plans, I think, anyways. But any more comment? More questions, please, from the floor? Is anybody else involved in this issue with your companies or businesses, or might need some tips? They're all victims. But maybe somebody has a case example. Not really. Okay. So going forward, what is your top advice for a business? Who wants to start?
I can
From
start.
a technical point of view.
Actually, every business that starts some deals with us receives recommendations how to protect themselves in cyber area, because we do cyber things. And yeah, we say, guys, you need to be protected. And most of the companies, they don't care about security until they hacked, as you mentioned it, or until they attacked. Then immediately they start care and say,
And then
guys,
it's too late.
yeah, sometimes it's too late, sometimes it's on time, we can save something, but mostly now we show them these cases and say, look, this was happened to us maybe in the past, this would happen to our clients. Do you want to be in this list, or you want to receive good protection? So we do this.
That's a good marketing strategy, because then you actually open the eyes of potential victims, and then they
Actually, in
cash in.
our practice, actually, we offer our clients so-called triple legal protection for their intellectual property. So it's like very important for especially startup companies, just because, again, so it's like you're protected on the legal side. And the second one, when they start successful operations, then it's like security concerns. So like, and again, in programming and software development itself, there are special practices how to make the product secure, to protect, again, from illicit trade in like large, big sense.
I would say have a plan or plan to fail. So some very small decisions early in the design process of products and materials can make a huge difference versus making the decisions after a breach or after a major incidents where, you know, we've seen studies that are it's 10 or 1,000, potentially 1,000 times more expensive to make the changes that you need to make.
So at Kudelski Security, which kind of key, developments are you seeing? What kind of initiatives, new programs are you launching in that regard?
It's we're a technical company, engineering firm, and we often work with organizations that are building products to do the right things around things like key management, auditing, authenticity, identity. These are key concepts when trying to uniquely identify a product and track it throughout the supply chain. You want to go do something cool with blockchain? That's great. You need identity, you need key storage. You got to be able to do these things right. And again, doing them in the day one of the product life cycle is 1,000 times cheaper than doing it in day N of the product life cycle.
Boris?
Just one remark, very good number. Preventing of a bug is 10 times cheaper than fixing a bug.
Oh my goodness.
So,
yeah, I think it's clear. Hans?
Yeah, I just to add to what Andrew said, I think security and product traceability needs to be integral part of product design. And I just want to tell you a little story from one of the world's major brands when I had a discussion a few years back now on why they don't adopt secure traceability, although they have been victims of some very large issues, including deaths of humans. The excuse was that the marketing department sees that as a risk, because if we tell our customers that we need to add secure traceability on our products, they might now think, almost like in reverse psychology, that our products aren't safe. And I think brands, it's a true story, brands need to move on from that mentality and accept that a safer product is a better product, and that you can build a very strong marketing dimension on that solution as opposed to see it as a liability.
Exactly, because we always think that the disaster hits our neighbor, like we could never have cancer or HIV/AIDS or something like that, right? But we can use it as a marketing tool, as a PR strategy. I mean, that's a brilliant idea. Do you use that at Intetics already? Or maybe for your clients?
To some extent. So it's like we develop software for others, and actually, again, it could be different situations with our clients and with their policies. So sometimes, again, so it's like it's exactly like we do have such situations, unfortunately.
From a business perspective for yourselves, where do you see the biggest markets? Is it in Eastern Europe, where you operate from? Is it more Asia, the US, Europe? Where does the biggest business growth come from?
It's worldwide.
And at Kudelski Security, you also see growth coming from everywhere. Right, right. Are there now more questions from the floor? Not right now. Nobody wants to share a nightmare scenario. Is there any key takeaway for you? Anything that you would like to comment on as a final remark? Andrew.
I'll just say that this problem is very much like a lot of cybersecurity problems in that there aren't a lot of good answers. I mean, there's no easy solution. Everything involves spending money, working harder earlier, and then working with to increase and improve regulation. And I should say on the regulation comment, we're not looking for bad regulation here, or frankly, what makes the regulation topic tough, particularly around these trade issues and cross-border issues, is when the regulation differs. So country to country, state to state. So smart regulation, more investment, smarter decision making earlier is really the solution, much like many cybersecurity problems.
And as we're approaching the last day of the World Economic Forum tomorrow, you've mentioned startups, Andrew. Have you identified potential partners? What are you looking for in potential partners? Maybe there's somebody in the room who would like to talk to you later.
We're always looking for partners. We've met dozens of very interesting companies here at Davos, and the speed of innovation is really unbelievable. I mean, what's being done, particularly in this space, track and trace, is unbelievable around physical products and how the blockchain is being used and how physical products are being tagged and tracked, and learned a lot about diamonds this week and how those work. So there's a lot of innovation going on.
For you at Intetics, has it been a successful web in terms of partnerships and opportunities, and what are you looking for?
Yes, it was, and it continued to be. Yeah, we by the way, we are sponsors of Caspian Week. One of the reasons, because this area of Caspian, areas in general in the world that are developing fast now, are very interesting for us because they have really challenging projects, challenging solutions. If you compare them to Europe and East-West world, it's like more or less said and done, and change happens there slowly, while here we may find very complicated and very interesting for our engineers, smart brains solutions. So yeah, it was nice.
Boris, as you have been in this business for a long time, what is the biggest worry that you have going forward in terms of illicit trafficking and trade?
I probably agree that actually, so it's the area of regulations, and they could be smart and help everybody, but unfortunately, very often they could be just quite opposite, and then it's actually again, so prevent any kind of innovation, any kind of moving forward. Again, so it's probably does not help, but it's desire of a smarter world.
Hans, some closing remarks that you might have?
No, I'd just like to repeat that let's not forget to resolve the issues that we can resolve with the technologies that we already have, and then evolve from there, as opposed to constantly looking for what is in the horizon, which is a very convenient and easy way out of the problems that we face every single day. The last thing I wanted to add is just thank our host for a wonderful week and for what they have organized here this whole week, and a really great program that I've had the pleasure to participate in. Thank you.
To close, I would just like to have a temperature of the room, or just see who is worried about illicit trade, because most of you have some kind of business or are involved with companies. So who is scared of illicit trade for your own business? Hands up. Not too many. Okay, maybe 4 or 5 hands, 6, yeah. The others are pretty cool. All right, thank you so much for our panelists. I believe the next one will start at 3:45, so you have time to relax and have a drink downstairs. Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you, Boris.
second, third, and fifth row. There are free seats. Давайте. Okay. Filippo? We are here to sign memorandum of understanding for strategic cooperation between Alpine Arena for Friendship and the Greater Caspian Foundation. And I'm glad to introduce Mr. Filippo Lombardi, former president of the Parliament of Switzerland, and a very important politician in this country. And I will give the microphone to him.
Thank you very much. I think Switzerland is very small. I mean, it's a small country compared to the Greater Caspian area, but I think it's a country with some similarities. We used to be friendly. We used to live in the mountains. Well, you see snow here, and there is some snow also in the Caucasus, and we try to live peacefully with our neighbors, trying to understand each other with different cultures, religion, traditions in this country. This is the tradition of the Alpine area, of the Gotthard Massif, and our association has been created to promote the spirit of this region, also in a relation with similar regions outside Switzerland, outside the Alps. And we are very happy to start signing a memorandum with the Greater Caspian Association. We don't have a sea like you have, but we do have mountains, so it is somehow similar. Let's say that we are planning to use this memorandum, to make use of this memorandum in order to develop a number of activities in this region, trying to bring together people from political background, from business background, from cultural and scientific background, bringing them together in the spirit of the St. Gotthard. Wilhelm Tell was founding Switzerland, the Gotthard, and Generalissimo Suvorov went through, and still there is a lot of great histories about passing through the Alps of General Suvorov. So where this history has happened, now we call it the heart of Switzerland, and with all our heart we are willing to welcome guests and friends from these different backgrounds, and maybe try to give a bit of the historical capacity of Switzerland to negotiate, to discuss, to find compromise, give it back to our friends in the Caspian region.
Thank you, Filippo. And as we discussed on Monday, actually it was already agreed and confirmed from Afghanistan side. We are creating now a permanent think tank for the peacemaking process in Afghanistan, which will be located in Geneva. And we'll start inviting best experts from various countries, including Afghanistan, to discuss these topics and trying to find solutions and prepare proposals for all parties involved, not only separate, bilateral, but we need really everybody to be involved in that. And then later on, we will try also to host the official negotiation meetings in Switzerland. And as Filippo Lombardi told some time ago, that 500 years ago, the situation in Switzerland was similar what is happening now in Afghanistan. That's why Swiss people and the Swiss government, they have a really extensive experience how to regulate such issues, and we would like Switzerland to be as much as possible involved for this particular topic, for Afghanistan peacemaking, but also for a lot of other projects in the Greater Caspian region. And we'll talk today in the evening about strategic memorandum signed between Switzerland and China. There's another possibility to help Greater Caspian region to develop through Switzerland. And also, we're very happy that we are signing this memorandum here now. And let's now move to the official part, signing.
Thank you, Murat. Just to add one thing, I told some of you were there on Monday in this panel, but most probably not. And what I told two things which I think are important for signing this memorandum. First of all, in the Swiss history, Confederation was born and peace between different languages and cultures and religions was found around a transit axis. The Swiss Gotthard, between north and south of Europe, passing through, people understood it was better to support, to develop, to keep this transit capacity for all, not to fight each other, trying to control that and then destroying the things. So this is the first thing. Infrastructures, we are speaking now, everyone is speaking about the new Silk Road and these initiatives and so on. Infrastructures are there to help the welfare of people, and welfare and infrastructures can only exist if there is peace. And they contribute also to peace. So it is a mutual process. You build infrastructures because you believe in peace, and infrastructures and welfare will help you to develop peace processes. And the second thing is, the second idea I mentioned on Monday was there is an interrelation between the four elements: peace, infrastructure for transport, traffic, transit infrastructures, plus all infrastructure of a community, open economy, because infrastructures allow you to have an open economy, and an open economy needs also an open society. And in an open society, you will have rule of law for the benefit of everyone, for the single citizens, but also, of course, for the enterprises who need security to invest and to develop. So this is a bit the spirit, I think, of all the Caspian Week, and I thank you very much for organizing this week and inviting us to this week. And this shall be the spirit of the new cooperation we are going to develop on the basis of this memorandum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, official signing. Okay.
Caspian Arbitration Society. The first 3 days of this conference were devoted to cooperation in the Caspian region and promoting investment and economic activity generally. We have heard from the Afghan delegation and His Excellency Minister Mastu about the importance of peace. It's difficult to invest in a country where there's war. We have heard from Mr. Kelimbetov, the chairman of the Astana International Financial Center, about the importance of free zones and regulation. Where I'm going with this is that in order to have investments, you have to have appropriate conditions and an appropriate infrastructure for investments in business. If you want to invest in a country, you want to make sure that your investment is not devalued or misappropriated. And if you want to do business in a country, you want to have a proper legal framework in case something goes wrong. We have on this panel 4 experts in the Caspian region. On the right, we have Guy Blackwood QC, who is one of the top commercial barristers in London. Guy has recently represented a client against the State Oil Marketing Corporation of Iraq and won in the Supreme Court. He has also done a number of worldwide freezing orders and interim injunctions in English courts. On the left, we have immediately from me, we have Ms. Olga Sorokina, who's the managing partner of a Russian law firm, O2 Consulting. Olga has worked on a number of energy and infrastructure projects in the Caspian region and elsewhere. And immediately on the left after her, we have Dr. Irina Paliashvili, who's the president and senior counsel of Ukrainian and Washington-based law firm, OU-ALG Legal Group. Irina has likewise worked on a number of oil and gas disputes and transactions in the Caspian region. And what I propose to do now is for the participants to speak about some issues which they have faced while working on transactions and disputes in the Caspian region. And then we will try to come up with solutions or potential solutions to those issues. This is our goal. We'll start with Ms. Olga Sorokina, please.
Dear guests, welcome to our very important discussion. So why this discussion is really important and not a boring legal discussion? Because now to be really successful, it's actually it's almost impossible to be successful without being international. And to be international means to know how to cooperate with your partners, customers, investors from different countries, to know how to protect your worldwide assets, how to minimize your legal risk, how to resolve your disputes or conflicts. So, and as a result, to achieve the best possible success out of this international cooperation. So thanks, Vitaly, to introducing me. My name is Olga Sorokina, and I'm a managing partner of a law firm specialized in mergers and acquisitions in cross-border transactions with a special focus to Greater Caspian Region. So out of our recent experience, we can notice that during last years, the quantity of cross-border transactions, whereas the party is one of the businesses located in Great Caspian region, is significantly increasing, which is a very good sign. And it means that the company in Great Caspian region now operate in a truly globalized world. And they are required to comply not only with a variety of different law contract provisions drafted by very creative legal teams from different countries. They need to comply with the national and international law, and what the businesses really need is to have a fair and supportive dispute resolution system to help to safeguard this growth and especially in the conditions, economical and political conditions, which are very challenging. So I strongly believe that effective mechanism of dispute resolution is vital to the future health of international cross-border transactions and trade. But okay, probably now I'm telling very obvious and very simple things, and if everyone here understands the importance of possibility of alternative dispute resolution instruments, why we are still discussing this problem and why such problems still exist. So after a brief analysis of countries and the local legislations of Great Caspian region, we came to several conclusions, and we identified a number of problems which, according to our opinion and opinion of our colleagues, are the most significant. First of all, the problem is the access to arbitration. So in the Great Caspian region, okay, my position, maybe not everyone would agree to it, so with only one exception, as Kazakhstan, all other countries are having a problem with an access to arbitration. We can take an example of Russia. Recently, Russia had arbitration reform, and now there is a licensing requirement, and all arbitration institutions need to apply to government to obtain a special license. So the idea behind this initiative was a really great idea. Actually, it has been done within an idea of de-offshorization, and Russian government was a great initiative to increase the reputation of Russia as dispute resolution, as a legal center, to transfer the center of dispute resolution from LCIA and other popular venues to Russia, to replace Russian foreign entities, which has been used by businesses by Russian entity. So, and why this licensing requirement has been introduced? Because in Russia, we had serious problems with so-called pocket courts. So most of the courts have been somehow affiliated to its founders, which created grounds for fraud, and reputation of Russia as dispute resolution center was really relatively low. So it's very difficult to conclude if the main problem has been finally resolved with this initiative, but it's evident that another problem appeared, because now in Russia we have only 5 arbitral institutions instead of more than 1,000 than we had in pre-reform years. All 5 institutions are located in Moscow. Russia is a big country, so it's a big region, and as a result, we've got many businesses in Siberia, in Vladivostok, and different regions who have almost no access to arbitral institutions. So the same problem we can see in Azerbaijan with only 1 international arbitration institution, in Turkmenistan with the same problem. And again, the good example probably here is Kazakhstan, where we now have more than 20 arbitral institutions, very well equipped with fantastic infrastructure. So here we can use Kazakhstan as a good example as alternative dispute resolution mechanism comparing to other countries. But again, the problem with an access to arbitration is not only one problem that we identified. The second problem is the lack of trust to arbitrators, and this problem is much more difficult to deal with because, again, the most popular venues are ICC in Paris, LCIA, Stockholm Arbitration Institution, and the quantity of disputes which the parties bring to foreign out-of-region institutions is increasing again. So we do not have any positive a positive impact out of multiple reforms, including Kazakhstan. So how can we deal with the lack of trust to arbitrations, to our arbiters, and how we can, again, change the situation? So first of all, we would need probably to engage professional experts to promote regions as a really center of international trade, and very interesting case to attract experts worldwide. But for this purpose, definitely the fees and the cost of as a remuneration for arbiters needs to be increased, because if we compare the cost of arbitration process in London, in the LCIA, and in Moscow, for example, the difference is more than 4 or 5 times. So it's very difficult to attract really high-quality experts and to create a trust if the conditions will be not such attractive. The second point, I think we need to promote the idea of local arbitration centers, because we can notice, me, for example, as a legal practitioner, when I prepared this topic, I obtained lots of information on, for example, in Kazakhstan, international arbitration centers, on again, on this Caspian Arbitration Center. So such institution exists, but legal practitioners have very limited access to this information. So it's really good that in such conference, especially in Davos, we can exchange information. We can provide more specific and more detailed information about possibility of alternative dispute resolution mechanism and institutions. So, and this initiative can be supported and developed again in the future. So I think in the second part of our discussion we'll be discussing more in detail what kind of solutions we can use. So maybe my colleagues will continue with identifying problems about dispute resolution mechanism.
Thank you very much, Olga. I think just one immediate comment, one of the solutions might be the denationalization of arbitration in a way. We'll look at some of the available solutions right now. Guy will explain this from the point of view of English law and English courts. Can we have the remote for the slides, please?
So I've entitled this short talk Progression and Regression because I want to analyze whether we're actually moving forward or backwards when bringing people who don't act honorably to book. And I'm going to look at concealment, contempt, evasion, and execution, enforcing arbitration awards or judgments.
Sorry, can we have the remote for the slides so we can switch them?
So, in my view, the common law tends to be very flexible. It is a principle-based system, unlike some civilian codes which draw more on rules. And the common law designs remedies quite quickly, whereas other civilian jurisdictions tend to take rather longer. But I wanted to ask the audience a hypothetical question before moving on. So imagine you have a trainload in railway containers of fuel oil somewhere in the Caspian region. Your counterparty, who has sold you that oil, then misappropriates it. It takes the oil to a jurisdiction, a hostile jurisdiction, from which you can't retrieve it. In the interim, you find out that this is happening, so you get an injunction from the High Court in London, because your sale contract has an LCIA arbitration provision, and the other side simply ignore it. But worse still, you find out that the people who are doing this misappropriation are not even directors of your counterparty. They are running the company, but they're not listed on any register. And my question is, what do you do then? I don't know if anyone would care to venture an opinion. Do you give up, or are there remedies available? And if we can move on to the next slide, unless anyone has a view. Well, it's not so much shadow directors. Shadow directors are people who hide in the wings and in accordance with whose instructions a board normally acts. But what those people are in that situation are de facto directors. As a matter of fact, they are the directors of the company, even though they don't appear in any of the corporate documents. And this is a trick used, I say trick, it is commonplace when ultimate beneficial owners want to distance themselves as far as possible from their corporate vehicles so as to try to avoid any liability, which really ought to rest with them. And very recently, towards the end of last year, the English law has now been clarified. You can serve de facto directors out of the jurisdiction and hold them liable for contempt of court, in this case breaching an injunction. And whilst that may be somewhat anachronistic, it does focus minds, because the penalty is up to 2 years imprisonment, sequestration of assets, and a fine. I mean, you may find that the other side says, I don't like the UK, I never intend to come, I like it even less now after Brexit. But trading banks and financing banks don't like to see prison sentences on people's records. So it really does focus minds. And it is a way of, if not always, certainly frequently, sorting out situations such as this and making people behave. Another great weapon where you're looking at somebody who's not behaving honourably, what's called transactions defrauding creditors. If somebody gives away valuable assets to some related company for next to nothing, that transaction can be unwound. And I had one particular case where I acted for underwriters who had paid out for a constructive total loss of one of the big dredgers which builds islands in places like Dubai. Having paid out, the person who'd received the money then transferred the ship, the dredger, to one of its associated companies in Nigeria. It was worth about 50 million, but the price paid was €1,000. The sale to the Nigerian company, unsurprisingly, to Nigerian law and a Nigerian arbitration. And the great thing, if we could move on, Vitaly, about this particular provision is it doesn't matter if the transaction is not subject to English law or jurisdiction. All you need is a sufficiently close connection between what was occurring and the attempt by the creditor to defraud, by the debtor to defraud his creditors. This is a very powerful provision. It's not used often enough. I think, although people say piercing the corporate veil is always an exceptional course, it is time and it is right that that particular remedy be expanded. And the reason is that SPVs are becoming more and more commonplace. You frequently find a long chain of SPVs between the operating company and the ultimate beneficial owners, where the sole purpose of all of those SPVs is again to relieve the person who should be liable from that liability. It's a means of giving a remedy which has been around since at least the 70s, but I think in light of modern business practices, it ought to be expanded. And then the next remedy, sorry, just if we could go back, Vitaly. The next remedy that is important, that's available in common law, but again generally not in civilian jurisdictions, is a proprietary remedy. But what I mean by that is you can say this particular money that you paid is mine. I only paid it because you made a misrepresentation, and I want that money. And the great advantage of that is that you can trace it. You can require the person who received that money to say, where's it gone, and recover that money from whoever ultimately benefited from it. It is a much more beneficial remedy than simply damages, because the person to whom you are entitled to claim damages has probably dissipated all of the funds, your money. I'm not going to go into this case in great detail. It went, as Vitaly said, all the way up to the Supreme Court. We'd had 3 different answers from 4 judges, and in the Supreme Court we scraped home 3-2. But the important point, I think, at a high level about this case is to consider intercepting funds payable under a letter of credit. You will know that they will either be issued in London or New York, or at least most of them will be, and it is now the law that they can be intercepted. In this case, it was a payment due from Crédit Agricole, the issuing bank, to the state oil marketing organization of Iraq. Surprisingly or otherwise, they weren't very keen on paying their debts. So we stepped in, we intercepted one of these payments, and the great advantage of appointing a receiver by way of equitable execution, is that he can ask, in this case Crédit Agricole, who we suspected were issuing letters of credit. Shell was buying oil in very large amounts from Iraq. You can get the receiver to write to the bank and say which funds are due under letters of credit. And the bank will comply, because the receiver is an officer of the High Court. And if it doesn't, they'll be in contempt of court, which, as we've seen, has fairly serious, or can do, consequences. Now, I probably would say this because I'm a common lawyer, is the progression part, but are things going the wrong way? And I think in some institutions, they are. The DIFC courts, which, as you know, is a common law jurisdiction, to have a mechanism whereby any arbitral award could be entered as a judgment of the DIFC court, and importantly, that could then be taken onshore, so enforced in any country which was party to the Riyadh Convention, and a lot of them are. So Saudi Arabia is a good example, which is very difficult to enforce otherwise. But unfortunately, the powers that be in the Emirates have created a new judicial commission, as they call it, with 3 local judges and 2 common law judges to decide whether anything should be enforced onshore. 100% of the time it is 3-2 in favour, again surprisingly enough, of no enforcement. So much of that tribunal's attraction has been dissipated by this judicial commission. ICSID is another area where at least certain people are trying to disband the whole concept as it exists now of investment treaty arbitration and replace it with a world investment court, doubtless stuffed full of representatives of the various states involved. So it's difficult to see, if that concept comes to fruition, that very much will ever be found in favour of the investor who's had his investment expropriated. And the complaints that are brought against the current system, I think, are very weak. Lack of transparency, well, that could be said about any commercial arbitration, and the fact that there is a gender bias, that there aren't enough female arbitrators sitting on investment treaty disputes, which I think is probably right, because about 80% of them go only to 2 arbitrators, one who is French, one who is Swiss. Probably we know the identity of both. But it's certainly something that needs to be improved, but not a rationale for dismantling the system. So in certain areas, I think we're going the wrong way, but there are options, I think particularly in the High Court, where you seek to redress wrongs created by a recalcitrant debtor.
Thank you very much, Guy. We will have seen the advantages of using English courts and using London as the seat of arbitration, whether it's in the Caspian region or elsewhere. In the Caspian Arbitration Society, in our main rules, we have a provision to the effect that whichever seat you choose, you may still seek interim remedies, either at the court of the seat of the arbitration or in London. This is a unique provision which you don't have in any other rules, to my knowledge, and which makes these remedies available to you if you use the rules of the Caspian Arbitration Society, regardless of whether your arbitration is seated. So I would like to invite Irina now to comment on her experience in the region.
Thank you, Vitaly. And after Guy so brilliantly described the remedies available under English law, I would like to come back to our region. And when I talk about our region, I mean a broader Caspian Black Sea region. There is no good name for it, unfortunately. But like, for example, in International Bar Association, which is the largest organization of lawyers in the world, we called it ECA region. ECA meaning Europe, Caucasus, Asia. So our region is basically a linchpin between these three regions, Europe, Caucasus, Asia. And I think right now our region is undergoing a major renovation and becoming probably the global infrastructural center. And that's because of the One Road, One Belt Chinese project, where it's a huge transit route. And for example, we like to call ourselves the New Silk Road lawyers in this region. And of course, this process takes time. So I would say probably within 10 years, our region will be completely revamped. And with all these huge infrastructural projects taking place that cost billions and billions of dollars, it's very important that investors feel that they can seek protection in case of disputes. With whom are those disputes in most cases? With the governments, because the investors invest in the infrastructure, they sign all kinds of deals with the governments, concessions, production sharing agreements, all kinds of other deals, and then the disputes arise with the government. The governments. The good news that in our region, most of the countries are members to either ICSID, which is Investment Protection Convention. I believe only Kyrgyzstan and Russia are not members of ICSID. Almost all the countries are members of the New York Convention, minus, I believe, Tajikistan. Turkmenistan, yeah. And of course, many of them have bilateral investment treaties. I represent Ukraine, and fortunately, Ukraine has not seen an international treaty it doesn't want to sign. It signs all international treaties and conventions, so we have a very strong web of international conventions protecting the investor. However, it turns out that it's not enough, because the international investment arbitrations take a lot of time, unbelievable amount of cost, and then even if investor wins, the enforcement and collection are huge problems. The countries which are biggest abusers globally figured out a way of hiding their assets, sovereign assets. And we know who those sovereigns are, against which most of the investment disputes are won. They're hiding those assets. They only keep the assets available which are under sovereign immunity. And the investors may have won a huge arbitral award, but they cannot collect. So I think this is one of the biggest challenges. No matter how successful the investment arbitration can be, if you cannot collect, what's the point? And in this situation, I believe that we as New Silk Road lawyers need to think really hard on what we can propose as the new solutions versus the old-fashioned solutions for the investors to feel comfortable that in case they win investment disputes, they can collect against the governments. And old-fashioned arbitration institutions, of course, are there. They're extremely expensive. They're very lengthy. When international arbitration was first created and became available, it was called alternative dispute resolution. And it was created because the courts were too long, too expensive, and then, the business community was seeking for alternative dispute resolution. But I believe that currently the international arbitration is no longer alternative dispute resolution. This is a mechanism which is as long and as complicated as courts. Of course, in many countries, the court systems are transparent and fair, etc. And in our part of the world, unfortunately, it's not always true. So that's why the investors are seeking international arbitration. But what ideas we can come up with, and here when you walk the streets of Davos, you can see the signs, the posters saying that, seeking change or offering change, something like this. So what kind of change we can offer in our part of the world, in our region, that will really make investors comfortable? And I was thinking one of the idea is international convention of the countries of bigger Caspian Sea, Black Sea region, where the governments will create reserve funds and will be obliged to create those reserve funds and allocate money there. So in case they lose the international investment arbitration, the money will be paid from those reserve funds. There are all kinds of other ideas that can be discussed. And of course, it's very important to innovate in international arbitration institutions, because the old-fashioned institutions, and I'm talking now about in our countries, like international arbitrations under chambers of commerce, they are really a little bit backwards. They are behind the innovation, behind the technology. So I think such organizations or such institutions as the Caspian Arbitration Association really has a huge advantage by leading the way, by showing innovation, by coming up with initiatives that will make our region truly the global infrastructural center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina. I think there are two kinds of issues that we have to address, basically, in any international arbitration, and Caspian region specifically. Those are technical issues on the one hand, and we've discussed the licensing requirements in the Russian Federation and in other countries, some of the solutions which are provided by English courts. However, there's also a cultural issue. In order to resolve an issue, we need to understand what the issue is. And for that, we need to have a forum of arbitration practitioners and generally dispute resolution lawyers from along the path of the Belt and Road Initiative and Caspian region in particular, so that we know what the issues are, so that we can resolve them. In the Caspian Arbitration Society, we've revolutionized slightly how we accept arbitrators, and we accept arbitrators free of charge. Everyone is free to join when they have arbitration experience, of course. And then when we prepare our rules, we conduct online surveys in which those arbitrators and other arbitration practitioners are free to participate, so that we draft our rules not in vacuum. We actually ask people to tell us what their problems are and what they think the potential solutions could be, so that we can then implement them in a common dispute resolution mechanism, which is the Caspian Arbitration Society, and hopefully we won't be alone in this field.
Yes, I can give you a practical example of the problems with some of the market leaders at the moment. I'm thinking of the ICC and ICSID. The average length of an ICSID arbitration is just under 4 years. And I have been involved myself in an arbitration since 2014. It has sat variously in London, Paris, Madrid, and Athens. It's not yet finished. There will be further hearings this year and very possibly next. And the costs are eye-watering. They are larger than most middle-sized commercial disputes. So there is a need for expedition in the arbitral world.
Thank you. I think we might have time for one or maximum two questions because we are running out. So if anyone has any questions, please go ahead. Or if not,
thank you very much. If I had to ask you to give me 3 bullet points, 3 short points, what makes the Caspian Arbitration Society stand out and why people should turn to it rather than the LCIA or the LMAA or the ICC, what 3 points would you mention? What makes this stand out as a businessman's choice?
well, firstly, we are not promoting any government. So generally, arbitral institutions tend to be based in a certain jurisdiction, like the DIFC, which is intended to promote the image of Dubai as a financial center. We are not like that. So we don't like to have a connection to any jurisdiction. We welcome arbitrators from all countries. That's first. Secondly, it's the way which I already mentioned, in which we improve the arbitration rules. And third is the rules themselves. We already mentioned the availability of the very strong and effective remedies of the English jurisdiction, which won't be available to you if you use LCIA rules, but the Zurich seat, for example. And then there are a number of other issues which we are going to discuss at 6:30 tonight. We'll have a separate presentation of the Caspian Arbitration Society. So anyone is welcome.
I would say in one word, expedition. The rules are designed to resolve disputes quickly. The longer things go on, the more expensive they get. And whilst that may be tremendous for people like me, it's not tremendous for the client.
Thank you very much.
very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to this session. We'll be speaking about new technology. Well, new technology has been a buzzword for 10 years, maybe even more. But the fact is that everyone in this room has new technology on the agenda, right? Everyone is doing something about it. Interestingly enough, I'm coming from a PwC study, and we looked at it from a different angle. We said we identified 150 different technologies that would be relevant to the trade and logistics. 150. This is huge number. And when we looked at the investment and where the industry stands compared to other industries, we're pretty behind all the other industries. So on one side, we have a lot of technology available, but actually we have behind, but we're catching up. This is what I would like to bring today with our panel. And we would like to structure the discussion in 3 different dimensions. We would like to first describe what happens in the industry, what works today, what some of the companies are doing today and works well. This is one. And the takeaway from that session is for each of you going back to the office on Monday, tell your board or tell your staff and say, well, working pretty much in line, we're behind, we're ahead. So first is describe what we have. Second part is the vision. Where do we, as a panel, see the future? In 3 years, 5 years? What are we doing in terms of innovation to go to next mile? If you go to a board, what is the vision you want to give to your company or to your team? And the last piece is how to get there. What are the challenges? So welcome, my name is Antoine Vitrich, I'm a partner with PwC. I'm passionate about new technology, I'm passionate about trade and logistics, and I'm also passionate about people making it happen, and hopefully today we contribute to that. I'm not alone today, I've got the honor to be with a great panel, and I'll give maybe Ellen a few minutes to introduce herself.
I think I'm going to take a few minutes just to introduce myself. My name is Evgeniy. I'm an advisor to the chairman and CEO of Sberbank. Sberbank is the largest bank of Central and Eastern Europe. We have around 151 million clients in 20 countries, 400,000 employees. And of course, our operations are very diversified, and trade is at the core of what we do. I joined the bank about 6 years ago. I'm honored to work for our bank. I love it. I love the people, and I love the opportunity to learn new technologies basically on the fly. And it is the everlasting process, and it keeps me going, and I'm very excited. We're huge in education, and I'm very honored to be invited to this distinguished panel today, and I'm passing the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Mohammed Singh. I represent International Trade Center. International Trade Center is a joint agency of the World Trade Organization, WTO, as well as the UN. So it is at the nexus of the trade and the development. The area of my responsibility is, because my organizational mandate is to help private businesses and especially SMEs internationalize, become part of the global and the regional value chain. My area of responsibility, which is very relevant to the technologies and the logistics, is that we help the government to design and the private businesses to comply with cross-border procedures, that how you can be an active player in the international trade. And with this advent of technology, as the technology is impacting not only the way we trade, it's also impacting the way the regulatory compliance challenges are being faced by these technology companies. And probably more than regional, I will be bringing you the global perspective, which is equally applicable to the
Good afternoon. My name is Yang Fan. I'm from the World Economic Forum, so hosting away. So welcome to you to Davos, and hope your week is going well so far. I'm the head of digital trade at the forum, based in San Francisco, at the new Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, where we look at emerging technologies and the gap between technologies and policies and regulations. And particularly, I lead a project called the Trade Tech. So we actually officially launched the initiative yesterday at the forum event. We had participants, everyone from UPS to Visa to World Customs Organization to Trade Union. Integral Petroleum was also invited as well. So this is very, very much in my domain. I'm very looking forward to discussing impact of technologies on trade. Thank you.
Hello everybody. My name is Amir, and I am CEO of a startup company called Caspian Container Company. And basically, we are trying to shift the conventional way of shipping in and out of Caspian region. And we are just starting 6 months. And the idea is for us to shift the trade and facilitate the trader, like any other country, in Caspian as well, to come from bulk shipments and shift to containerized shipment. So this is the idea. I would like to speak more about it, but when it's my turn. But thank you very much, and I'm really honored to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. So I'll start with the first question, and I will direct that question to you, Evgeniy. You've been studying trade and logistics for a few years, globally, around the globe. But in particular, now you're working even more with Azerbaijan on specific projects. So what is your view? What is working today in terms of commodity trading, logistics? What is your view on the world?
Oh, thank you. So, as I mentioned, we launched this initiative called the Trade Tech. The idea is that technologies are changing trade faster than rules and businesses can adapt. When we talk about trade right now, if you just open any newspapers, it's about tariff, right? It's super, super important, major issue. But I think at the same time, technologies will have as much an impact on trade going forward for the next decades, not just a decade, decades. So that's what we work on. And I think the reason is why is if you look at the technology, if you look at other industries, in a way the lower hanging fruits have been picked off, right? Whereas trade and logistics, because there's a certain barrier, you need to enter that. You can't just do a startup on trade like this. Actually, personal story, I used to work at Airbnb before I joined the forum. I was a lawyer there. And if you look at Airbnb, obviously huge company, very successful. But if you look at the three founders, brilliant people, they were design majors, right? So Brian Chesky went to design school. So, but the concept of Airbnb is brilliant, but also not that complex. Whereas, if I, as a lawyer tomorrow, just want to start a logistics or trade startup, it's going to be very, very difficult. We need all the experts here and experts in the audience to help us do that. But I think because the lower-hanging fruits have been picked off, now we're moving to fintech, right, to healthcare, to trade and logistics. So I'm definitely very optimistic and look forward to many innovations in the next decades. Just in Azerbaijan, we're discussing with them for a couple of months, and even at this time at Davos, we have agreed to form a partnership, and we'll be working with Azerbaijan on digital trade, from digital trade hub to logistics. Also very excited about that.
Maybe Amir, speaking about what is happening today, you describing your company as a startup company. So already today you don't have a history, so you can really design things the new way. Can you tell us a bit more about what you're doing?
Before designing new ways and new platform, new innovations, we have to see a little bit of history. I mean, historically, logistics and shipping, they are very traditionalist people. They don't embrace technology as quick as others perhaps do. But lately, we are catching up as logistic industry because we are the one have a lot of gains. But today, if you see the enormous amount of logistic movement from point A to Z. It would have not happened if technology was not there to facilitate the logistics. So it's either it can be tracking of containers, it can be tracking of your cargo on the click of the button, or getting new port just using the app, and booking your cargo and real-time seeing your movement of your cargo. You can plan your business very well, and also the cost effectiveness. So this is the background. So as long as how we see in future, of course, the future is very, very bright as far as technology involvement in logistics. I would say now autonomous trucks is just matter of time. Mr. Said will maybe help me to understand the regulation regarding that one, which is actually one of the issue. And then drones are coming up with the idea that the far-flung areas, landlocked hinterlands, you can have this drone where drone can carry the cargo and supply to the end user. So there's tremendous, I would say, light as far as technology involvement, new technology in the logistic business. So as far as we are concerned in Caspian, definitely, we have, I would say that in trade within Caspian or out of Caspian, the biggest challenge is logistics. There's no other challenge than logistic. Here we have traders sitting who are trading from Caspian. Their biggest challenge is not the client, is the logistic, because when they add up the cost, they are no more competitive like other traders sitting on the open oceans, or near the open oceans. So that is why I think the new technology usage in Caspian is very important to reduce the cost, number one. Number two, to bring transparency. Number three, it would help Caspian as a region to come up on the real map of the world trade. So this is my opinion, and then we continue.
Thank you. Just getting back to you, and I'll direct that question to you, Helen. What I'm picking up from that conversation is you're telling technology is there. So now it's a question of investments, and it's a question of people mindset to adopt and transform. So now looking into the last few years, what you've been doing at Sberbank, transforming the bank, moving to the next century, what made you decide to invest, and how did you make people move? The bank is a monster, is huge. How did you manage to transform completely the way it worked?
Thank you very much. It's the very first time I hear the word monster in relation
positive
to the
way.
bank. I take it as a compliment. I really don't think banks have any alternative today but to transpire in technology. Just a matter of time for those who don't do it to die. So it's a matter of just our fiduciary responsibility to do the very best for our shareholders and to continue being as socially responsible as we are, because we invest a lot in education and all kinds of charities. Yesterday we had a wonderful chance to talk about our circular economy and about engagement of stakeholders, and it all pertains to our bank. It was easy and it was very exciting for me to share this experience with you. Talking about trade, we have over 4 million corporate clients, and all of them trade. Somebody trades, if they're a manufacturer, or they might be a consulting firm, communications firm. Basically, as the largest bank in Central and Eastern Europe, not to say in Russia, indeed, we have to diversify, and trade is at core of actually our corporate business. We do have a subsidiary bank, which is Sberbank Switzerland. And I would not refer to it as a subsidiary. It's actually an independent entity. And it is focused on trade, financing, commodity trading, and all kinds of corporate activities, because Switzerland is a commodity trading hub. And Russia is one of the major countries actually exporting raw materials. So there is a great fit. And we indeed use all kinds of technologies. I mentioned yesterday that we are the IT company with a banking license. This is true. But we also have several technology labs. We actively utilize drones. At the moment, we do it kind of somewhere on the pilot basis, but we do it on a more regular basis. We use robotics extensively. We have the robotics lab. We have amazing in-house technologies. We have tens of thousands of engineers that actually work for Sberbank. And robotics is indeed indispensable for logistics. We finance operations through the whole supply chain. And we use cutting-edge financial instruments like deferred payments, prepayments, all kinds of repo instruments, factoring, and it is unthinkable to do it without utilizing cutting-edge information technology. Because being, without exaggeration, probably the major expert on managing risk in Russia in sense of trade, I'm not competing with Pricewaterhouse because we do it our own way in sense of knowing the clients, having the client database that we do, we can help mitigate risks. So basically, come to think of it, we are a one-stop shop and a major hub for the trade, and indeed we utilize cutting-edge technologies in every single aspect of trade that we touch.
Thank you. Two things out of that. At some point you said you went a long way, so sometimes you open the doors. What were the biggest challenges you had to face? We spoke about regulation before. How did you tackle that challenge of opening doors towards new regulations, facing new needs in terms of regulations, possibly waiting for the regulator to give instructions?
Well, first of all, we are a publicly traded company. We're traded on the London Stock Exchange and, of course, Moscow Stock Exchange, and ADRs are traded in United States by Bank of New York. So we must comply. We are fully compliant. And plus, we have Sberbank Europe in addition to Sberbank Switzerland, and Sberbank Europe in turn owns banks in, I think at the moment it's 9 countries of Central and Eastern Europe. So indeed, we have to be compliant with all the regulations in every single jurisdiction where we operate. On top of it, we of course keep our finger on the pulse to follow the trends for upcoming changes in the regulation. We do it for our own sake and we do it for our client. Because actually we do act as a trade bridge. In every country that we operate and clients that we serve, we don't ever function just as a bank. We're a friend. Client is everything for us. And some of you might know that Sberbank is actually an ecosystem. So in addition to banking services, we provide a wide variety of services through the companies that we own. And it spreads from accounting, legal services, and variety of technologies like Sberk Cloud, which is the cloud services. So indeed, we help our clients to open the doors in the markets where we own banks, first of all. And we keep our finger on the pulse, and we communicate. We participate in all kinds of events where government agencies participate, and if we hear something that we can share, we can add value to in the discussion, we openly voice our opinion.
You're saying, and my next question is for you, Saddigh, you said your role, and this is the reason why you changed your way of working is to open the door and help your clients open the door to markets. So now coming to the regulator, the regulating body, how do you help your customer in all the markets to be successful? What is coming?
Thank you, Anton. Let me take a step back and state something very obvious. One, currently, and this has been happening for the last 10, 15 years, that the technology is improving and expanding at a speed which at least my generation cannot cope with. Maybe the generation Y and Z can. And I'm also sure that when the generation Y and Z is at the helm of the affairs after 10 years, they would say the technology was very slow in the 20s. So this is the amount of change of the technology there taking place. This is not only impacting the trade, but the way we are trading. And the common name which is said is about electronic commerce, as abbreviated as e-commerce. That is the new way of doing trade. I don't call this e-commerce as the electronic commerce. I call it everybody's commerce. Because earlier this used to be a profession for the traders, importers and exporters, and with the help of the logistic operators to do that. Now everybody sitting in front of the computer or on your mobile is ordering something which is crossing the border. I only come to know when I received my credit card bill that my wife has spent probably a few $100s last evening and the goods are on their way. So in this era where the technology is improving, the way the technology is impacting the trade, we are more and more trading. The data is being traded, but still the goods has to cross physically the borders. They have to come. So what are the challenging situations this create? In my view, there are three specific challenges it creates. The first challenge is that major percentage of our international trade is moving from containers to the parcels. So instead of having 10 containers, the border regulatory agencies are now having maybe 10,000 parcels a day, which they have to deal with. The second part is that those who are still into the container, they want to have the track where the container is when it's going to be. The second part is that kind of, besides the transparency, there is an urgency that when I order something on my mobile phone or on my laptop screen, my supplier says that you will receive the delivery in 72 hours. Now, I'm not ready to give 2 days to the border regulatory agency to comply with the regulatory procedures. I want that they should do it while I'm buying these goods from my supplier. And the third, I think the word drone was mentioned. The third major challenge is that if the goods comes and even pass the regulatory authorities by the regulatory compliance, then this last mile delivery is still a challenge. And that is, instead of one truck moving from the port to a city, within the city probably there are more than 10,000 motorbikes or the car or the delivery van which are moving, and all those have impact on the social landscape, on the regulatory landscape, and this is the, I would say, amount of the challenge. So technology is also helping to regulatory compliance also by the data, by processing, all those things, but these are those challenges I think which still remain.
My personal experience, 15 years ago, I happened to be a ship's agent. That means when ships call from one port to another port as an agent, I supposed to submit the manifest, and during 15 years ago, manifest used to come like a big bundle through DHL or other courier services from maybe Brazil, from anywhere in the world. Then I have to have original bills of lading signed by the carrier. Maybe they are in hundreds, maybe they are 500, 1,000, because small shipments. Now things change so much that everything is on the cloud. Everything is on the cloud, that once the cargo is shipped, that is why now we have vessels with 16,000 containers, 20,000 containers. It is only manageable because of the technology. It's not a matter of the size of the vessel or the efficiency of the engine. Is the service behind, because there's a lot of documentation required. And now because of the technology, as he said, e-commerce is so simple that from the cloud, the recipient agent received all the manifests, no need to print now. You just straight send it to the system of the customs, to the ports, and it's done. So that is how simple it becomes. So technology is really helping. Otherwise, I would say that the volumes which we are now dealing with would have not possible with the manual way of work. So I just wanted to add to...
It's very good. Thank you for that. Maybe next question is, I see the market is changing, so the customers' needs are changing, moving to smaller volumes. So it means that every company will have to adjust as a stick. If they don't react, they will die, because they will not be competitive. How do you see then the carrot in that market? What are the companies doing to go even one step ahead to beat the market and already move into next steps? What do you see in terms of innovation? On one side, you have the stick, the minimum requirements that every company will have to reach if they want to stay in the game. And where do you see companies even moving ahead to be ahead of the competition? So what do they do?
Happy to talk about that. I think if you generalize at a super high level, trade and logistics, you're moving three things. You're moving goods, right? You're moving papers, as you just said, and you're moving money, right? So I think there's a lot of innovations in those fields, but I think I can just highlight a couple. They're not limited to those. I think in the moving goods aspect, IoT data combined with AI will be a game changer in the industry. Right now, you guys are the experts. You can tell me tracking containers still can be an issue, right? Because yeah, you can attach an IoT device, but you need one, the battery, right? And two, it needs to be withstanding some hard hits on the container. So we're not talking about iPhone here, right? So and also the connectivity. So to come up with the innovations, and we have met startups in the space where they try to come up with new ideas and new products where will lower the barrier so you can really track containers and goods everywhere. Once you can do that, the data they generate, what do you do with that data? You can use artificial intelligence to help manage your your logistics flow. And also on the port side, there's also a sustainability good side of it, is that if you're able to manage port traffic, if you so the trucks are not waiting for hours, so that's also a benefit to the environment as well. So I think in the goods space. In the money space, I won't talk in front of experts of digital payment. I think it's definitely something we're looking at. And digital payment, you got, it's not just we're thinking about QR codes or credit card. It could be M-Pesa. It could be, a mobile top-up. It works in various countries. Digital currency is something we're also keeping eye on. And lastly, when it comes to moving papers, blockchain could definitely be an option. We have a project on the policy framework on using blockchain for trade single window. And there's a project we've done with the Inter-American Development Bank. Actually, we're looking to expand that into Caspian region as well. So I think that's, in high level, what are some new innovations, but policies will still definitely be a challenge. And just last thing really quick, we Forum come up with the term, the fourth industrial revolution. Like, what does it mean? I think it really means that what we are experiencing nowadays, the technologies is different in scope, speed, and scale. Let me just give you one example that's related to trade and logistics. We just done a report on 3D printing. So if you hear about 3D printing 10 years ago, if you're a trade logistics company, you probably would not care that much, right? It seems like a little cool thing, you can print some toys or whatever, plastic thing. But in the future, if printing scales up, right, manufacturing will be local, what would the impact be for the logistics, right? Naturally, you'd assume that there will be reduction in trade and logistics. But actually, another turn, that's actually not exactly the case. And based on our studies, that trade still happens. quick example, Invisalign, so it's a dental, right? So you go to a doctor office in the US, you get your teeth scanned. A couple weeks later, you get your aligners, right? You see tailored for you. So you think, oh, they must be printed right here in New York or in San Francisco, but it's not. The actual, the CAD file, goes actually from the US to Costa Rica, where they have a large engineering team, and then processed in Mexico, because it actually takes a lot of labor for post-processing, and then back to the US. So trade still happens. And that's my example, right? 3D printing may reduce it, but not really, there are nuances. So I think that's why with new technology, especially new emerging technologies, one, you need to keep that in your mind. Okay, then, 2, don't believe the hype, and 3, do some real homework on whether that will impact you.
Thank you. I'm now turning back to you. Sorry, go ahead.
Things related to technology. You know, we don't realize that technology is actually in our everyday, every step of the way. Because I was listening to you and I thought, gosh, I didn't mention we have these robots counting coins, but we also have you know, new technology for acquiring when you use your credit cards. And we count milliseconds because this is how we compete on how quickly we can process your payments. And this kind of relatively small things, you know, like we have a video fixation. So when your goods are being carried, we can do the video fixation and the data comes to our cloud, to Sber cloud. So all of this is kind of one living organism, the ecosystem of the bank. And as I said, everything comes to trade, and it's, come to think of it, it's like the number of cells. I honestly don't know how many cells are in the body, but it's like where we go in sense of being engaged in technology development, not to fall behind, but be visionary and forward-looking.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just, I wanted to highlight one point, and that is that we are approaching and looking this probably not the whole landscape. There are certain countries which are definitely ahead of the technology, but there are certain countries which are too much lagging behind. They are not yet there. So the availability of technology and that sophistication is one issue. The second issue is that whether it is national regulatory policies or the global cooperation policy, they are falling behind the speed of the technology. That is another issue. And the third issue is that where these two things are present, still the mindset of those who are working on it has not evolved to the level that I have a more trust in the byte rather than on the paper. So that is also still going on. And as you rightly said, what should be done? I think minimum 3 things we must ensure. First, that whatever the technology transfer take place in this international trade, there should be a legality of those transactions, the data passing from one client, one actor to the other. The second, that the integrity of data must be ensured. If we build for 4 years, 5 years, I don't want to quote a particular technology, but if there is one incident, you lose that confidence in the market. And the third is that there must be interoperability of the systems of the private companies, the logistics service provider, as well as the regulatory authorities. That is probably the minimum which requires to move forward the way technology is impacting the trade.
Thanks, Saeed. You're actually anticipating my next point.
Would I like to chip in just for a minute? just for a minute. What Mr. Saeed said is absolutely right. The problem comes with the legality of the documents because, you know, mind you, we are logistic provider. We don't own the goods. So responsibility is very high. It's a third-party goods. So we are too much concerned about the legality of the document. And that is required, and we have to see how new technology confirm us that the documents which we have, is the sanctity is there. So that is very important, and the legal aspect, as you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So time has come to close the session. We'll be here in the next few minutes as well to answer any of your questions. But before we close, I would like to ask each of you just one key message. What is the one takeaway that each of you are taking from today's conversation? What is the one ask you would have for the future of trade and logistics? So up to you. If one of you can take, it's up to you. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, for me, the basic thing is a it should be a balance between the technology and with the trade. You cannot have imbalance because we are talking about logistics, we are talking about cargo, we are talking about money. So the balance has to be there. That is my message. Technology has to come. It is bound to come. We cannot stop it. But how we deal it, that is important. This is the message. Thank you.
My message is that 2020 is a decade of trade tech. Fintech is a thing. Why not make trade tech a thing? And we welcome to work with all of you on that. Thank you.
I have 2 mics, so I can say 2 things. I'll pass on this. No, the one area, and that is that if we want, there has to be a thinking of the regulatory authorities, whether at the national level, whether at the international level, to think like businesses. Not to think like businesses, to conduct like businesses, and to embrace that the technology is the way forward. We have to adopt our procedure because technology and the trade would never wait for our regulations to be adopted to it.
I did mention we have a new trading platform which is called Biru, which is like I take. And we talk and think technology, but my takeaway is that technology is at core, but without trust and without human relations and chemistry between the parties, there will be no trade. So trust is at core as much as technology. This is my takeaway.
Well, this is a fantastic conclusion. Technology is good, but nothing happens without people. So it's all down to us. So thank you, and have a great rest of the event, and see you soon. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Сейчас. Где Барбара? Please, dear delegates, please take your seats. We are starting in 4 minutes. I know it's a long day today, but the topic is very interesting. Yeah. Dear delegates, please take your seats. Don't stay here. I'm staying because I will now move to the session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start now. Swiss time, Chinese time, which means we're ahead of schedule. We're supposed to start at 45, but we're now 38, so 7 minutes ahead of time. That sounds about right. As you just heard, Murat, we have a distinguished lineup. It should be filled up a bit more. We have more panelists expected to come very soon, but let me start on the right-hand side, my dear old friend, Dr. Yuan Ding. He's the Vice President and Dean of the China-Europe International Business School, based in Shanghai, but in Zurich and in Accra and in Europe and all around the world all the time. My second dear friend, Dmitry Kalinin. He's the Director, Strategic Development, Integral Petroleum, Geneva. You don't need any further introduction. Neither does Murat. He's, of course, the chairman of the organizing committee of the Caspian Week, Geneva based, and he's the reason why we are probably all here. Tatiana Popova, she is, I think, in urgent meetings. Hopefully they go well for her. She might be joining us later. She's from the Agency of Strategic Programs based in Moscow, Russia. We have Mr. Ralf Lehner. Here we go. He's from the St. Gallen Bodensee area in eastern Switzerland, for those who don't know yet. A very lovely region. And he is in charge of the economic development at the Ministry of Economy and Labor in the Appenzell Ausserrhoden canton in Switzerland. And then we should probably also get Dr. Claude Begley, the former member of the Swiss Federal Parliament, but he's not here yet. We also have Dr. Urs Lustenberger right here. He's partner of Lustenberger law firm Zurich and chairman of the Swiss Asian Chamber of Commerce, Zurich, Switzerland. Likewise, a very, very important man to know. So first of all, I would like to start with an opening question to all of you gentlemen. It's good we have a woman moderating this panel with an opening question. So Switzerland and China both signed a memorandum of understanding, otherwise MOU. Yes, we closed the Röstigraben or the Belt and Road. We have some connectivity here last year to basically boost cooperation in trade and finance between the two countries in bilateral relations. Dr. Yending, first of all, what kind of benefits are you expecting to see now?
Although the size are so different, I'm talking about China vs. Switzerland, but I see a huge complementarity in their collaboration, not only on the free trade, but also on the development of the One Belt, One Road strategy or initiative from China. And the one thing you see clearly is that China now, they have the courage, the size, the efficiency, and the money. and you can see from the quick development over the last 40 years, especially in the tangible assets infrastructure, this end to the other end, that means the whole Central Asia, including even Africa. But China has a huge shortcoming or problem, is about the expertise to deal with different culture and to organize international projects. Because as you know, Chinese culture is very inward looking. And although the size is big, although China is occupied with another 56 minorities, but if you look at the composition of the population, that is really a unique case in the world. So when you talk about Russia, for example, the Russians are slightly majority in Russia, and in India, it's even more mosaic population. But in China, 94% of the Chinese are the nationality Han. So they speak the same language, they share the same culture. So Chinese, they have, of course, it's a lot of people see that as an envious situation that you immediately have a very large market. That's why Alibaba or the JD or Neighbor, they are so successful. But when Chinese entrepreneurs, companies, private or state-owned, when they move out of China, they are facing a huge problem. It's the culture. We need more bridge. And the Swiss people, they are the bridges by nature, right? In the history for more than 300 or 400 years, from the guardian for the Pope, right? So they are always the bridge. So that means we can really leverage on the Swiss know-how on how to deal with this complex multicultural issue and to help make the project much more smooth in a sense. So I just stop here. I can come back to other topics. Yeah.
We need more cultural ambassadors, that's for sure. This kind of cultural exchange is very important. From a practical implementation point of view and expected outcomes. Dimitri, you live in Geneva. It's the capital for international relations and United Nations and NGOs. What are you hoping to see when it comes to this bilateral exchange and the implementation of the MOU?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. I would like to draw your attention to one important feature of this MOU. This is Swiss-Chinese MOU on development third-party markets in Silk Road regions. So it's actually not only about cooperation between China and Switzerland, but it's about cooperation of China and Switzerland in the third countries market. And I think there is a great potential. Actually, as far as I know, there is a program in China initiated, I think, last year, and there are already 14 or 15 similar contracts kind of related to third parties. And I think here we have all this potential for all three parties, actually, for China, for Switzerland, and for countries of recipients of investments. Now, it's not a secret, some countries are kind of a bit concerned about being too dependent on Chinese investments, etc., etc. Also, there are some countries who would like to invest also. They would like to compete with China on these investment opportunities in these Central Asian or Silk Road regions. And letting these countries kind of in creates kind of right balance and right atmosphere, which would help to implement investments. As for practical implementation, we have several initiatives here, but I will just mention one for now. I think it could be good to set up a system of regional venture funds where Swiss expertise in fund management and Chinese appetite for investments in Silk Road regions will be combined. Probably other investors also welcome to fund this, and then this system of regional venture fund can actually select and process investment projects faster and in a more transparent way. A similar example was already in the same region, actually, from EBRD. It was a system of EBRD venture funds in 1990s, And this was quite good, actually. Even return on investment, it was not the only goal, but the return was, I think, 7% per annum, which is quite good.
That's not bad in this current environment, for sure, and a very good practical example. Thank you so much for that, Dimitri. I'm very glad to introduce now also Tatiana Popova. She's the CEO of the Agency of Strategic Programs from Moscow, Russia. Thank you so much for cutting your previous meeting and commitment short to join us. We love to have ladies on stage. Right. We mentioned a little bit the criticism as well, financial dependence on China, the debt trap by poor nations and so on, that was just mentioned. For Switzerland, the stakes are not that high because, as Professor Ding Yuan mentioned, that efficiency, money is around in both China and in Switzerland. So as a Swiss politician, Ralph, which are some of the worries that you might have, or which are some of the positive factors that you are seeing from Switzerland taking part in the Belt and Road Initiative, or IDA-ILU as it's called?
Thank you. We are focusing on the economic and business perspective as the St. Gallen Bodensee area. And as you may know, Switzerland is the only continental European country that has an extensive free trade agreement with China.
It was signed in 2014, July 1st, so that makes about 6 years now.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a study now reflecting the effects of that free trade agreement, and that was highly positive. And now the infrastructure of such a Belt and Road Initiative can even more foster the development of the trade relationships. And the Sino-Swiss Center at the University of St. Gallen in our region expects the trade to rise by another 10% and half costs of transport costs through this Belt and Road Initiative. And that would be really a huge step for Swiss companies, for Chinese companies as well, and for all the other companies in between as well. So that would be a great chance.
Absolutely, because China is Switzerland's largest trading partner in Asia. We just got another guest on the panel. I'm glad that this panel is getting so much attention and attraction. We have one more chair if somebody wants to join us as well. I believe you must be Dr. Claude Begley.
That's exactly what they told me. Please come.
Fantastic. Last but not least, you are a former member of the Swiss Federal Parliament, executive chairman at Symbio Swiss. Huh? Fantastic. All right, let me continue with Urs. Urs, Lex China has also attracted a little bit of attention, which is basically to limit foreign investment, especially from China, into Switzerland to protect key industries, let's say that, in Switzerland. What do you as a lawyer think about this? Would this be a good idea?
Well, I believe that the rise of China in general has led to a counter-movement in the world. And as we are living in a quite populistic environment these days, what you call Lex China is most probably also based on a populistic stream. Because if you look at the basis of Swiss law, it really protects ownership and privacy. And when you want to tell an owner that he cannot sell his building or his company to the highest bidder, then it starts to become funny. Mm-hmm. Then you need to be either a government or a state that is intervenistic, and that's not the way Switzerland functions.
Or protected industries like nuclear or energy industries.
Yeah, but the question, Lex China and Switzerland, the way it is discussed, it has nothing to do with protected industries.
But the story is not over, it's still being discussed in Parliament, right?
It will be discussed, and we will have to see heightened merger control rules as they have been enacted in the EU after a leading case in Germany. We will see a backlash, but it's contra legem. It's against the law, in my eyes, and it is against the Constitution as it is Nevertheless, politicians sometimes do not care about that, and it will take most likely a Supreme Court decision to correct a law that might go in the wrong
And
direction.
also competition law, I guess it would be against that. But politicians might not always have the time to read through all the articles, right? But we'll get to you, Claude, very soon. Murat, from your perspective, Caspian region, and also, your expertise in terms of connectivity and Belt and Road with China, which do you think for Switzerland could be some of the key benefits?
Okay, thank you. Actually, I wanted to share my view like a Caspian man, but okay.
Please,
Let's start from Switzerland.
Whatever hat you want to wear, it's fine.
Because I'm here with a Caspian hat.
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's start from Switzerland. I think for Switzerland it's a unique opportunity to revitalize the financial sector because budget of the Belt and Road Initiative is unlimited in China, practically unlimited. We are not talking here about billions, we are talking here about 100 billions or trillions of dollars. This is a great initiative which will change the world during the next 20, 30 years. The Greater Caspian region is the heart of the ancient Silk Road. It's a original and traditional Belt and Road market. And if you will read again the theme of the memorandum, it's Memorandum of Understanding for Strategic Cooperation between Switzerland and China for development of the third markets. Third markets doesn't mean developing countries. It means other markets than Switzerland and China in the frame of the Belt and Road Initiative. And we think that the Greater Caspian region exactly that market. And for Switzerland, if these hundreds of billions of dollars investments and technology flow, technology transfer flow will go through Switzerland, this will create a lot of new jobs. And not only for the employees, but also for the banks who will serve these flows, for the insurance companies, and for the whole Swiss infrastructure, which is brilliant and which was developed during the last 200 years after the last war. It came to Switzerland in 1815. That's why I think Switzerland should, with the full force, use this opportunity and create all necessary structures, expert roundtables, like already we participated in one of these with the government of Switzerland, and so on. Now let's take the Caspian view. For the Greater Caspian region, I'm traveling a lot to that region, and I know the opinion of the people on the government level, on the private level, just simple people on the street. A lot of countries, they're a little bit scared of the Chinese expansion. And I think that if too much Chinese involvement in the economy, there will be millions of Chinese workers taking their jobs. And then other people interest will be, local people interest will be damaged. On the other side, it will be a debt trap also, like it has happened in Africa, in other regions. That's why this is also a great opportunity for the Greater Caspian region to attract Chinese investments through Switzerland, because Switzerland has, I think, the best relations with this region from this world. Swiss people never did anything wrong for these countries. If you will take the history, it was a British Empire fighting with the Russian Empire, the big game, beginning of the 19th century. Then it came to World War I, World War II, Civil War in Russia, then Soviet Union versus United States in the Cold War. Then, like we've heard from the speakers from Afghanistan, India to Pakistan, also a little bit damaged the region. And so on and so on. Also trade wars between China and the United States. And now Iran with United States and so on. And all these games, maybe the only country which is not involved at all is Switzerland. And that's why there is a very good potential and very good relations between Switzerland and the Greater Caspian region. And I think these countries from the region will be very happy to get investments and technology from the Swiss hands, from the Swiss management, Swiss companies, Swiss investment funds, Swiss banks, Swiss insurance companies, and so on. It's a win-win cooperation. And we are very happy that we have here also representatives of the Swiss society. Maybe Dr. Begley, who is also very heavily involved in the Silk Road Initiative, he will explain much more. But I think we should develop this and support this as much as possible, and from the Greater Caspian region side and also from the side of Switzerland. Thank you.
Political neutrality helps, of course, as well. And also we have seen a lot of Chinese banks setting up in Switzerland over the last 2 or 3 years, ICBC, Bank of China, and so on. So slowly but surely it is establishing this kind of trade finance platform. Hopefully we will see much more. Tatiana, you're into strategic developments and programs and so on based in Russia. How do you observe this whole thing, memorandum of understanding between China and Switzerland? And where could maybe, you know, Russia also come in and sign a similar kind of deal? Because the Belt and Road goes to Moscow, also the railroad projects and so on, more and more connectivity.
Absolutely. So Martina, thank you so much to give me a word. And once again, I would like to say thank you to the Caspian Week, for the organizers to be here. I'm so delighted. So our company is working under the government of Russian Federation, and we're working, of course, together and along with the Ministry of Transport of Russian Federation. And for us, Switzerland and China is two the most important countries and partners to work together. So first of all, as we all know, that China and Russia have a lot of historical things, and it's friends countries. And we have a lot of investment projects going along right now together with China. But also Switzerland involved in these processes and projects, because China really would like to work together through Switzerland. Everybody knows that Switzerland is one of the greatest country, protected one, the safest one, and of course a lot of things can be done much more easily, especially if we are doing investment projects. So I truly believe that together with Switzerland and for China, we can do even much more things in Russia. That's why I'm here, and I'm very happy to be here to work together with our partners. I'm sure that our partners and friends from Switzerland can say a little bit more. What do you think about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Claude, let's give the microphone to you. So the memorandum of understanding, I cannot talk anymore, was signed last year. Which roadblocks do you think are in the way now for the full implementation?
Well, the story of the relationship between China and Switzerland, or the story of the Silk Road, has two faces. I have to declare my interest. I'm co-chairman of a Swiss-China Silk Road Association. So although I'm Swiss, I'm not 100% neutral, because I'm favorable to this.
And is there neutrality? There is no full neutrality,
yeah,
right?
Now, politically, actually the difficulty is that that agreement is attacked both by the left and by the far right. Mainly by the left and a little bit by the far right. You have three reasons why not to go ahead. The first one is human rights. And activists are saying we should stop making purely mercantile agreements if human rights are not sufficiently respected. Actually, it's an argument which is used in the relationship with China, with Russia, with a number of other countries. This comes from the extreme left, or the left. Then you have those who say we have to include sustainable development, environment, and we should, I'm not only talking of China, but we should respect much more. So if you talk of the agreement with the Southeast Asia country, they would go for palm oil. If you go for Mercosur, it's about the meat. And of course in China, it's the fear that delocalization and the business being there instead of in our country. That's the second point. And especially being done not with the same rules, with the same protection of the environment, than the rules we would apply to ourselves. That's the second point. And the third point is the neutrality. It's difficult at the same time to be a very strongly involved trade partner and to be neutral between countries. You have that, for example, with Saudi Arabia. And how can we be the neutral intermediary if the level of our investments is so high? This is the negatives which are mainly not blocking, but slowing down the process, mainly because of the parties on the left, so the Green and the Socialists, and a little bit because of the parties of the extreme right. Now, on the other side, and I'm personally belonging to the other side, I think that the relationship with China itself and with the Silk Road, more extended, is very favorable. You take our innovation. We are very good at innovation with ETH, APFL, etc. But the market is too small. When you go to China, you have automatically a scale-up, which is quite interesting. You also have a lot of reverse engineering. I have worked concretely on some projects where Chinese, we say they copy, but actually they have sometimes improved what we had done ourselves.
The copycat image seems to be long gone now, like made in China seems to be almost like, you know, forward-looking, a reputation thing. We want to have innovation and R&D and so on. But
Absolutely.
you mentioned something very important, which is more academic and innovation and R&D exchange. Back in 2017, when the FTA was signed, there was also agreements on more exchange in that area between EPFL and DTH and Tsinghua and so on. So with the Belt and Road Initiative, Dean, where exactly do you hope to see more of such exchanges? I mean, the China-Europe International Business School, you have your campus set up on the shores of the Lake of Zurich in Horgen. So you are basically trying to help in that regard. In which areas should there be more cooperation and exchange?
Yeah, first of all, by listening to my colleagues here, I feel the necessity to promote more exchanges. Because a lot of ideas floating here, sorry to be blunt, some of them are not right, some of them are right, and some of them, they are not blunt enough. So I will try to propose my view. First of all, the worry about the flooding of Chinese laborers, this is a totally illusion now. Just give you a very simple example. You see now how China changed. Because I have 2 dogs, in Shanghai, so I have to employ a full-time nanny. So because we travel too much with my wife, so, and we have a full-time nanny, and I have to pay her 8,000 RMB, 8,000 RMB a month, which is more than 1,000 euro, which is exactly the price for a nanny, not in Switzerland. I know that you are much more expensive, but in Paris. In Paris. Okay, and just recently, last week, before we left, all of a sudden, she pulled out of her mind saying that you must pay me before the Spring Festival, the Chinese New Year, the 13 months. Actually, she only worked for us 5 months. She started last September because she found a better option, so she quit. She quit. So when our dogs are in a dog hotel, so I receive video and photo to make sure they are safe or happy. So we still pay the hotel for the dogs. So just tell you that now the Chinese dynamism totally changed. I'm talking about demography. That's why the China Reform Commission and KPMG organized a very important panel here, and I was on the panel talking about the aging population and the development of the pension fund in China. So China is now totally in a different situation. There are no more young Chinese flooding even to Shanghai. No, don't mention that they will flood your part. And actually, that's the illusion. That's totally an illusion. Some truths, like when we talk about the problem with the Chinese investment in Switzerland. Because the Swiss are very, very diplomatic. they never say in public something they think because they want to keep so-called their neutrality. So I would say it in a more blunt way, what they really think in their mind. Actually, they did very well because I follow all the cases. She knows because I'm working on the globalization of Chinese companies. That's why she interviewed me 5-6 years ago already. So about that issue. So I follow all the big cases. Actually, now I'm living in the belly of the dragon because I'm the board member of Camp China. You know, not only they bought Syngenta, they also bought the company called Adiceo, the French company in the chicken food nutrition. So now it's a big listed company in China, and I'm the audit chair of that company. So if you really see the observation inside, you see that some companies are doing okay, even well. Like Camp China, although it's a state-owned company, they bought Syngenta, they work very hardly, and they even employ for the, they call it the name is a Blue Star, you know, the Blue Star. Blue Star CEO, just check on their website, is a German. So they even for SOE, they hired for the holding of Syngenta and etc. Adiceo, they hired Michael from a German company. So you see that they are making a huge effort to be more multicultural, but some companies, they fail. Sorry to be blunt, like Hainan Airline. I like to cite names. So personally, I feel sad, but I feel sympathetic with the Swiss who want to put more barriers. Because when you sold your Swiss port to a Chinese company, it was not right that the Chinese owner arrived and take 400 million euros from the account and as a loan to the shareholder and don't pay back. So there is a problem. So I think there's a lot of problems, but I don't think it's really related to Chinese state. So it's really about the company's behavior pollute the image of the country. So
all right. We have your opinion, we get Claude's opinion. Over there, we have both extremes. Go ahead.
Yeah. You defend the Swiss point of view. Thank you very much. I will defend the Chinese point of view. And I will be as blunt as you. I talked quite a bit with Syngenta people. Actually, they are happy. Actually, they are really happy.
And if I may say, I interviewed Eric Fairwald, the CEO of Syngenta, yesterday in the spa of the of one of the hotels here because there's no space and it's too expensive, and he was pretty happy as well because they plan an IPO.
Camp China, they are making a huge efforts to really accommodate multicultural. I
and
really see
their
in
public
the headquarters
listing,
in Beijing.
the IPO is going to probably happen by the end of
the
2021.
people who bought by Hainan Airlines, they are not very happy. So I'm talking about that case. Please do not mix. Yeah.
Right.
It's really a question of mutual acceptance. I have a friend, Li Shan. He is Chinese. He joined the board of Credit Suisse. It's interesting to see that in the board of Credit Suisse, Zurich, you have a Chinese. And
Fred
it should go both ways. It's good, so we should take off our hats that whenever you go east, you do foreign investment. Actually, you will more and more go to the headquarters. And vice versa as well.
Do you think that the new foreign investment law that China has just started to implement on January the 1st could actually help? Or you would like to add or comment on that point, right?
No, I wanted to add on something else because I think the discussion about Swiss port and Syngenta is a mute one because it is driven not by facts, it's driven by emotions. And if you look at the emotions, then I think even the emotions on Syngenta, on the purchase of Syngenta, they're going higher. Here, we should look at this MOU. And I think the only one that really talked about it was Murat, because the MOU is nowhere near to be in the spotlight. Nobody is against it. Nobody knows about it. But we do know about it. And we, the economy, we, the representatives of the economy, we have been given the mandate by the Swiss government, make something out of it. So if we just sit here and we say, oh, it's bad, there are stumbling blocks here and there, that's nonsense. we are the stumbling blocks. We can do something about it, and if we do something about it, we can make something happening. Because usually these MOUs, they go into the drawer and nobody does anything.
MOU sounds so boring already. So what should we do, Urs? Tell us. Give us your perspective.
I think Murat is undertaking efforts. We as a chamber are undertaking efforts to work out proposals in cooperation with Economy Suisse. In proposal, I have been touring China. I've talked to Chinese entities in November this year. There's support from everywhere. The question is, for example, can Chinese entities co-finance structures under this MOU, or do we want to do it just from the Swiss side? What do we do? What is the purpose of a vehicle, of an institution that will embody this MOU? And therein lie the discussions. But we can do it. It's easy. We don't need a lot of money. We can do it.
Maybe, Ralph, what is your point of view? What should be done about the MOU? How should we implement it? And what are some of the key focus areas?
Well, what is important from my view is that we have not only state finance, but also private investors, investors. Perhaps Swiss banks, Swiss insurers, whoever. What is important is that it's not perceived as a Chinese project, but as a common project.
A bilateral one.
To foster and also to make that MOU well known and accepted.
Murat?
I just would like to add what we are doing to implement this MOU. End of November, we did mini Caspian Week during the COE Fair, China Overseas Investment Fair. And this is the fair exhibition for the Chinese overseas investors. And we already did the roadshow of the investment projects from the Greater Caspian Region to attract Chinese overseas investors. And the second exercise is we are doing right now. I put this especially on this panel discussion, because we would like also to the audience and our delegates to know about this MOU. And today we already had some business discussions about potential investment projects in the Greater Caspian region. And I'm listening exactly the same, that preferably it should be European investor, not Chinese investor. And from European investor, the best investor is a Swiss investor. Because Europe also sometimes controversial. They have a lot of own problems, starting from France, Brexit, and so on and so on.
Don't give them more, they have enough.
Yes, exactly. And with regards to these millions of Chinese workers, this was in the past. And people saw this, and now they're afraid. And now we need to do efforts to cancel this, to remove this illusion.
It takes a long time to get rid of bad reputations. Or quickly, and then to Claude and Tatiana.
And just to outline it, because I start to realize that nobody really knows anything about this MOU. This MOU is a so-called strategic, innovative cooperation relationship between Switzerland and China. And it should actually lead to Switzerland going arm in arm with China and assisting China in dealing with third parties when they enter into Belt and Road Initiative projects. We can, for example, propose to make a fair contractual framework. We can, for example, propose to audit a contractual relationship and say whether we consider it fair. We could, for example, become involved in an arbitration center that would arbitrate problems that come out of these relationships. We could, and this was the only thing that was mentioned so far, be instrumental in financing products and projects. And of course, Switzerland being financer of the world, we always think about financing, but the other items might be even more important.
But is there a clear strategy, or is it just like open on the table, you know? Everybody can do what they want. They could. So where do we start?
Switzerland, the government's opinion is we have now signed this MOU. This is the infrastructure, and the content has to be filled by the private sector.
That's
this
right.
is how Switzerland functions. In China, it would be a department. In Switzerland, it is up to the private sector to beat their heads together and come up with a concrete proposal. And the proposal may come out of 5 corners, and the best one will survive. That's the idea.
Tatjana or Claude, one of you?
Yeah, thank you, Martina. So yeah, I just would like to add something. We also were working together in China for this investment fair, and the main goal of our investment project office is to develop water transport in Russia. And of course, we are more than happy, and we are happy to work with our Chinese partners directly, of course. But together with Switzerland, sometimes it's much more easy, and it's essential for us, because we truly believe that it's not only, government goal to develop inland waterways, water transport, any transport. Sometimes private investments is essential and it's needed. So, and why not to work together? So I'm really, thank you, our partners, that we exchange very interesting ideas here. Thank you.
Claude?
I'd like to make 2 comments, one on Swiss-China and one on Belt Road. On Swiss-China, I think the MOU will develop, but it's a question of the pace. The government is determined to go ahead.
The Swiss government.
The Swiss government, and I know them pretty well, they are determined to go away. They are a little bit framed by the public opinion. I was a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I would say it's a 60-40. 60% yes, 40% no. And when you have a 40% no, you're cautious.
Yes.
Because of the points which I mentioned, with which personally I disagree, because I'm much more on the side of the business. But the government has to take in consideration those other points. I also believe that we should avoid stereotypes. For example, we say finance. Well, I'm working, I'm a small hand working. We are going to open in April in Beijing the first private banking wealth management university. It has been decided by Xi Jinping. It has been entrusted to the mayor of Beijing. The government, they are moving out of the town, as you know. We take one of the buildings of one of the ministries, which with the help of the government, will become the first private banking university in China. Because you have more billionaires in China today than you have in the US or in the rest of the world. And by gathering that money, of course, you end up also into the investment side. So we should not say Swiss is money and finance and they are an investment opportunity. I think the future world, and that's also part of the Memorandum of Understanding, will be much more both sides. On Belt and Road, I believe very much in the Belt and Road concept. Here, what we have to say is who are the winners and who are the losers. And again, the positive aspect is that the Belt and Road will help a lot of countries from a financial investment point of view. We should also not hide that it's an element of the foreign policy of China. They will never do it through the force or through the military or the political force. They do it through the trade and through the investment. But Belt and Road is more than the traditional Silk Road and the countries we talk about. I mean, you have Belt and Road in South America, which, if my notions of geography are correct, is not exactly between Europe and China. So it's a concept which is a reaction to the US foreign policy to say we are getting closer to those countries. They are, through that, getting a number of countries where they have invested who would vote in favor of China at the UN. So it's a global concept. I personally think it's extremely useful, but we should also not think it's only logistical or only business. It's broader.
On that point, I would like to wrap up the panel and open to the floor because I know that there are questions here. Just a final word to Ding Yuan. Our title of the panel is called blah, 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 expected outcomes. So you expected and wished and hoped for outcomes. What will they be in like 5 to 10 years down the road?
Yeah, well, what I see for the recipients of this investment, both for the financial reason or the geopolitical reasons that Claude mentioned, is there will be mainly two major outcomes. They are kind of disruptive outcomes. The first one is the concept of this connectivity. Because if you look at Central Asia or if you look at Africa, the older roads, they were all built to connect to Moscow or in Africa to Paris or to London. So there was never an idea of integration, a regional integration. So now if you look at the project that China is working with African countries or Central Asian countries or with Pakistan, it's all about the regional integration. So finally, thanks to the investment made by the Chinese, now with the help of the Swiss, then we will finally see an integrated domestic market or regional market emerging in these places, which will be very, very new. And not only the Chinese or some Europeans, some Swiss understood that, even the very American company called FedEx, they understood that. Because recently I invited the CEO of FedEx coming our campus in Shanghai, made a speech, and he's showing that coping with the one belt, one road strategy. Actually, they are buying land along the planned railways in the East African side to build the future warehouse to develop their delivering business. So that's a very interesting example. The second one is also very important because we look a lot, as Claude said, on the infrastructure side. But in reality, that building up of infrastructure is coping also with the Chinese economic model change because of the upgrading, the high salary I mentioned, and also the aging population problem. So many Chinese companies and also the multinationals, they are moving their manufacturing tissue from China to all over the world. So by building this hyper-efficient infrastructure, so the countries located in this infrastructure will be able to leverage a lot of competitive advantage. I just share with you also one example. Of course, you know Vietnam, you know Bangladesh. I don't want to talk about them, but one country very close to your region is Uzbekistan. You know Uzbekistan, they have a very, very high production of cotton. And in the past, there are two problems. First of all, they had no apparel and fiber treatment capacity within the country, first problem. The second problem was the former president made a forced labor kind of scandal, so they are under embargo. And nowadays, with the new regime, so the Western society accept to buy the product from Uzbekistan more easily. And also, now they are working with the Chinese, not only to get this connectivity, now they have the high-speed train, also to build the deep processing of the cotton into yarn and into garment. And the Chinese are investing there because they are moving out of the capacity from China because they cannot find the workers and they don't have the raw material. So it's a very win-win strategy. So this will really help the One Belt, One Road countries not only to have a very efficient system of infrastructure, but also to get more industrial tissue to boost the labor, solve the unemployment problem. So I just stop here. Thank you.
And the win-win situation is loved by the Chinese and the Swiss. So we have some consensus. We have 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 5 Swiss minutes for questions. 3 housekeeping rules. First of all, identify yourself, where you work. Second, just 1 question per person. And third, who you would like to ask the question to. So please go ahead. We have microphones right here. Who would like to go ahead? Yes. Hi.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Carrie. I just want to briefly touch on the million labors, by Dr. Yuanding and also Dr. Cloud Bagel. Because speaking from my own experiences, I work a couple years back working in Australia for 2-3 years. And back in the days, I thought China's salary was so low. So coming back to China a couple years back, my salary nearly doubled. So I was very surprised by the Chinese economy and the speed of it. Now I advise foreign company come to China, doing Chinese business, open up the market, operations and stuff. From my understanding, my experiences, I found out that there's really a lack of understanding of foreign companies into Chinese current situation. They don't even, they still think that China, it's a country where it's so many poverties and stuff. So I can tell there's this disparity between what's being told by the press and by the media and also what's really happening. So besides the MOU and besides what's being signed on the paper, me as a small business or private sectors, I really want to see some interaction in the cultural part because that's what really building the trust, really bridge the gap so people can really understand the current situation of China. So it's definitely going to be much more easier for us to work together in the long run. So I'd love to ask a question, how do we sort of propose a cultural interaction from Caspian and also China? Thank you so much for Dr. Yuanding and also Dr. Cloud.
You would like to ask both gentlemen, right? Who would like to go first?
So I can give a very brief answer on that. Since 2015, so our school set a campus in Switzerland, in Zurich, in order to create exchange between China and Europe. So every year we bring around more than 10, like 12 groups of Chinese executives to Switzerland 1 week, and they will visit Swiss companies, interact with Swiss business community, and we also recruit Swiss young people or senior executive into our MBA and executive MBA programs, and both are ranked number 5 worldwide. So in order to create some substantial understanding, so we are doing that actually. Claude.
Thank you. Well, same here. You see a lot of exchanges of students. It's sometimes interesting, some of the US universities have more Chinese students than American students. So it's going both ways once again. There is a need of intercultural exchange because it's no more from this direction to that, but it's multi-directional. Belt and Road is not only a logistics project between production market and consumption market, it's the whole supply chain and linked to the low cost. Very often the countries around China are subcontractors of China. Thailand is the subcontractor for the Chinese automotive. And all those countries from Southeast Asia and sometimes now also in the Central Asia, they will be partner of the whole supply chain where China is the heart, but it does not necessarily physically passes through China. So we are much more talking of a coordination, which could be an IT coordination, a management coordination, not always just a physical coordination. And then you need, because it's true that the salaries in China are much higher and all of that, then you need to have a triple cultural interaction between the Western countries and China, and between China and their subcontractors.
I mean, Dean Yuanding's nanny was absolutely right to ask for a higher salary to walk your dogs, right? Absolutely. Tatiana, you would like to add something?
Yeah, I just would like to add something. So we also believe that exchange, culture exchange is essential for any negotiation, business or whatever. It's very, very essential. And during our trip to Dalian city, we saw Russian street. We're also doing a lot of exchanges, student exchanges, and it's really helpful. And maybe one day it can be done. I mean, doesn't matter in Dalian city or any other city, Switzerland street. Why not? So honestly, the culture exchange is very essential for the business. Thank you.
We have time for one more question. Yes? Thank you.
It's rather not the question, but the comment, because you mentioned Uzbekistan as a clear example of your idea. The point is that Uzbekistan always, even in the Soviet times, produced garns and yarns. And the problem was that the cycle was not closed. The rest was done in Russia, in Ivanovo, and Belarus, Ukraine. Now, Uzbekistan managed to close this cycle, and they produce final goods, and they export those goods. And with regard to the scandal regarding child labor force and adults for labor force, it was lifted up, cancelled already, all the restrictions, by the International Labor Organization. It's not only easy, but it's completely easy. I mean, it's open to buy. And no any restrictions whatsoever. It's just a little comment just to make it.
I will just also a little bit comment on Uzbekistan.
Please.
Because Uzbekistan really changed during the last 3 years. It's completely different situation than it was before. Country is now opening. They cancelled visa restrictions for more than 100 countries. I was there already several times during the last years. I'm also was a part of the Intergovernmental Commission on Economic Cooperation with Uzbekistan, Switzerland, Uzbekistan. And what I'm feeling that really Uzbekistan businessmen, even government officials, they're really hungry to do something. Not like before, no bureaucracy anymore. People are coming and proposing themselves. From the government officials, it's something unbelievable. When last time we had a meeting in the Chamber of Commerce of Uzbekistan, at the exit, I saw several people just trying to pull me and discuss business. Then I started to understand who are them. Is Uzkimyo Sanat, which is the Ministry of Chemical Industry of Uzbekistan, then Uzbekneftgaz, which is Oil and Gas Ministry of Uzbekistan, and so on, and private businessmen and so on. And I think there's a great future for Uzbekistan if they will continue with that route. And all these old stories are now no more relevant.
We want to look into the future, and on that note we finish because there will be another event taking place here and we want to finish on time. Sinyan Kwaila, Shunen Tatsi, Happy Chinese New Year, which starts very soon. Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists for coming, and feel free to approach them afterwards if you have any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. While everybody here, please do not move too much because we are now doing very short presentation of a Caspian Arbitration Center from our two distinguished lawyers. Mr. Blackwood, Mr. Kazachenko, please move here. And then we will do the coffee break, and after that there will be Digital Economist Roundtable organized jointly with MIT. Thank you.
context, there is a need, in order to attract investment, for an effective means of dispute resolution. National courts are generally not suitable for this because...
Just 1 second. Please, our delegates, please move back to the seats. Because here now, first of all, we cannot listen anything. Second, it's too many people here. Nobody can pass. Okay. Dear delegates, please take your seats. It's just 15 minutes presentation of the Caspian arbitration, which is very important for the region. No law, no arbitration, a lot of problems afterwards. Dear delegates, please take your seats. Okay, now slightly better. Now please start.
Thank you, Murat.
What?
So again, there's a need for a reliable mechanism of dispute resolution. National courts are generally not suitable because, well, for various reasons in various countries, but mainly because there is no international enforcement mechanism. So that's why we need arbitration, because we have the New York Convention, which covers more than 170 countries, and therefore in terms of enforcement, arbitration is often much better than national court proceedings. So then, why do you need institutions such as the Caspian Arbitration Society or the LCIA or the LMAA? It's because the parties are free to decide on the procedure of arbitration, and if the parties do not agree to it, you have to go often to national courts in order to decide on that procedure. For example, the parties decided to have 3 arbitrators. They've chosen 2, and they have to decide on the 3rd. Now, who is going to decide on the 3rd? If there are no agreed rules, like the LCA or the Caspian Arbitration Society, it's the national court who has to decide. And national court proceedings can take ages and be very costly, which then undermines the purpose of having arbitration in the first place. So then, why Caspian Arbitration Society? Well, firstly, we are not linked to any government. It's a private initiative. And therefore, we are not advancing any national agenda. Secondly, we are one of the fastest growing and innovative institutions out there. We have been launched exactly 1 year ago. During that 1 year, we got 90 arbitrators. We have one of the world's most advanced sets of arbitration rules, and we've explained earlier today why we say that. For example, you can always use English interim measures, even if your arbitration is seated elsewhere. We've cut down the costs, and we've made the procedure faster. Secondly, Caspian Arbitration Society is a democratic institution in that all arbitration practitioners are invited to participate in the creation of the rules. Those 90 arbitrators come from all over the world. They come from India, Pakistan, Azerbaijan, Iran, Russia, Ukraine, England, Switzerland, and so forth. All of them contribute to our surveys, and it is on the basis of those surveys that we create a common framework for those countries and for those arbitration practitioners to resolve disputes in the way which they consider to be best. We have recently published a Russian version of our rules, which serves the Caspian region better. And we are launching today, and we are publishing today, our no lawyers rules. For those of you who don't like lawyers, I think this might be an advantage. And I will now give the word to Guy Blackwood, who's going to explain why our rules are so innovative.
Thank you. Given the time, I'm going to be very brief, but I'm just going to start with a few slides. The major advantages Vitaly has touched upon, enforcement and also confidentiality, but the defects at the moment are firstly that the process is simply too slow. I'm involved in a dispute about military submarines. It's been going 6 years and will be doing well if it's finished in another 3 or 4. Too costly, difficulty in obtaining urgent relief, and toothless sanctions for non-compliance. Now, the Caspian Arbitration Society really has 2 leitmotifs. Firstly, to resolve disputes expeditiously, and secondly, in a cost-effective manner. The remaining points have been dealt with either in our earlier talk or by Vitaly now, so I'm going to move on. And the main rules, again, I dealt with last year, so for today's purpose, I'm going to move on to the no lawyer rules. So people like me are vaporized, I have no role to play, and I'm sure a lot of you would think that's a good thing. Going very briefly through the articles, just picking out the main points, no lawyers are permitted to attend. None at all, and no submissions on behalf of the parties. No legal costs of representation, entitled to reasonable costs of disbursements, unless parties otherwise agree, no oral hearings, waiver of the right to, amongst other things, seek interim relief, minimalising the involvement of national courts, a sole arbitrator, unless the parties otherwise agree, fixed arbitration costs, no case management conference. Moving on, and this is something close to my heart, a letter of claim not to exceed 20 pages plus a chronology. Lawyers seem to think the longer the better, when judges and arbitrators almost invariably think to the contrary. The shorter and more distilled any submission, the better it is, and that goes from arbitration all the way to the English Supreme Court. A short time frame for procedural steps, 28 days, reply 1,000 words, no separate step for disclosure, expert and factual witness evidence together with a letter of claim. Default position is one arbitrator, jurisdiction to rule on the tribunal's own jurisdiction, which is very important if a challenge is taken, and possibly most strikingly, the award to be rendered within 1 month after the last authorized submission. And I should add, limited to 5 pages of reasoning over and above the facts. So no reading late into the night, short, succinct reasoning, and provided promptly. Obviously, this will work best where there's an element of trust between the parties, so they can agree on an arbitrator who they both trust to do his best very quickly and in a short award. One thing that always frustrates me is the number of different types of mistake. And I've mentioned this for years, but they still appear again and again in insurance contracts, in trading contracts, and in a wide variety. I mean, the tea break, as I call it, is the typist who loses concentration for a few minutes, misses out an entire sentence, and you're left with something meaningless. That happens frequently. That's not a fiction of my imagination. In court, the failure to delete something when you've got various options. And I had a case I was asked to advise on where an agent was entitled to 10% of the transaction, or $1 million, whichever is greater or less. And somebody hadn't bothered to strike one out. And obviously it wasn't the easiest thing to advise on. The lucky dip, which is a good clause put into the wrong type of contract, so you see that very frequently. The collage, which is a nightmare, too many words, and they're often inconsistent. So again, insurance is a particularly bad offender. You see many policies with an arbitration clause and a court exclusive jurisdiction clause. And the court has to try to make sense of how you read them together. The palimpsest, the old verbiage, that's been in a standard form contract for 200 years, everyone has forgotten what it ever meant, but nonetheless they feel comfortable with it, so it appears again and again. And and or, which is a lawyer's hallmark, sometimes it's either and or it's or, but lawyers again and again put and stroke or. You get good clauses in the wrong type of transaction, some sort of designer confusion clauses, which seem to have been drafted simply to mystify lawyers like me. Blunt instrument, and this is probably the commonest of them all. The clause that's sort of good enough for the job. You almost understand what the parties mean, but of course there's plenty of room for people to argue to the contrary. So it's very, very important to express your common intentions in clear language. And that is a particularly shocking clause that I had to construe from a reinsurance contract. And so, in summary, it really is worth spending a little bit of time getting that recap done and expressed intelligibly. I know it's particularly unfashionable with traders, as it is with insurance brokers, but you really can end up in senior appellate courts simply because not sufficient attention has been paid to expressing your intentions. So given the time, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you for listening.